Chapter 343. Isn't this making things difficult for me? Upon hearing Aaron's request, Klein nearly drew a crimson moon on his chest in passing, but he ultimately resisted the urge and replied very seriously, "I'm not going to do it. Perhaps some of my actions have caused you to misunderstand, but I have to tell you that faith isn't something that can be changed once it's decided." Alan immediately raised his arms and made an apologetic gesture. "I'm sorry. I misunderstood your piety. I shouldn't have joked about your faith. All right, our difference in faith doesn't stop us from being friends." Klein wiped away his fake expression and smiled. "That doesn't hold true in Faysac and Fainapotter. They can only accept one faith. In comparison, as many churches had coexisted for more than 1,400 years, Rouen and Intis were much more open in this aspect." Without waiting for Alan's reply, he pretended to casually change the topic. "Did you see Willas Septon after that? He's the child who had his leg amputated and said that your luck would turn for the worse. He believed that the Nighthawks would definitely investigate based on the clues provided by Alan, so he was somewhat curious about the outcome. He was curious if it was the child or the tarot cards in his hand that changed Alan's luck. "No, I haven't seen him since he was discharged." Alan shook his head with certainty. "What a pity. The Nighthawks can find him based on the address registered in the hospital, but I can't rashly interfere. Of course, that child might have already moved away." After chatting with Alan for a while, Klein prepared to head to the underground shooting range and familiarize himself with the complimentary revolver with ordinary bullets. At this moment, two acquaintances walked in. One was a member of the kingdom's National Atmospheric Pollution Council, a shareholder of the coin company Ma and Mary. The other was Klein's landlord, Mrs. Stellan Sammer. They were both wearing relatively light dresses, making them look much younger. According to the club's rules, each member could only bring one additional person in. Therefore, Mary's maidservant and specially hired bodyguards were left in the reception hall. Klein politely went forward, greeted him, and praised him politely. "Ladies, both of you are as beautiful as ever today, but your beauty is different from usual." Mary, who had recently come into contact with many important figures, smiled. "Roselle once said that life is about sports. As for Stellan, she always stays at home and deals with those trivial matters. Even when she goes out, she only attends banquets and listens to operas. Her health is much worse than before, so I brought her here to play tennis and squash." With her high cheekbones, she turned her gaze and saw a member of the House of Commons and two members of the Parliament of Bakeland chatting in a corner. "I met someone I know. I'm going to greet them. You can wait for me at the library." "All right." Compared to Mary, Stellan was clearly much prettier, but when facing the lady, she appeared rather respectful and docile. After Mary walked some distance away, she raised her chin slightly and looked at Klein. "Mr. Moriarty, you seem to be very busy recently?" "Yes, I was working with a lot of detectives to help the police investigate the serial murder case. We made a certain contribution and received a lot of money," Klein answered truthfully. Stellan covered her mouth with her hand. "Really? What does the murderer look like? Why did he kill those ladies?" The newspaper's description was very vague. "I'm sorry, but I have to abide by the confidentiality clause." Klein skillfully found an excuse. "I can't possibly tell you that it has a body of black fur, a smooth, moist tail, and likes to run on all fours." Klein lampooned inwardly. Stellan nodded regretfully and asked curiously, "What's the matter?" She then asked curiously, "How much money did you receive?" "A lot of us split it." Klein didn't answer her directly. "Did you get £50?" Stellan pressed. "Yes." Klein nodded honestly. Stellan Sammer immediately smiled. "Your income is higher than I imagined. You're really a capable detective." "No, such a good thing might not happen even once in a few years." Klein smiled and shook his head. "No matter what, you've proven your ability." Stellan's eyes darted around. Next Sunday, Luke and I will be holding a banquet at home. I hope you can attend. Yes, sorry, this is very presumptuous. I'll get my maid to deliver the invitation to you later. Ha ha! There will be many unmarried ladies attending this banquet. Their fathers or mothers have relatively decent jobs, and their family's annual income is more than £200. Some of them even have part-time jobs that they can do at home, such as typists. They are all very outstanding women. This is a matchmaking banquet. Mrs. Stellan has acknowledged my ability to earn money as a detective, so she plans on introducing a girl to me who's single. However, in her eyes, am I only worthy of a woman of this level? Many thoughts flashed through Klein's mind, but considering the need to maintain a good neighborly relationship, as well as the trouble of preparing dinner, he agreed with a smile. If there's no emergency, I'll be there on time. Stellan smiled. Then Luke and I will await your visit. Without further ado, she bade farewell and left, entering the club's small library. As for Klein, he practiced his marksmanship and beyonder powers in a small, enclosed shooting range. At 9 o'clock at night, Klein sat in front of his desk, watching the crimson moon in the sky gradually pierce through the clouds, revealing a figure that was no longer imperfect. The watery red veil slowly spread apart and time ticked by. When it was 10:15, he heard a series of illusory pleas. Without needing to discern it, Klein could guess that it was a plea for help from Miss Magicians. He closed the curtains, extinguished the lights, took 4 steps counterclockwise, and went above the gray fog. He reached out to touch the crimson star that was constantly contracting and expanding. In the blink of an eye, Furz's hazy figure appeared on the chair with a symbol of stacked doors. She heaved a sigh of relief, stood up, and bowed. "Honorable Mr. Fool, you've saved me once again." "It's nothing to worry about," Klein replied in a very nonchalant tone. Furz clicked her tongue and sat down again. She thought about what had just happened and didn't speak for a moment. As for Klein, in order to maintain his image, he didn't take the initiative to raise the topic. In the towering palace that looked like a giant's residence, silence quickly became the main theme. When Furz snapped back to her senses, she suddenly felt that the atmosphere was a little oppressive, making her feel uncomfortable. During the gathering, there was Miss Justice and Mr. World, so there was no need to worry about no one talking. But now, there's only me and Mr. Fool. What do I do? I feel so pressured. I have to say something. I can't just sit there like an idiot. That's Mr. Fool we're talking about. He definitely won't mind, but I'm very nervous and restrained. Furz suddenly found the feeling of being alone with her boss when she first entered the workplace. Although Klein wasn't a spectator, he could clearly tell that Miss Magicians was being reserved and uneasy. Hence, he smiled and said, "Perhaps you can tell me how you became a beyonder. For example, how you obtained the apprentice formula and that bracelet." Klein silently added the true direction of the question. Furz relaxed a little and recalled, "I'm not sure. That was almost 3 years ago. I had just graduated from Bakelin's medical school. With my father's help, I entered a private clinic that paid well. My father had already settled down in East Balham. Ever since the safe sea route to the southern continent was discovered, the kingdom's outstanding youths began to spread their footprints to every corner of the continent. As a low-ranking officer, my father went to East Balham to pursue wealth and power. As for me and my mother, we were left behind in Bakeland, living a life of bereavement. It would be months before a ship would bring us a letter from afar. Such situations aren't rare in the kingdom. I know an old man who has 5 children, but they are either in the archipelago, West Balham, Paws Valley, or the Hagati Plains. They have their own careers, families, and wealth, but they have forgotten that there is a father who is always waiting for them to return. When I was in grammar school, my mother contracted a serious illness. I had no choice but to watch her die in the hospital bed, and my father only replied to my letter a month later. He told me that he had a new family in East Balham, and that he had welcomed a new life. He gave me all his wealth in Bakeland, and he even gave me some extra money. I believe he felt a little guilty. As a best-selling author, Furs had already mastered the skill of rambling. Klein had nothing to do, so he listened quietly without interrupting. Phew! Furs exhaled and continued. In short, my father introduced me to the Yusuf Clinic through the Retired Military Officers Club. The salary there is indeed very generous, and I'm doing pretty well. I'm just a little anxious about the future, so I've been working hard to learn from the senior doctors and save up money until I met an old lady who often came to see me. She was very lonely. She had no children, and her partner had passed away 10 years ago. I felt some pity for her, so I would often talk to her and chat with her. One time, I was surprised to discover that she could actually pass through walls. This made me enter a whole new world. That old lady said that this was a legacy left to her by her husband. She vaguely mentioned that as long as one wasn't a member of any family, there wouldn't be a curse. Not long after, she was so ill that she was about to pass away. She asked me if I was willing to become someone like her. I was very young back then, and I still had many fantasies in my head. I agreed without any hesitation. She gave me the formula and asked me to guard her corpse after she died and take away the glowing item that would suddenly appear. And this was the legacy she left to me. It could be used as the main ingredient for the potion. In addition, she also gave me this bracelet and exhorted me not to use it unless it was the most dangerous time. At the same time, I didn't have to pay too much attention to the ravings of the full moon. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to avoid danger in the end. After using it once, the full moon's ravings became more serious. From the looks of it, she's the widow of a particular Abraham. She used her own experience to prove that the curse only exists in the bloodline. Klein nodded slightly. When you become a high-sequence Beyonder, the ravings won't be of much use. I hope so. Although Furs didn't believe that she could become a high-sequence Beyonder, she believed in Mr. Fool. It was Monday again. Just as Klein got up and went downstairs, he saw an open piece of paper on a coffee table in the living room. On it was a short message. Effective. That's good. Klein immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Chapter 344. The stone pillars in front of her supported the high dome, and the mottled and ancient long table seemed to have been placed there for hundreds or even thousands of years. Although Audrey Hall had seen this scene many times, she still felt a sense of shock reverberating from the bottom of her heart whenever she came above the gray fog. She swept her gaze and didn't see any new members. She immediately looked up and bowed to the person who was shrouded in thick gray fog. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool." As she spoke, she suddenly saw a card with complicated and gorgeous patterns on its back on the table to the right of the Fool. It was placed there quietly, casually, like an ordinary item. This is the card of blasphemy, the card of blasphemy that hides a pathway of the divine. Audrey instantly understood. After the Fool nodded in response, she subconsciously glanced at the hanging man, sun, and the magicians and realized that they had also noticed the card that didn't exist in the past. However, their eyes and actions revealed their doubts and surprise, as well as their inevitable guesses. After all, a card placed by the mysterious and high and mighty Mr. Fool's hand is definitely not an ordinary item. Mr. World's reaction is a little strange. He didn't even look over. Is he hiding it too well? Is he really the nemesis of the spectator and telepathist? Audrey quickly determined that other than Mr. Fool, she was the only one who knew about the card of blasphemy. This made her rather proud. She felt like she had shared a secret with her parents when she was young, but her two elder brothers didn't know about it. That was the card of blasphemy created by Roselle the Great, a treasure that countless Beyonders in the mysterious world fantasized about. After the magician's son and the others greeted her, Audrey took the initiative to raise her hand. "Honorable Mr. Fool, I have something to report to you alone." Alone? The hanging man Alger frowned slightly and subconsciously tried to guess the content, but he had no clue. Sun and the others were equally curious, but they weren't too bothered. Klein nodded slightly. Sure. Frankly speaking, he wasn't sure what Miss Justice wanted to report. After waiting for 2 seconds, he blocked the senses of the other members and gave a hint to Justice. Audrey sat in a dignified manner and said sincerely, Mr. Fool, because I requested to purchase the Spectator formula at a Beyonder gathering. 2 people suspected to be members of the psychological alchemy have recently contacted me through certain nobles. I'm inclined to join them, but only if I can guarantee my own safety. What's your opinion on this? I take this very seriously. Psychological alchemy. From all the information, this wasn't an evil organization. They probably didn't have any gods yet, and they focused on the exploration and research of the mind, consciousness, spirit, and spirituality. They were closer to academic societies. Of course, in the eyes of the Orthodox Church, this was blasphemy. They believed that everyone's spirit belonged to God. Also, according to Dexter Guderian, the higher-ups of psychological alchemy had a certain tendency to worship the original creator, the God who created everything, to a certain degree, a more primitive form of worship. Many thoughts flashed through Klein's mind, but in the end he only smiled. If you think it's appropriate, you can do it. If you encounter any difficulties, you can seek help on the tarot. Thank you for your suggestion. Audrey immediately felt relieved. Klein thought for a moment and added in a very calm and leisurely tone, That's right. Within the psychological alchemy, there are some people planted by the church, such as informants from the mandated punishers and the nighthawks. You need to know how to hide and conceal yourself. Mr. Fool sure is nice. He even specially reminded me to be careful. Audrey's eyes curved slightly as she replied with a faint smile. In the future, there will also be informants from the tarot in psychological alchemy. Miss Justice, you haven't even joined, but you've already thought of how to betray them. Klein silently drew an invisible crimson moon for psychological alchemy. After reporting on the psychological alchemy, Audrey wasn't in a hurry to end the private conversation. Instead, she said, Mr. Fool, I've memorized another 2 pages of Roselle's diary. This was also the reason why she requested a private conversation. If she were to conjure Roselle's diary under the witness of magician's furs and give it to Mr. Fool, she could imagine that he would immediately come to her to borrow the Roselle's notebook she had bought in the past when she returned. And the goddess could prove that Mr. Fool had seen them before. I forgot to tell Furs in the next 2 days that the Roselle's notebook I bought was chewed up by Susie. Yes, it was chewed up and turned into pieces. It can't be restored. I'm sorry, Susie. Audrey repented inwardly. Very good. Klein happily tapped the edge of the long bronze table and helped Miss Justice conjure the diary. When he got the 2 pages, he cast his gaze over, and his smile gradually stiffened. The first line of the diary read, 6th March, F*CK. The food here is making me constipated. This is what I saw at the Roselle Memorial Exhibition. Klein hid his expression and flipped to the 2nd page. He found that the content was still the various complaints and novel experiences of Roselle's early transmigration. It wasn't of any actual value. He controlled his expression and revealed a smile. Do you wish to deduct the payment from the unpaid gold pounds? Or do you wish to receive something extra? Audrey didn't hesitate at all. She directly said, Mr. Fool, I would like to know which pathway of the divine is contained in that card of blasphemy. She really treats money like dirt. Klein sighed silently and smiled without hiding anything. That's a dark emperor card. The corresponding sequence 9 is lawyer. Is that so? Having obtained the answer, Audrey felt abnormally satisfied. After the private conversation ended, magicians Furs eagerly looked down at World. Mr. World, I will search for mystical items or powerful Beyonder weapons in the Sun domain for you as soon as possible. What deal did the 2 of you come to in private? Audrey, who felt that she was very familiar with Furs but was completely unaware of this matter, couldn't help but ask. Furs heaved a sigh of relief. Mr. World helped me find the formula for Trickmaster, Klein said with a smile. Mr. World is very good at finding formulas. He has a wide range of reliable resources and connections in this field. Audrey was surprised when she heard that. The hanging man Alger concealed his solemn expression and examined World again, raising his evaluation of him. As for Sun, he was looking forward to it. He hoped that after he finished digesting the light, suppliant potion, Mr. World would be able to easily find the formula for Sequence 7 High Priest Sunday World, who didn't notice the gazes, laughed hoarsely. Miss Magicians, before you make the purchase, it's best if you recite Mr. Fool's honorific name and ask him to pass the corresponding information to me. Yes, I've already asked Mr. Fool, and he agreed to help us. If the item you fancy isn't something I'm satisfied with, perhaps I'll consider changing it to something else. Klein currently had 3 options for items in the Sun domain, so he planned on comparing them before making a decision. Among them, he knew that the brooch that Eye of Wisdom had mentioned had the effect of purifying and exorcising evil. It also allowed the wearer to use a portion of the spells in the Sun domain. The negative side was that the wearer wouldn't feel cool, and they would always be in a hot and irritated state. Klein only felt that the mystical item was all right. In addition, the price was likely close to £2,000. Back then, even if he sold the Briber formula, he wouldn't be able to fork it out. Therefore, he planned on waiting for a few days. If the magicians and the lady with the artisan behind her couldn't find a better one, he would cash in the formula and buy the brooch. All right, I'll give you the information no later than tomorrow. Furs had already confirmed that Mr. A would be holding a gathering that night, but she still reserved an extra day to prevent any accidents. After they finished their conversation, the hanging man Alger looked around and said, as though he had already prepared a script in his mind, I've recently accepted an investigation mission. I'm not sure if you have any relevant clues. In the past 2 to 3 years, many native tribes in the southern continent have been plundered, and everyone has been kidnapped. In the various plantations and archipelagos at sea, some slaves have also strangely escaped. Ever since the countries of the northern continent abolished the slave trade, such a thing hasn't happened in a long time. Have you heard any news about it? His gaze swept past Justice, Magicians, and World, but he didn't look at Sunday. How could a youth trapped in the forsaken land of the gods in the City of Silver know anything about the outside world? Audrey carefully recalled the bits and pieces of information she had heard at the noble gatherings. After a while, she said, no, I've never even heard of such a thing. Magicians, Furs, and World shook their heads as well, a sign that the black market slave trade is flourishing again. Why would there be a need for a large number of slaves? Klein sat at the end of the long bronze table and pondered over the matter in puzzlement, seeing that no one could provide any clues, and with Mr. Fool showing no interest and not interjecting. The hanging man Alger's expression didn't change as he said, You can try searching for the wind-blessed formula. I will give you an absolutely satisfactory reward. The wind-blessed formula? He's almost finished digesting the seafarer potion. Klein activated his spirit vision and swept a glance at the hanging man. Indeed, he discovered that the color of his astral projection surface was not only as pure as the blue sea, but there were also some ripples, as though they were slowly undulating. Doing the math, Mr. the Hanging Man took nearly 4 months to digest the seafarer potion. He's often at sea. Audrey also made a judgment based on her observations. Furs paid more attention to another point, and that was that Mr. the Hanging Man was currently a sequence 7, a mid-sequence beyond her. She nodded indiscernibly and muttered to herself. After the hanging man finished announcing the mission, Sun raised his hand and said nervously, I've been assigned a mission. I'll be going to the half-destroyed temple that I mentioned before to explore in a short period of time. Yes, the one with the fallen creator. The leader in charge of this operation is Shepherd Elder Lovia. Chapter 345. Suggestion? My suggestion is to hide as far away as possible and focus on stability. Upon hearing Sun's question, Klein immediately gave an answer in his heart. However, in order to maintain the fool's image and see what other people would give different suggestions, he maintained his silence and didn't manipulate the world to speak. After a brief silence, the hanging man Alger turned his head to look at Sun and said in a low and calm voice, "The information you provided is too little. You've provided too little information. It's hard for us to give any useful advice. We don't know what else exists in that half-destroyed temple other than the true creator, which is also the strange statue of the fallen creator. Naturally, there's no way to analyze the corresponding situation. The fallen creator is indeed the true creator. The city of silver where Sun lives also has the faith of the true creator, and he even built a temple." Magician's Furs listened with relish, just short of taking out a notebook to jot it down. As for Justice Audrey, she was looking forward to Sun's detailed description of the strange temple. Derek nodded and looked up for a few seconds. Apart from the statue, there are also many incomplete murals with terrifying evil spirits lingering about. However, they have already been eliminated by the expedition team led by the 2 elders of the 6-member council. I didn't see those murals with my own eyes. It's said that it records the prophecy of the apocalypse and the fallen creator saving his believers, as well as the corresponding bloody sacrificial ritual. In the corner of one of the murals, there are strange words derived from Jotun. After a rough deciphering, the elders believe that their meaning is Rose Redemption. This might be the code name of the creator of the murals, or it might be the name of the organization that built the temple and the city. According to the chief's judgment, these murals are at least 1,000 years old. I'm referring to the 1,000 years that you know of. But I'm not completely sure. In the City of Silver, we take the period when there's more and more lightning as day, and the period when there's less and more and it's more comfortable as night. A cycle is a day, and the 4 seasons only exist in books. Therefore, we can't grasp the exact number of days. Only the chief can confirm it. When Sun said this, Fur suspected that she was listening to a story. A city with no sun, no crimson moon, no day and night, and no changes in the 4 seasons sounded unreal. Only fairy tales and novels would dare to describe it like this. Furthermore, the author had to have smoked marijuana and be in a state of mental convulsions to create such a city. The first thought that came to Fur's mind after her initial shock was to write a novel using the City of Silver as a blueprint. However, she quickly gave up on this plan because she didn't know what the City of Silver meant. She didn't know if it was a secret that the 7 churches had jointly protected. She was afraid that the moment the book was published, the author would be visited by the Nighthawks and mandated punishers to collect the copper pennies deposited in the gas meter. So the environment of the City of Silver is like this. Yes, and there's also the monsters in the depths of the darkness that Sun always mentions. Unfortunately, I'm only sequence 8. Otherwise, I really want to get Mr. Fool to send me there for an adventure. No, Audrey, you're no longer an innocent girl. You should clearly understand how great the danger is hidden within. Audrey would let her thoughts wander from time to time, and at other times, she would do some self-reflection. At least 1,000 years? The Aurora Order hasn't appeared for more than 300 years, maybe even less than 200 years. This shouldn't have been built by them. Yes, perhaps the faith of the true creator existed in the early 5th epoch, or even the 4th epoch. However, the organization that served him back then wasn't the Aurora Order. In the following 1,000 to 2,000 years, under the great suppression of the 7 churches, the believers of the true creator repeatedly fell into danger. The church was destroyed time and time again, and finally it revived. For the Aurora Order, Klein, who had some guesses, didn't change his sitting posture or state. Sun paused for 2 seconds and continued. The terrifying monsters in the ruins of the city and the half-destroyed temple have been preliminarily cleared. The terrifying monsters in the ruins of the city and the half-destroyed temple have been cleaned up. Our mission this time is to explore the underground part of the temple. Do you have any suggestions? With your understanding of the fallen creator, what should I pay attention to? My suggestion? The hanging man, Alger said without any hesitation. My suggestion is to absolutely not go. The fallen creator is a true evil god. Even if his temple has been destroyed, it's very likely that there's still an abnormally strange danger hidden in his temple that's difficult to detect. If the other elders of the 6-member council were leading the team, it wouldn't be impossible for you to go, but the risk would be very high. But you just said that the person in charge of this matter is Shepherd Lovia, and the true creator is a god at the top of this beyonder pathway. Therefore, you absolutely can't go, Alger added. Your suggestion is the same as mine, but such a suggestion doesn't need sun to describe the situation of the half-destroyed temple at all. It can be concluded from the conditions given at the beginning. I get it. Mr. the Hanging Man, you did it on purpose. This way, you didn't pay any price to roughly figure out the situation of the half-destroyed temple. It's like bullying a child, sitting at the seat of honor. The fool Klein leisurely reached out to hold his forehead. Sun fell silent for a few seconds before saying awkwardly, "But I have to accept the mission." The Hanging Man chuckled. "Nothing is necessary. Before this mission, will you still participate in the patrol? Find an opportunity and deliberately let the monster injure you. As for the specifics, you can refer to the past examples of the City of Silver." At that moment, Audrey read a message from Sun's eyes and actions. "That works too?" After a brief moment of surprise and confusion, Derek frowned slightly. "But I don't have any patrol missions recently," the Hanging Man Alger chuckled. "You can pretend that you're close to losing control." "No, to be precise, you can make yourself close to losing control. Under such circumstances, I believe the upper echelons of the City of Silver wouldn't bring a dangerous item that could explode at any time for an exploration, right? There's a trick. As long as you keep your spirituality in a relatively dry state for 2 consecutive days, you will experience auditory hallucinations and show signs of losing control. And if you don't continue to squeeze it, the situation will improve in a week and you won't really lose control. Of course, your City of Silver definitely has methods and measures to treat those who show signs of losing control. The recovery should be faster, so you have to estimate the time. It's best to start 2 or 3 days before you set off. Derek was taken aback. After a long while, he muttered to himself, "That's right." After a long while, he muttered to himself, "Yes, people who show signs of losing control will be restrained and isolated in the Spire's basement. They will receive treatment for medicine, rituals, and mystical items. If the situation is mild, they only need to consume medicine. Sigh, an honest and sincere child has been poisoned by an old fox just like that. However, Mr. the Hanging Man, how do you know the technique to make yourself close to losing control? If this technique is often used, losing control might really befall." Klein sighed inwardly. Audrey was also dumbfounded when she heard that. She felt that she had learned another lesson. Seeing that Sun was still a little hesitant, as though he didn't want to deceive the City of Silver elders, the Hanging Man Alger asked in a low voice, "Do the other elders of the 6-member council know that the fallen creator is in control of the Shepherd pathway?" "I don't know." Derek shook his head honestly. Alger asked again, "Do you think that Shepherd Elder Lovia might cause harm to the City of Silver?" "Just answer yes or no. Don't explain." "Yes." In the end, he couldn't lie to himself anymore. Alger chuckled. "So, you're the only one who knows about this, but can't find a way to warn the other elders of the 6-member council, right?" "Yes." Derek's expression gradually became solemn. Alger changed his sitting posture and leaned back slightly. "That mission is extremely risky. You know that. If you die in that half-destroyed temple, who can think of a way to expose Shepherd Lovia's oddity? Who can save the City of Silver from disaster? The fallen creator is a true evil god. You didn't pretend to lose control and deceive others because of selfishness. You did it to save the City of Silver. Which is more important, your honor, or it? Sun gritted his teeth and nodded solemnly. I understand. Thank you, Mr. the Hanging Man. Audrey and Magician's Furs immediately had the urge to cover their faces with their hands. What an easily fooled child. But that's good too. It prevents the tarot from losing members in the near future. Klein sighed silently and controlled the world. I have a question for Mr. Sun, Klein said. This might involve a deal. I request for a private exchange. Klein hurriedly switched back to himself and nodded indifferently. Sure. After the magicians and company were blocked, the world looked at Sunday. Does the City of Silver have a way to remove the mental corruption of an evil god from a Beyonder characteristic? This was something Klein had wanted to ask a few times in the past, but considering that Justice and company might be interested, and with Sun being unable to answer and involving an evil god, all eyes were cast on the godlike Mr. Fool. He restrained his urge until he received a revelation from Miss Justice and came up with the idea of a private conversation. We haven't met any evil gods. Sun, Derek replied sincerely, we only have a way to separate the mental corruption of the rampager in the Beyonder characteristic. This is it. That might work. After all, I have the gray fog. Klein held back his joy and made the world speak. What reward do you want? It's not about the reward. Sun shook his head and said, that method and the corresponding knowledge requires at least a patrol captain, or even a powerhouse at the level of an exploration captain, to have the right to come into contact with it. The former requires a sequence 7, and the latter requires a minimum of a sequence 6. Phew! Klein sighed and made the world say in a hoarse voice, that's right. I hope you will be qualified as soon as possible. Chapter 346. After the world and the Sun finished their private conversation, the tarot gathering entered a free chat session. With great interest, Audrey inquired about the unique scenery and strange happenings at sea. The Hanging Man, Alger, gave a selective description based on his own knowledge. Magicians, Furs listened quietly and gradually gained inspiration. She wanted to write a novel about a pirate king. She wanted to write about how he captured a female passenger and had a love-hate relationship with her. A story where fantasy and reality coexisted. Sun could only imagine what the sea looked like based on the paintings and the corresponding text in the City of Silver's collection. In the end, Klein, whose spirituality was gradually drained, announced the end of the tarot gathering. He quickly returned to the real world and took an afternoon nap. 7:30 p.m., Empress Borough, in a house that seemed to belong to a noble. Furs put on a hooded robe. After many days, she once again participated in the gathering organized by Mr. A. She sat quietly in a corner and pretended to casually look around. She found that Mr. A, who was sitting alone in the sofa, seemed a little different from before. This wasn't a change in appearance or temperament, because his face was completely hidden in the shadows of the hood. Furs couldn't see him clearly at all. She felt that he was different, but it was an almost intuitive feeling. Mr. A was no longer as leisurely and indifferent as before. He always looked at everyone with a condescending attitude. Now he seemed to be very repressed, trying hard to control something, and the sense of danger he gave off skyrocketed. In the past, Mr. A was like a mountain, but now he's closer to a venomous snake with its forked tongue. The best-selling author, Furs, suddenly felt glad that she hadn't brought her along to hide the matter of the tarot. In order not to let Zio know that she was seeking to purchase items from the Sun domain. This way, even if something unexpected were to happen, it would be much easier for me to escape. Furs turned the bracelet that only had 2 stones left. She wasn't in a hurry to write her request on a note and give it to the attendant. Instead, she patiently watched for a while. This was not because she was naturally cautious, but because the past few lessons had left a deep impression on her. The only 2 stones left on the bracelet were proof. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, she finally picked up the paper and pen in front of her and wrote in deliberately distorted handwriting, seeking to purchase mystical items or powerful Beyonder weapons from the Sun domain. After handing the note to the attendant, Furs looked around again, but she was unable to find the eternal blazing sun believer who had helped with the purification and exorcism ritual among the many disguised or concealed figures. As the waiters shuttled back and forth, the whole hall was quiet and orderly. After the discussion in the middle, Furs's request was added to the 2 blackboards at the front. Before long, she received a reply from the waiter. A small piece of white paper was filled with densely packed words. Mystical item, Ring of Light. It allows the wearer to become an emissary of light, a servant of the sun. They will be immune to many diseases and wield the power of holiness. The wearer can summon dazzling beams of light and use many spells from the sun domain. It can purify dead spirits within 50 meters. It is the nemesis of such creatures. Through this ring, those that the wearer approves of will be enhanced, and those that disapprove will be weakened. The only problem is that if the wearer uses it frequently, they will gradually become a believer of the eternal blazing Sunday. They will slowly abide by the teachings from the bottom of their hearts and praise the sun. If you wish to obtain it, please pay £9,000 in cash in one go. I can wait for you to raise it. £9,000? Furs gaped, feeling as though the other party was robbing her. This was a huge amount of wealth that she couldn't borrow, even if she borrowed it from someone. Apart from the deposit for the assassination of the ambassador with Intis, all the money she had seen up to this point didn't add up to this much. A person with £9,000 in cash would definitely be considered a tycoon even in Bakeland. Although I know that mystical items are expensive, I didn't expect them to be this expensive. Does he want to stop participating in Beyonder gatherings after receiving £9,000, withdraw from the circle, and enjoy life in peace? Furs quietly took a deep breath and didn't dare to respond for a moment. She pretended as though nothing had happened and listened in for nearly 10 minutes, but she didn't receive any other responses or relatively cheap Beyonder weapons. She had no choice but to get up and head to the bathroom. After confirming that no one was around, she closed the bathroom door, sat on the toilet, and recited Mr. Fool's honorific name. She told him what had happened in the form of a prayer and asked him to pass it on to the world. Above the endless grayish-white fog, Klein, who had heard the overlapping illusory voices, quickly entered and gained a basic grasp of the situation. £9,000? He silently recited this number, and his expression twisted slightly. After silently calculating the amount of money he could raise in a short period of time, he exhaled, conjured the fake world, and manipulated him to respond. The negative side effects of this mystical item are too serious. I don't want to become a believer of the sun. You don't have to worry about this anymore. Let's switch to cash transactions. Pay £450, and the recipe for the trick master is yours, Lucian said. As soon as he said that, the connection was cut off. Klein watched the world disappear, raised his hand to rub his forehead, and muttered to himself. Next, we'll have to see what clues that barbarian lady can gather. Meng Meng thought to herself. Otherwise, I'll have to buy that brooch from old Mr. Eye of Wisdom. In the bathroom, Furs heaved a sigh of relief and indicated that she would hold the sacrificial ritual as soon as possible. It's a pity that I don't know the formula for the time being. Otherwise, I could take the opportunity to see if there are any Beyonder ingredients I need. She returned to the hall and focused her gaze on the information on the 2 blackboards. She didn't respond to the previous note, nor did she even consider the issue of bargaining. This was because even if she could get the other party £1,000 cheaper, she didn't have the money to buy it. More importantly, she felt that Mr. World wouldn't be able to afford it either. She watched until the end, and due to Mr. A's changes, she didn't stay any longer. Without talking to anyone, she quickly left the house. After more than 10 minutes, the gathering was completely over, leaving only Mr. A and his attendants behind. Mr. slowly stood up and walked down the stairs to the basement. Suddenly, his knees buckled, and he fell to the ground, rolling down several steps. He lay there, and the shadow beneath him quickly turned crimson. His flesh and blood melted and soaked into it, making the shadow look like a brand new, skinless, monster-like person that had been separated from his body. Gasp! Mr. A's breathing gradually calmed down, and his tense body slowly relaxed. The separated flesh and blood flowed back into the body again. Everything became normal again. Mr. A crawled forward and knelt in the basement. Once again, he choked with sobs and made a confession. He was repenting for his previous mistakes and his lack of vigilance, allowing the Lord's descent to be foiled. City of Silver, Derek Berg's home. He circled the table in silence a few times, unable to make up his mind. His rationality told him that Mr. Hangman's suggestion was the best choice, but his mind kept flashing with the faces of the other members who were participating in the mission. He felt that he would be abandoning them if he pretended to lose control and didn't go. Is there no way to save them? Should I find an opportunity to meet the chief and tell him that the half-destroyed temple belongs to the fallen creator, an evil god who wields the shepherd pathway? I'll tell him to be careful of Elder Lovia and change the person in charge of this mission. But where should I say that I learned this from? In their eyes, Mr. Fool should also be equivalent to an evil god. Derek scratched his hair in frustration. The axe of Hurricane was placed within reach, and with every bolt of lightning that streaked across the window, it emitted a faint glow. Suddenly, Derek stopped in his tracks and looked at the alternating light and darkness outside. He looked at the deep, black sky. It was as if he had seen his parents before they died, and he found the pain of stabbing a straight sword down. It's too late this time. I have to make preparations in the future. I have to make sure that the discovery of the fallen creator isn't suspected. His expression contorted for a moment as he gritted his teeth and muttered to himself. Then he suddenly left the window and returned to the table. He began to practice the light suppliant beyond her powers to expend his spirituality, allowing it to quickly dry up. In Earl of Hall's luxurious villa, Audrey, who was leisurely painting in the art studio, heard a rhythmic knock on the door. When her maid Annie opened the door, she realized that it was her mother, Countess Caitlin. Although this lady was close to 50, she looked to be in her early 30s. She had blonde hair, blue eyes, and was beautiful and graceful. She was enough to attract the attention of most gentlemen. "Mom, what's the matter?" Audrey put down the items in her hand and stood up in puzzlement. The Countess looked at her youngest daughter, who was more beautiful than she was when she was younger, and smiled. "I just attended a banquet. Madame Della said that you're very interested in psychology and want to hire a tutor, is that right?" "Yes, but I haven't made a final decision yet." Audrey pretended to be hesitant as she answered, as usual. How could the Countess not see through her daughter's thoughts? She smiled and said she recommended a psychiatrist named Escalante. "If you don't have any problems, I'll send someone to invite her for lessons twice a week. How about that?" "You decide." Audrey's smile blossomed bit by bit. "Mom, come sit here. I happen to be lacking a beautiful model." On Tuesday morning, Klein confirmed from the Bakelin Morning Post that there would be a gathering held by old Mr. I of Wisdom tomorrow night. He immediately heaved a sigh of relief, no longer worrying about whether the items could keep up with Miss Sharon's siege of the enemy. To celebrate the good news, he decided to go to the Quelegg Club for a day of leisure. Chapter 347. In the Quelegg Club's underground shooting range. After shooting, Klein carefully maintained the free revolver and adjusted the ratio of purifying bullets, demon-hunting bullets, and exorcism bullets to 3-1-1. Phew! He exhaled, put away the revolver, straightened his jacket, and slowly returned to the hall on the first floor. He had just heard from the waiter that the pan-fried dragon-bone fish was a limited supply today. As soon as he entered the buffet cafeteria, Klein saw an acquaintance, Talon Dumont. This equestrian coach, who had short brown curly hair and came from a declining noble family, had an unfocused gaze as he ate his lunch without tasting the food. Klein walked over with his tray, sat down, and greeted them. Talon turned his head to look at him. His lips quivered a few times, and after 3 or 4 seconds of silence, he finally stammered. "Sherlock, do you know people with strange abilities, very powerful, very rare people?" "Yes, the person in front of you is—" Klein raised his eyebrows slightly, but he did not give a direct answer. "What do you want?" Talim opened his mouth, but didn't say anything. He pondered for a while with a serious expression before squeezing out a smile. "Nothing, I was just curious. Last time, he asked me what I should do if I fell in love with someone I shouldn't love. This time, he asked me if I knew anyone with strange abilities. Are you trying to get rid of the other party and completely cut off your friend's feelings? What kind of person is worth such a risk? Hiring a killer was tantamount to murder." Klein mumbled to himself and cut a piece of fish without any bones and stuffed it into his mouth. Talim took a deep breath, quickly finished the food on his plate, and wiped his mouth with a napkin. He seemed to have returned to normal and said with a smile, "Mike wants to hire you as his bodyguard for a few days." "Mike Joseph? That reporter from the Daily Observer? I remember that his performance in Golden Rose was rather outstanding." Klein chuckled. "What does Mike want to do?" Talim spread his hands. "I'm not sure. He just mentioned it casually. It seems to be related to an interview. He said he would visit you the day after tomorrow and hoped that you would be free to accept this request." "I'm not sure." Klein, who didn't know the specifics, didn't give a definite answer. At this moment, he heard a woman pleading in his ears. Miss Magicians? Was she prepared to sacrifice money in exchange for the formula? Klein sped up and finished the rest of the food. Then he drank the black tea in one gulp and went to the reception desk to ask the waiter to open a lounge for him. After sealing the room with a wall of spirituality, he went above the gray fog and discovered that his judgment was correct. Miss Magicians was requesting to hold a sacrificial ritual. The reason why Furs had delayed until now was that she only had £370 on her. She had to go to the bank to withdraw part of her savings. After a series of operations, she saw the £450 disappear into the illusory door, and a formula appeared in her mind. Sequence 8, Trickmaster. Main ingredients: spirit eaters, stomach pouch, 20 milliliters of deep-sea marlin's blood. Supplementary ingredients: 5 milliliters of essential oil made from hornbeam, 10 g of threadball grass powder, 1 blooming chestnut flower, 80 milliliters of pure water. I finally got it. It's been years. Furs was overjoyed. She couldn't help but pace back and forth, feeling smug. Then she took out a pen and paper to record the formula in case she forgot it and had to trouble Mr. Fool again. "If I don't meet someone who doesn't understand the market, the main ingredients will cost at least £300 each, and I only have £430 left. I still have to work hard to earn money. I am going to write a new book." Furs instantly felt that she was filled with motivation. She was no longer the procrastinator from before. At 7:55 on Wednesday evening, Klein, who had all his savings, stepped into the house where Eye of Wisdom was holding the gathering with mixed feelings. He was wearing a black robe and a hood that covered his face. He also wore an iron mask. £1,674 in cash and 5 gold coins. "This is the new peak of my wealth. I wonder how much will be left after this gathering." Klein entered the activity room with a myriad of thoughts and scanned the area with the help of the flickering candlelight. The apothecary isn't here. Is he delayed? Klein frowned slightly and sat in the same seat as last time. After a few minutes, Eye of Wisdom clapped his hands and said, "Let's begin." Before he could finish his sentence, someone eagerly spoke up. It was none other than the woman who seemed to have the support of an artisan. She suppressed her voice and said, "Is the friend who sold the Briber formula here?" "I'm here," Klein answered succinctly. The woman heaved a sigh of relief and reached out to push down the iron mask. "There's a beyonder weapon you need this time. Of course, you can also choose cash." "What beyonder weapon?" Klein suppressed the restlessness in his heart. The woman organized her words and said, This is a whip woven from the feathers of the holy sun bird. Usually you can disguise it as a belt. When used, it will be covered in pure holy flames of light. Any undead monster that is whipped by it will suffer great damage. The weaker ones will even be directly obliterated. It can also be used to soak in liquid to create holy sun water, but this will reduce the amount of time it can maintain its spirituality for a month at a time. Currently, it can be used for 13 months. If you're willing, I can use it to exchange for the Briber formula. You won't need to pay any additional money. Holy sun bird? It's not the divine bird of the sun. If it's the latter's feathers, I'll take it. Of course, only the tail feathers will do. They can be used to concoct the sequence for unshadowed potion. Klein was rather satisfied with the weapon itself, but the problem was that it had quite a bit of overlap with the purifying bullets and exorcism bullets. Furthermore, it could only be used for 13 months. Every time he created a portion of holy sun water, it would be reduced by 1 month. When the time came, he would have to replenish similar items. With this in mind, he turned to look at the seat of honor. Mr. Eye of Wisdom, can you introduce in detail the brooch you mentioned last time? Yes, write it on a piece of paper and indicate a price that will satisfy you. He was afraid that the others present would be interested in the brooch after hearing the introduction and raise the price. Therefore, he decided to let the other party write it. All right. Eye of Wisdom laughed and got the attendant to bring a pen and paper. As he wrote, the members of the gathering continued their transactions. Some people even asked about the price of the whip and received an answer that they would talk about it later. After a while, Eye of Wisdom finished writing the introduction and handed it to Klein through the attendant. Klein unfolded it and found that the words on the paper were printed. He couldn't see anything special about them. Very careful. He read carefully. The sun brooch can also be called Midsummer. It's one of the weaker grade, 2-sealed artifacts. With it as the center, the area within 10 meters will be filled with pure and warm energy. Normal people won't be able to sense it, but undead monsters will be continuously injured. They will be like a pool of water under a blazing fireball, quickly evaporating. Even the vengeful spirits and shadows will be the same, but they will last a little longer. In this kind of environment, the strength of powerful undead will obviously be weakened. It's very difficult for the wearer to be possessed and contaminated by evil monsters. The wearer can use spells such as summon holy light, create holy water, flame of light, cleave of purification, fear immunity, holy oath, and sun halo. The downside is that as long as you wear it, you will never be able to feel cool. You will always be in the terrible heat. Young man, don't underestimate this state. You will slowly lose control of the heat. I can only sell it if the price is 2,000 pounds. Don't try to bargain. You should know very well that I'm not too short of money, and I'm a collector. It's much stronger than I imagined. Old Mr. Eye of Wisdom was too vague last time. Klein's heart palpitated. After thinking for a few seconds, he turned his head to look at the lady with the artisan backing her. 900 pounds in cash. The normal price of a sequence 7-potion formula was about 800 pounds. Deal. The lady replied without hesitation. If I had known, I would have asked for 1,000 pounds. Klein squeezed out a smile. He was a man of his word and didn't go back on his word. He used the prepared formula to exchange for 900 pounds in cash, instantly increasing the amount of cash he had to 2,574 pounds. This was enough for a single man to live a good life. After old Mr. Eye of Wisdom's appraisal, the lady looked at the formula again in satisfaction. Sequence 7 Briber. Main ingredients: 1 weeping baby flower, strange-faced marijuana crystal. Supplementary ingredients: 5 drops of golden datura juice, 5 drops of black datura juice, 4 drops of hallucinatory grass essential oil, 80 milliliters of red wine. After completing the transaction, Klein took a deep breath and looked at old Mr. Eye of Wisdom. He said solemnly, 2,000 pounds. I want that brooch of Sunday. Eye of Wisdom chuckled. To be honest, I don't really want to sell it, but since I have 2-081, the existence of the Brooch of Sun isn't necessary. Besides, I've already offered price. It's not my style to go back on my word. Wait for me for 3 minutes. I'll go take out the Brooch of Sunday, all right, Klein answered in a pained and expectant manner. At this moment, the gazes of the Beyonders in the activity room were all focused on him. A transaction of £2,000 rarely appeared in ordinary gatherings of this level. It might not even happen once in a year or two. And from these gazes, Klein clearly sensed greed and covetousness. After a brief silence, the transaction continued until Eye of Wisdom returned. In his open palm lay a dark gold brooch in the shape of a sunbird. It was obvious that there was some sweat on Eye of Wisdom's face. Chapter 348. You can make the payment after confirmation. Eye of Wisdom, who was wearing a hooded robe, walked straight to Klein and handed him the dark gold brooch. Very generous. Just as Klein reached out to take it, before he could take a closer look, he felt that his surroundings had turned hot. Even the wind seemed to have been burned by a raging fire. Once he inhaled it, it spread to his lungs. At that instant, it was as if he had left the cold and damp Bakeland and was now in the middle of the northern continent's desert and wilderness. Above his head was the sun that emitted infinite light and heat, and around him was endless yellow sand that was extremely dry. Phew, it makes me want to eat ice cream. Sweat slowly seeped out of Klein's forehead, but with the iron mask pressed tightly against him, the liquid was unable to drip freely. All it could do was cling to the spot in a sticky manner. Through direct contact, he sensed the pure, warm energy radiating outwards, and the surrounding Beyonders didn't show any abnormalities. After pinning the brooch in the correct position, Klein emitted his spirituality and immersed them into the dark gold surface. With a boom, he saw pure golden dots of light dancing in the sky as he received a lot of information. This included how to use a portion of the sun domain's spells with the help of the brooch. The focus was on the spirituality input technique and the activation incantation. Among them, by continuously providing spirituality for 2 seconds, the brooch would summon a holy light that descended from the sky, purifying undead creatures and dealing a certain amount of damage to other types of targets. By continuously providing spirituality for 5 seconds and chanting the word sun in ancient Hermes, it could create a small amount of holy sun water. This could expel evil spirits, chase away the cold, and purify wraiths. Coupled with the difference in strength and interruption, the rest of the spells could be cast accordingly. Fire of Light was a dense, golden, holy flame that appeared out of thin air. Cleave of Purification was an effective attack against evil spirits and wraiths. It could be attached to bullets. Fear Immunity allowed the wearer to no longer feel fear. Holy Oath could temporarily increase one's strength, dexterity, fire damage, or holy damage by chanting the corresponding ancient Hermes word. The sun halo was targeted at companions within a 20-meter radius. It could effectively increase their courage and purify the evil energy in their bodies. It feels pretty good. Apart from the lack of strangeness, there aren't any major flaws. It complements my magician's powers. It's just a little too hot. Klein's mind was filled with images of himself in a short-sleeved shirt. He rolled up his robe and took out a stack of notes from his inner pocket. Together with the £900 he had received from the woman, who was the artisan, he counted a total of £2,000 in cash and gave it to Eye of Wisdom's attendant. After counting 3 times and finally confirming that there were no mistakes, Klein looked at the rapidly shrinking wallet, feeling both happy and melancholy. All that was left of the money he had painstakingly saved were £574 in banknotes and 5 gold pieces. However, he had also obtained his second mystical item. Its side effects were clearly less than that of the Master Key. It was a mystical item with more outstanding abilities. The Brooch of the Sun. It's just too hot. Klein reached out to touch the iron mask and almost took it off to fan himself. With the amount of banknotes returned to what it was in the past, he no longer considered buying anything else. He sat there quietly and listened until the end, stimulated by the large transaction of £2,000. Tonight's gathering was relatively lively. For example, the whip made from the feathers of the holy sunbird was sold for £850. Eye of Wisdom also continuously bought an ancient book and a Beyonder ingredient. When it was over, Eye of Wisdom surveyed the area, looked at Klein and chuckled. It chuckled and said, "You're the first to leave. They're afraid that I'll be robbed." Klein thanked it sincerely, and under the guidance of the attendant, he walked out of the activity room. Then he eagerly took off his hooded robe and iron mask. He had already tried to wrap and seal it with his spirituality. He could isolate the continuous purification of the surroundings by the brooch of the sun, preventing its existence from being discovered by other Beyonders. However, the negative effects couldn't be weakened unless he didn't carry it on him. In order to ensure my mental health, I'll only use it when I need it in the future. Usually I'll just rely on purifying bullets and exorcism bullets. Klein left the gathering, took a big detour, and arrived outside the Brave. He entered and circled around, then quickly walked out and hired a carriage. Unsurprisingly, he soon saw the outline of a figure in a black regal dress in front of him. Sharon's appearance didn't change at all. She asked in an ethereal tone, "Are you ready?" "Yes, you can choose the location and time for the ambush. Inform me when you're sure." Klein nodded calmly. Sharon looked at him. "All right." Seeing that she was about to disappear, Klein added, "Get Caspers to prepare a box of explosives and bury them in different parts of the battlefield." Seeing that she was about to disappear, Klein added, "Get Caspers to prepare a box of explosives and bury them in different parts of the battlefield." Sharon fell silent for 2 seconds. "Steve is also an explosives expert." "No, my main goal isn't to blow anyone up." Klein smiled. "I just want to set off some fireworks." Sharon looked at him quietly for a few seconds before finally nodding. Seeing her figure quickly turn incorporeal, Klein leaned back against the wall and opened the window, allowing the bone-chilling, cold wind to blow in. However, he still felt very hot. "I hated summer when I was on Earth." "Well, I like popsicles, ice cream, cold drinks, watermelon." As Klein mumbled, he reached into his pocket and grabbed the sun brooch. This was a mystical item worth £2,000. Returning to Minsk Street, Klein slowly walked along the path with withered trees on both sides towards the house at number 15. When he passed by Lawyer Jurgen's house, he subconsciously looked inside and saw the gas lamp with a faint blue glow. "There's someone here." Klein sighed with a smile, his forehead dripping with sweat. The next day, early in the morning on Thursday, just as Klein came out of the bathroom with the newspaper, he heard the doorbell ring. "Who is it?" "Oh, right. Talon mentioned that the reporter, Mike Joseph, would be looking for me today." Amidst the clanging sounds, Klein came to the door and reached out to grab the handle. The image of the visitor naturally appeared in his mind. He was in his 30s, dressed in a black woolen coat and a half-top hat of the same color. He had sparse eyebrows, charming blue eyes, and a beautiful mustache, but his skin was rather rough. He was none other than Mike Joseph, a reporter from the Daily Observer. "Good morning, Mike. Talon told me." Klein opened the door and greeted him. Without a doubt, he had thrown the sun brooch above the gray fog. Mike Joseph tugged at his bow tie and said, "Sorry to disturb you so early. I have something else to do later." "I understand," Klein said politely. "Have you had breakfast?" "I understand," Klein said politely. "Have you had breakfast? Do you want to try my toast?" "I'm really sorry about that. I'm really sorry. It would be nice if there was a cup of hot coffee. Milk would be fine too. I saw that you ordered fresh milk." "All right." Klein smiled. He busied himself with baking the toast, pouring the milk, and taking out the tin can of cream. Then he sat down and ate until he was half full without saying a word. Across from him, Mike enjoyed his breakfast without restraint, oblivious to the silent atmosphere. Phew! Klein exhaled and put down his cup. Mike, you want to hire me to protect you? Mike slowly put down his knife and fork and drank a mouthful of milk. Yes, about 2 days. Friday and Saturday and maybe Sunday morning. Who wants to hurt you? Klein asked after some deliberation. Mike chuckled. No, this is a form of proactive self-protection. The chief editor of the newspaper has arranged for me to go to East Borough, the dock area, and the factory district to do an investigative piece of news. It's said that I've received funding from a church or a noble. As you know, East Borough is rife with gangs. There are villains everywhere, or people who are willing to betray their conscience for a bite to eat. I need a protector who's good at fighting and shooting. Besides, most private detectives have connections in East Borough, don't they? I don't. I rely on metaphysics to solve cases. No inference. Klein thought for a moment. But I might not have the time for the next few days. I have to wait for Miss Sharon to take action. Mike hurriedly cleared his throat and said, I've already applied for it. 10 pounds. The total for this protection mission is 10 pounds, even if nothing happens. Klein smiled. Mike, I'm serious. If I'm free, I'll accept this commission. If I really can't handle it, I'll introduce you to another detective who's also good at fighting and shooting. For example, Stewart or Kaslana. 2 names had already flashed through his mind. Mike finished the rest of the toast. No problem. After breakfast, Klein watched the reporter leave his home. Through the oriel window, he enjoyed the pattering of the freezing rain outside, the carriages and pedestrians that came and went, the dark sky and the colorful umbrellas. Finally, a normal mission. It doesn't involve beyonders, nor is it a cat in the act of catching an adulterer. Unfortunately, it's not a commission like a murder case. Otherwise, I'd be able to experience what it's like to be a true detective. There's only one truth. Klein's thoughts wandered, and he was in an inexplicable state of leisure. If it wasn't for the fact that he was worried about Sharon and Merrick, he planned on relaxing, visiting all kinds of museums, buying a ticket to the theater, listening to a few operas and concerts, and experiencing the various cuisines of Bakeland. Yes, I'm a casual tourist, a lonely gourmet. Klein gave a self-deprecating laugh, turned around, and walked to the sofa area, intending to flip through the newspaper he had yet to finish reading. Suddenly, he noticed that there was a note on the coffee table at some point in time. The handwriting was elegant and reserved. Meet at the back door of the Brave tonight at 10. Klein was stunned for a moment. He turned his head to look out the window and sighed silently. Is it finally going to begin? Chapter 349. 10 in the evening, in the alley at the back door of the Brave. Klein, who was wearing a black double-breasted frock coat and a half-top hat of the same color, only circled the area once before strolling to the nearest street, like the last time. Just as he walked out of the alley, a carriage stopped in front of him, and behind the glass window was Merrick-esque brown eyes that were constantly suppressing their malice. Klein pressed down on the half-top hat on his head, held his sturdy cane, and calmly boarded the carriage, as though he was the one who had beckoned for the carriage to stop. He sat down and straightened his bow tie, like a gentleman on his way to a banquet. Such an attire isn't suitable for combat. Dressed in a white shirt, black vest, and tight pants, Merrick sized him up and suddenly furrowed his brows. It was obvious that he still had some doubts about Klein's strength, but he chose to trust Sharon. Klein smiled in a relaxed manner. My beyonder powers are different from yours, and so are my combat styles. Such clothes won't cause any negative effects, and it even suits me very well. For example, it has a lot of pockets, allowing me to store different items in different places. This way, I won't take the wrong item when I'm anxious and lose my life because of a laughable mistake. As he spoke, he took out the remaining 3 sedatives from a secret pocket he had sewn. A special sedative concocted by an apothecary. As soon as he finished speaking, A silhouette quickly appeared on the other side of the window. It was a figure wearing a black regal dress and a small bonnet. She was none other than the Sequence 5 Beyonder of the Mutant Pathway, Wraith Sharon. "You're explaining too much," Sharon said in an ethereal tone as she looked at Klein with her blue eyes. "It's not natural enough." "I'm just trying to get into my acting mode." Klein laughed dryly and replied, "It's probably because I'm a little nervous." Without waiting for Sharon to speak again, he handed the 3 sedatives to Merrick. Without waiting for Sharon to speak again, he handed the 3 sedatives to Merrick. Without waiting for Sharon to speak again, he handed the 3 sedatives to Merrick. "I believe that you have more experience than me. You won't drink too early or too late, and you won't drink too little or too much." Merrick looked at the sealed and transparent glass test tube and gently shook the liquid inside. 2.5. Any more, and I'll really calm down and not want to do anything for a while. "Very good," Klein praised and turned to look at Sharon. "Have you determined the location of the ambush?" Sharon nodded slightly. "We're on our way there." She did not directly reveal the location of the battle to Klein. Very cautious, very careful. Klein thought for a moment and asked, "Will you be harmed by the purification?" "Zombies can do it, and I can do it when I'm in my spirit form," Sharon gave a very simple answer. In other words, when a Sequence 5 Wraith still has a physical body, it's very difficult for purification to have any effects. Klein asked thoughtfully, "What about exorcism? What about the demon hunters?" As she was dealing with a powerhouse of the same pathway, Sharon didn't hide anything. "Demon hunting will cause damage to our bodies, while exorcism will harm both our bodies and spirit bodies, but it's not fatal." Klein smiled and exhaled. "I understand." He thought for a moment and asked again after some deliberation, "Do you feel the power of purification and exorcism?" "No," Merrick answered hoarsely from the side. "Very good. The spirituality cage that mutated from the wall of spirituality can indeed isolate the effects of the sun brooch. However, I'm so hot." Klein sighed inwardly and confirmed, "That's not the case. Wraith Steve, Zombie Jason, and Werewolf Tyre, apart from the Scarlet Lunar Corona, what other mystical items or Beyonder weapons do they have?" "We don't know." Merrick pinched the space between his eyebrows again, looking a little annoyed. With the great battle at hand, it was inevitable that he, who had been suppressing his malice and desires, would have some emotional fluctuations. Sharon listened quietly and replied in an unperturbed tone, "That's right. Under the influence of the Scarlet Lunar Corona, Jason and Tyre will be in a relatively crazy state. Even if they have mystical items, they don't have the rationality to use them, unless it's passive." Merrick added, "And to a werewolf, his claws are his Beyonder weapons. It's the same for me, Tyre, and Jason. They can slice through steel and come with poison." Klein's eyes darted around slightly as he nodded. "All right, I have no more questions." In the night, where there were few passers-by, the carriage sped along. The wheels of the carriage ran over puddles from time to time, splashing tiny stains on the ground. 10 minutes later, Merrick had the zombie who was driving pull the reins. Klein looked out of the glass window and saw a dark place with dilapidated buildings. Not far away, there was the sound of running water. "This is the West Balham dock that has been abandoned for a year. It's about to be renovated. Our ambush spot is in the warehouse area," Merrick introduced. "An abandoned West Balham dock. If anything were to happen, the Tussock River would be the best escape route. According to my previous reconnaissance, there's a Lever Cathedral about 2 kilometers northwest of here. It belongs to the god of steam and machinery." Klein quickly recalled his surroundings. He got off the carriage, pretended to leisurely straighten his clothes, and with his cane in hand, he followed Sharon and Merrick deep into the dock that was about to be renovated. After walking for about 5 or 6 minutes, they arrived at an empty space surrounded by a few warehouses. The soil here was dark brown, and withered weeds were everywhere. A wooden crate was quietly placed in a secluded and dark corner. "That's the explosives you wanted." Merrick pointed. Klein nodded. "Aren't you afraid that a tramp will steal it?" "My zombies are sleeping underground here. Once anyone enters, they will scare them away." Merrick pointed to a few spots. "When you bury the bombs, avoid them." "No problem." Klein chuckled and nodded. He then asked, "If I use my purification and exorcism powers now, will it harm those little guys of yours?" "No. They're equivalent to corpses in their slumber. Furthermore, there's a thick layer of soil as a barrier." Merrick gave an affirmative answer. After Sharon surveyed the area, she said, "Stay here and make your preparations." "You stay here and do your preparations. We'll lure the enemy over. It won't take more than 30 minutes. Please make good use of the time. After you're done with your preparations, hide in a random warehouse. Don't be in a rush to attack. You have to be patient. No matter how dangerous the situation is, treat it as normal. When I become weak and the scarlet lunar corona appears, you can use that eye to find Steve and launch a sudden attack on him. I'll also use my mystical item to cooperate with you." Klein listened carefully and chuckled. "It's a very simple plan." "The simpler the plan, the more effective it is," Sharon replied calmly. Merrick pinched his forehead and shook his head. "Steve isn't a stupid guy. If a complicated plan goes awry, it'll be completely ruined." After the exchange, Sharon's figure instantly vanished. Merrick also quickly ran out of the dock. Watching them leave, Klein took out a small square metal box from his pocket. There was a membrane formed from spirituality stuck to it. This was the spirituality cage that had evolved from the wall of spirituality. It could isolate the effects of certain mystical items on the outside world to a certain extent, but it couldn't improve the negative effects on the wielder. Of course, a sealed artifact that was too powerful or bizarre was definitely not something a spirituality cage could deal with. It needed a special sealing environment that corresponded to it. For warehouses, overgrown with weeds, and the ground is a little muddy from the previous rain. Klein took out a piece of paper and shook it. "Pa!" The piece of paper quickly tightened and became as hard as an iron plate. Klein held the piece of paper and quickly dug a shallow hole in the middle of the empty space. He buried the small square metal box in it, separated from the outside world by a thin layer of soil. Then he took out sticks of dynamite from the wooden box and buried them in different corners and different warehouses. As for the last few sticks, he buried them near the center of the tomb. After doing all of this, he took out his revolver and adjusted the ratio of bullets. 3 purification bullets and 2 exorcism bullets. Stuffing the revolver into his armpit holster, Klein straightened his clothes and went to the gap between 2 warehouses. He threw a paper figurine there on top of the buried explosives. He looked at his surroundings again and took out another square metal box. He removed the spirituality cage on the outside and took out the dark gold brooch in the shape of a sunbird. He solemnly wore it on his left chest. Phew! Klein exhaled and left. He circled the area outside, threw some inconspicuous items, and burned the used piece of paper. After returning, he climbed to the top of a warehouse and hid in the shadows. After counting and confirming the various charms, extract, and herbal powder, Klein touched the iron cigar case and snapped his fingers. The paper figurine he had thrown in the gap between the 2 warehouses immediately stood up, turning into a gentleman wearing a black double-breasted frock coat, a half-top hat, and a sturdy cane. The gentleman's position was rather remote and hidden, making it difficult for anyone who came in from the outside to see it. And with it replacing him, Klein's figure completely vanished from where he stood. However, his vision wasn't affected in any way, and he could clearly see the path that led to the clearing. Even though he was prepared and had experienced many battles, Klein still felt a little afraid and uneasy at this moment. No matter how good a performance was, it could still be seen through. Furthermore, the opponent was a sequence 5 beyonder with a mystical item. There was also a sequence 6 and a sequence 7. This is the state every magician is in before they go on stage, right? Klein took a silent breath, suppressing the various emotions in his heart and the heat in his body. Tonight, the crimson moon was covered by clouds, and there was only a faint glow in the clearing. Not long after, Klein saw 3 figures approaching at an extremely fast speed. Chapter 350. The one running at the front was Marek. His slightly messy hair was completely blown back by the wind, and his expression was distorted and ferocious. His speed was faster than a steam locomotive at its peak. With a whoosh, he arrived at the entrance of the clearing. But even so, he still couldn't shake off his pursuers. The person closest to him was a man whose face was as pale as his. There were a few indistinct black spots on his face, as if they were marks left behind by a rotting wound that had healed. The malice in his eyes was completely unconcealed and unsuppressed. It was like a zombie that yearned for fresh flesh and blood more than a human. Klein guessed that this was Sequence 6 Jason. The distance between Jason and Marek was maintained at 7 to 8 meters, sometimes lengthening and sometimes shortening over and over again. And more than 10 meters behind them, a figure was being left further and further behind. It was a thin but muscular man. His hair was shaved very short, and each strand stood up like a spike. As he swung his arms, the tips of his palms had a metallic glow that reflected the faint crimson moonlight. They were black fingernails that were as long as daggers. Werewolf Tyre. Klein silently recited the other party's code name and code name in his heart. In his mind, a wall splattered with blood appeared. Intestines hung in protruding positions, and bloody severed limbs and organs, scattered all over the ground, appeared. Tap, 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 tap. Marek ran with all his might. Jason gritted his teeth and chased after him with all his might. The black spots on his face that had healed had swollen at some point in time, as if rotting liquid was about to drip out. Wherever the two of them passed, the puddles on the ground and the liquid in the muddy soil quickly condensed into white frost, freezing inch by inch. The withered weeds were blown up by the strong wind created by the two of them. As they slowly fell, they rotted at a speed visible to the naked eye. Suddenly, a pale palm reached out from the frosted soil and accurately grabbed Jason's ankle. Pa! Jason twisted his body and kicked with all his might, breaking the palm's wrist and sending it flying. At the severed end, the flesh had long since rotted away, and white maggots scrambled to squirm out. Marek stopped, pinched his lips with his right hand, and whistled shrilly. Bang! 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 The soil in different parts of the empty space was lifted up, and the expressionless corpses sat up. At the same time, the cold wind suddenly swirled, and countless transparent shadows seemed to have smelled the blood feast. No one wanted to be left behind, and they all rushed to Jason. Some pulled his arms, some pulled his legs, and some even hugged his head. Jason stopped in his tracks and snorted. The shadows were immediately sent flying. Some of them screamed and disappeared, while others were lost in their original spots. Almost instantaneously, Marek and Jason raised their right hands at the same time. They raised their thumbs and placed them next to their index fingers, while their index fingers aimed at each other. Without a sound, the air separating the two exploded, and wisps of black chi surged upwards. Marek took a step back. A few strands of his messy hair withered and fell to the ground. Marek, you're still so weak. You still don't know how to use the power of desire. Jason laughed hoarsely. At this moment, Werewolf Tyre rushed to his side, and the Sequence 5 Beyonder in charge of this operation, Steve, was still nowhere to be seen. Don't be in a hurry to finish off Marek. Wait for Sharon to save him. Lord Steve is about to arrive, Werewolf Tyre said to Jason in a low voice. He then stuck out his bright red tongue and licked his lips. I wonder what Sharon will look like when she's naked. Before he could finish a sentence, he suddenly saw Jason turn his head. His pale face was gloomy, and two identical figures vaguely appeared in his eyes. A black, regal dress, pale blonde hair, a delicate face, and pale skin. Pa! He reached out with both palms and grabbed Werewolf Tyre's neck. The sound of his bones cracking could no longer be supported. Wraith Sharon had attacked. Tyre took a deep breath, causing his neck to swell up like a water pipe, causing strands of black hair to grow out. He temporarily resisted the force that was about to snap his windpipe and cervical spine. His eyes gradually rolled back, and his bright red tongue stuck out. Sticky saliva dripped down the sides of his lips. However, his right hand accurately and steadily reached into his pocket, breaking a certain preset spirituality shackles. The warehouse around the empty area suddenly lit up, and the crimson moonlight filled the area. Jason's grip on Werewolf Tyre's neck rapidly decreased, and a figure wearing a small bonnet appeared behind him. A smug and cruel smile appeared on Tyre's face. He took out a miniature full moon from his pocket with his right hand, a crimson full moon. It was a dark red accessory that constantly emitted a serene glow. It was in the shape of a full moon, and it was inlaid with crimson gems. In the middle was a symbol that symbolized the moon and many mysterious labels. Sharon instinctively narrowed her eyes and took 2 steps back. The illusory feeling quickly dissipated. Her legs seemed to no longer be able to support her weight, and she fell limply to the ground. Her complicated black regal dress was stained with dust and mud. Werewolf Tyre raised the round accessory that was the size of a palm that emitted a crimson glow and laughed as he panted. Lord Steve was right. You will definitely try to counterattack, and Sharon, the target of your possession, must be Jason, who is 1 sequence higher than me. Therefore, he handed the scarlet lunar corona to me. Guess where he is now? This is different from what Sharon expected. From the looks of it, I can only choose the best opportunity to attack. Klein frowned when he heard this, and he forcefully suppressed the anxiety in his heart. At this moment, Werewolf Tyre wasn't in a hurry to attack, because he knew that the longer the effects of the scarlet lunar corona lasted, the weaker Sharon would be and the more pain Merrick would feel. As for Jason's originally cold eyes, there was an additional hint of brutality and madness. He could no longer find any rationality in his eyes. He was also affected by the scarlet lunar corona, but he who was used to indulging his desires didn't feel any pain. Instead, he was filled with a desire for the fresh flesh and blood in front of him. Gasp! Jason let out an inhuman growl from his throat, and the hair on his exposed skin turned white. At this moment, Sharon raised her arms with great difficulty and used her left hand to take off the black glove on her right hand. And Jason happened to pounce at her, and the surrounding soil was covered in a thin layer of ice. Suddenly, endless illusory light erupted from Sharon's palm. They sucked on Sharon's spirituality, and in front of the doll-like lady, they intertwined to form a bronze door covered in mysterious patterns and filled with an indescribable smell. The door swayed and opened with a creak, revealing a small gap. Inside the crack, pairs of pale or transparent arms, filled with teeth or bloodied and skinless arms, reached out. They crossed the void and grabbed zombie Jason. Pairs of indescribable eyes hid in the darkness behind the door, quietly watching the prey in front of them. Before Jason could react, he was grabbed by the arms. He was entangled by the slippery and illusory tentacles, and he was tied up by the bluish-black vines that had baby faces protruding from them. These strange things cried and laughed sharply as they tried their best to drag zombie Jason behind the door. Even though his thoughts were completely controlled by bloodthirst and the desire to kill, Jason instinctively felt fear. Gasp! The sound from his throat suddenly intensified, and the arms that made one's scalp tingle were immediately covered in layers of frost. The bluish-black vines that had baby faces protruding from them let out painful groans, and a turbid yellow liquid that looked like it was rotting kept dripping down. The pulling force slowed down, but it didn't disappear. Jason constantly controlled the ghosts to interfere, but it was like throwing a stone into the sea. He tried to use spells from the death domain, but it didn't have much of an effect. His body couldn't help but firmly walk towards the crack in the illusory and mysterious door. From time to time, he would struggle to retreat a little, as he had taken a sedative in advance. Merrick wasn't completely defeated by the pain. He took this opportunity to take out the last 2 sedatives, snapped the bottle, and drank 1.5 in one go with the glass shards. The malice in his eyes weakened, and the warped expression on his face returned to normal. He looked at Werewolf Tyre. At the same time, with a whoosh, Tyre's thin but muscular body disappeared from the spot and appeared more than 10 meters away. When his figure appeared, there was still an illusory scene left in his original spot. A black gas that seemed to have a life of its own rose from the ground, piercing through the afterimage and vanishing. Tyre didn't use blink. He didn't have any beyonder powers in this area. He relied on the extreme speed brought by the scarlet lunar corona, a speed that could leave afterimages behind. And at this moment, Klein, who was hiding in the shadows at the top of the warehouse, reached his left hand into his pocket and touched the iron cigar case. He removed the spirituality cage on the surface and gently opened the case. He believed that Wraith Steve had definitely arrived at the scene. Otherwise, if this stalemate continued, Jason would definitely be dragged behind the terrifying door. And even with the augmentation of the scarlet lunar corona, Tyre wouldn't be able to finish off Merrick in a short period of time. When the time came, Sharon would use the mysterious door to aim at the werewolf, and the scarlet lunar corona would change owners. As soon as Klein's finger touched the all-black eye in the iron cigar case, his mind rang with crazy, filthy, and terrifying ravings. It was a terrifying ravings that made one's blood vessels bulge, eyes crack, and head explode at any moment. And in this ravings, Klein saw strange, mysterious, and illusory black threads. They were divided into many groups. Some extended to Sharon's body, and some came from Werewolf Tyre. They intertwined with each other, but they didn't entangle with each other as they penetrated into the void. Among them, many of the black threads came from places that weren't far from Merrick, but they didn't overlap. Wraith Steve, he wanted to possess Merrick. With a thought, Klein retracted his left hand. He didn't pull out his gun and shoot. Instead, he snapped his fingers silently. Boom! In the crevice between the 2 warehouses, there was a sudden explosion. The churning flames and heat caused a figure in a black, double-breasted frock coat to float out. After attracting the attention of others, Klein quickly pulled out his gun and pulled the trigger at the location in his memory. At the same time, the dark golden sun bird brooch on his chest flashed with a stream of light. He added purification / to purification bullet. Bang! Chapter 351. A pale, golden stream of light arrived in the blink of an eye, striking an empty space that seemed to be empty. However, resplendent flames suddenly soared there, quickly outlining a figure wearing a black tuxedo and a dark red cloak. The figure's left arm was burning with a holy and pure flame, constantly emitting a faint black and green smoke, illuminating his pale face and making it look gloomy. It was a middle-aged man in his 40s. His hair was neatly combed back, glistening with a glossy sheen. His eyes were black and green, devoid of any emotion or pain. Wraith Steve. He turned his head and looked at Klein, who was at the top of the warehouse with a gaze filled with malice. Klein was suddenly taken aback as he felt a chill run down his spine. Even the heat from the sun brooch couldn't offset it. His body quickly stiffened and his eyes glazed over. 2 identical figures were reflected in his eyes. A black tuxedo, a dark red cloak, oiled swept-back hair, a dark green gaze, and a pale face in his 40s. Almost instantly, Klein was controlled, and his thoughts gradually blurred. This was the power of a sequence 5 wraith, a strange and difficult ability to defend against. Fortunately, he had sufficient knowledge and was already prepared. Furthermore, the exorcism effect could effectively resist the possession of evil spirit-type creatures. Therefore, before his ability to think completely disappeared, he stirred the spirituality that originated from his soul body and injected it into the dark golden sun brooch. Just as he raised his hand to strangle himself, a bright and pure warm light suddenly descended from the sky. It was like a pillar of light from the kingdom of the sun, bringing with it a brilliant feeling and a holy purification that completely enveloped Klein. The spell of the sun domain, holy light summoning. In the holy light, the invisible force of control suddenly weakened, and Klein's eyes suddenly regained their luster. Immediately after, his figure burned and became brittle and charred, leaving only a thin piece of paper. At the same time, in the gap between the two warehouses, Klein, who was wearing a black, double-breasted frock coat and a silk half-top hat of the same color, jumped out from the flames. His cane had long been thrown somewhere, and the same figure floating above his head had been successfully corroded by the flames, turning into ashes that scattered in all directions. Before Klein could confirm his situation, he felt his ankle being tightly grabbed by an invisible force. His calves, arms, and clothes on his chest and back were also firmly grabbed. In his long-activated spirit vision, Klein saw blurry and transparent figures. Some of them were incomplete, some were covered in blood, some had charred skin, and some were pale and cold. Whoosh! A cold wind of unknown origin blew at the back of Klein's neck, causing his hair to stand on end. He couldn't help but tremble. The dark golden, sunbird brooch in front of him suddenly flashed with a hint of brilliance, and golden illusory flames instantly ignited in the surroundings. These flames emitted the aura of the sun, and due to their density, they formed an ocean. This was the fire of light from the sun domain. The terrifying ghosts that surrounded Klein silently screamed and disappeared. The cold wind behind his head was also replaced by the heat produced by the sun brooch. In such an environment, Klein temporarily became safe. He couldn't help but sigh in fear. Even though he had made preparations ahead of time and had an item that countered the other party, he was still in danger in a one-on-one battle against a sequence 5 wraith. His performance had nearly ended in failure at the beginning, and not too far away from Merrick, Steve's figure in the dark red cloak turned a little illusory. The resplendent flames burning on his left arm were quickly extinguished by the black gas. His shimmering green eyes were filled with malice and desire. He seemed to have lost his rationality and the ability to think. At that moment, with the warning shot from before, Merrick had already distanced himself from him. He commanded the zombies, who had crawled out of the mud with numb expressions, to surround and block Werewolf Tyre. He circled around him, creating slippery thin ice and rotten mud in an attempt to affect his movements. Werewolf Tyre held the crimson full moon in one hand and ran without stopping until he was blocked by a zombie. Only then did he casually grab it. Whoosh! The zombie was split into 6 pieces. The rotten flesh and squirming maggots were scattered all over the ground. Werewolf Tyre was stunned for a moment as he looked at his claws in disbelief. Only then did he realize that the bonus brought by the scarlet lunar corona wasn't just limited to his speed. He felt that he had mastered some powerful and strange spells. Tyre stopped running and turned to face the pale Merrick. At that moment, Zombie Jason was getting closer and closer to the illusory but mysterious door. His body was wrapped in bluish-black vines that had baby faces protruding from them. He was being dragged by arms that were either full of teeth or skinless. His eyes were almost glued to the crack of the bronze door as he stared coldly at the indescribable eyes hidden in the depths of the darkness. It was as if it was the place where he belonged from the bottom of his heart. No, the body that was controlled by the desire for slaughter and bloodthirst cried out in an extremely shrill voice. Werewolf Tyre, who was about to counterattack, paused, gritted his teeth, and threw the miniature crimson full moon at Wraith Steve. Only by allowing a Sequence 5 Beyonder to recover his strength and receive a bonus would the battle end quickly. Only then would Zombie Jason have a chance of being rescued. Upon seeing this scene, Klein's eyes lit up. He immediately raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Pa! Boom! In the path of the scarlet lunar corona, a buried bomb lifted up the soil, blowing out a strong gust of wind that was filled with impact as scarlet flame soared. The scarlet lunar corona was smacked as it made a small turn and landed in another direction. Boom! Another bomb exploded, and another cluster of flames soared. Klein jumped out and pounced at the scarlet lunar corona that wasn't far from him. Suddenly, a pale palm appeared in front of the scarlet lunar corona's trajectory and firmly caught it. It was none other than Wraith Steve, who had disappeared at some point in time and had reappeared. His instincts made him chase after the full moon. Pa! With a soft sound, Steve held the scarlet lunar corona. His dark green eyes, which were filled with malice and desire, had an additional hint of spirituality. This allowed him to return from a pure wraith to a sequence 5 beyonder. The corners of his mouth curled up as he sneered at Klein. He wasn't in a hurry to finish off this weak opponent. Instead, he made his figure vanish once again. Klein, who had already pounced forward, rolled twice on the ground, reached his left hand into his pocket, and once again gently opened the iron cigar case, touching Rosego's all-black eye. Amidst the obscene ravings that made his tears and snot flow uncontrollably, Klein saw strange black lines again, and from where they came, he caught a glimpse of the vanished Wraith Steve. He was approaching the weakened Sharon at high speed. He wanted to control her, rescue Zombie Jason, and end the battle once and for all. Sharon was the main target of this operation. Klein suddenly retracted his left hand, and with a thought he once again injected his spirituality into the sun brooch. 2, 1. A bright and pure pillar of holy light descended from the sky and enshrouded Sharon's back. Steve, who was wearing a dark red cloak, suddenly appeared a few meters away, narrowly avoiding the holy light. With the augmentation of the scarlet lunar corona, his speed was terrifying to the point where he could effectively dodge in an instant. But at the same time, the half-squatting Klein had already raised his right hand and pulled the trigger of his revolver. His target was Zombie Jason. A dazzling bullet flew out, aimed at Jason's back, helping him enter the mysterious bronze door as soon as possible. But at this moment, Steve's figure disappeared and he flashed behind Jason, blocking the exorcism bullet with his open left palm. Sizzle! The burst of sunlight made him shake his arm in pain and narrow his eyes. His skin was constantly charred and peeling off, but it quickly healed and regenerated. Suddenly, he heard a crisp "pa" sound. Klein snapped his fingers again. Boom! Not far away, a bomb exploded, causing a shockwave and bullet-like rocks to spread out in all directions. Most of them were slapped onto Zombie Jason and Wraith Steve. No. With a scream, the clothes on the side of Jason's body were torn. White marks that were constantly deepening appeared on his skin, as if blood was about to flow out. To a zombie with a body as hard as steel, this wasn't much of an effective injury, but to Jason, who was struggling to hold on, it was the call of death. He could no longer hold on, and he was quickly pulled into the gap of the bronze door by the strange and terrifying arms. No. Jason's scream echoed far into the distance. The mysterious illusory door closed with a clang, completely swallowing the latter half of his voice. It was isolated. The empty space surrounded by the warehouse was silent. Zombie Jason had completely disappeared, as if he had never been born in this world. Wraith Steve's eyes widened as he opened his mouth and let out an angry scream. Damn it! Bang! As the sound echoed, Klein felt as if someone had struck him in the head with a heavy hammer. His vision turned blurry, and his breathing was filled with the smell of blood. His vision was blood-red. For a moment, his ears were filled with buzzing sounds, and he couldn't hear anything else. After Werewolf Tyre sent out the scarlet lunar corona, he had grown black fur and sharp fangs all over his body. At this moment, he wasn't immune to the effects. He covered his ears in pain as blood flowed from the corners of his eyes and mouth. Chapter 352. The weak Sharon also revealed a pained expression under Steve's screams. However, She still managed to close her palm with great difficulty, instantly cutting off the magical rays of light that were emitted. The mysterious and illusory bronze door disappeared in front of her. Klein knew that things weren't good. He quickly endured his headache, took a step back, and entered the fire. His figure quickly disappeared as he flashed to another direction where there was a sudden explosion. Just as he jumped out in search of a counterattack, he saw that the middle-aged man in the dark red cloak, Steve, didn't chase after him. Instead, he stopped where he was, as though he was waiting for something. Klein suddenly felt restless. His head felt dizzy as his stomach cramped. He quickly became weak, but he didn't know why. Merrick, who had just recovered from the screams, also showed signs of abnormality. He kept reaching out to scratch himself, as though he had an uncontrollable itch. He gasped for breath as he used his crazily growing sharp nails to tear through his clothes, leaving white marks on his body. The deeper he scratched, the red could be seen seeping out bit by bit. Sharon fell to the ground, but she couldn't stand up. Her blue eyes gradually lost focus, as though she couldn't see anything. Poison! She whispered the word. Steve, who wasn't far from her, looked at her tightly clenched fists. He seemed rather fearful of the bronze illusory door that was covered in mysterious patterns and filled with an indescribable aura. He didn't recklessly attack it. He held the scarlet lunar corona in his right hand that emitted a cold glow like a crimson full moon. He took out a brown, translucent glass bottle from his pocket with his left hand and snorted. Biological poison bottle. It can randomly create different poisons. Once it's opened, they will gradually spread out. It will take effect in less than a minute. After that, the symptoms will become more and more serious. After 4 minutes, if you haven't escaped the poison-filled environment, the corresponding consequences will be irresistible. For example, death. What a pity. I thought Jason would be able to last until now. Sharon, you wouldn't have been affected originally. Your spirit body isn't afraid of being poisoned. But unfortunately, there's the scarlet lunar corona here. You can't change your state at all. Or you can give up and let me realize your hidden charm. He leisurely introduced the abilities of the mystical item in his hand, as though he was waiting for Klein and company to completely lose their ability to resist before taking action. However, Tyre, who was prepared, didn't understand his intentions. Under the influence of the scarlet lunar corona, the werewolf, who had lost his rationality, didn't hesitate to counterattack. He pounced forward, waved his claws, and tore at Marika's body. Clang! 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 The sound of nails cutting through steel rang out one after another, and a few wounds finally appeared on Marika's skin. Klein pinched his forehead and felt that it was beginning to heat up, but the negative effects weren't as serious as Steve had described. From the looks of it, the brooch of sun, which is constantly purifying and expelling the evil in the surroundings, has weakened the poison. Klein suddenly chuckled. You want us to wait until the poison takes effect. Why do you think I didn't use fireworks just now and relied on explosives? With so many explosions, it must have attracted the attention of others. The nearby official Beyonders are about to rush over. You don't have time. Steve turned his head to look at Klein, whose face was smeared with paint, making it difficult to discern his appearance. He suddenly smiled. I forgot that there's a little bug that can be easily dealt with. Don't worry, you'll definitely be dead before the people from the church arrive. Before he could finish his sentence, Klein suddenly raised the revolver in his right hand and fired a purification bullet. Steve moved his feet slightly, and he had already traversed several meters, leaving afterimages along the way. However, Klein's bullet didn't shoot at his original location. Instead, it hit the center of the clearing, piercing through the soil and producing a clang. A spiritual breeze blew past, and Marika's zombies and Steve's shadows came to a halt at the same time. In the blink of an eye, they rushed out crazily towards the center of the clearing, like a pack of hungry dogs at mealtime. Steve, who was about to use a strange technique to control Klein and easily kill him, was stunned for a moment before revealing a puzzled and surprised expression. This was the first time he had discovered that the dead spirits he controlled would go out of control for no reason. At the same time, Klein snapped his fingers and detonated a few more bombs, causing scarlet flames to soar into the air from different places. His figure quickly jumped through the flames and flashed out of the clearing. Trying to run, Steve whispered, just as he was about to turn incorporeal and chase after his target. He discovered that the zombies and shadows had dug out a square metal box and were fighting over the items inside. Soon, a shadow succeeded, and its body swelled up. As if it had gained intelligence, it flew in another direction. So he wants to use that item to delay my actions and successfully escape. He doesn't know enough about the Wraith and the Scarlet Lunar Corona. Steve temporarily gave up on chasing after Klein and put away the biological poison bottle. His body suddenly disappeared and appeared on a thin layer of ice formed from a puddle of water. Then, relying on his terrifying speed that left afterimages, he arrived behind the gigantic shadow in 2 steps. A dark green light flashed in Steve's eyes, and the shadow immediately dissipated without a sound. The item in its hand suddenly fell to the ground. The other zombies and shadows completely ignored the suppressive aura of their superiors as they scrambled to snatch it. Steve became more and more surprised and puzzled. He also realized that his spiritual premonition couldn't obtain any revelations from the item that had caused the zombies and shadows to riot. He took a step forward and caught the item with his left hand. It was a dark gold key ring with an ancient and exquisite copper whistle hanging from it. Next to the copper whistle was a simple and unadorned brass key. They stood side by side, tightly pressed against each other as they lay in Steve's pale palm. At the same time, the Scarlet Lunar Corona in Steve's right hand was quietly emitting a cold crimson glow, like a miniature full moon. Before Steve could have any other thoughts, a weak, illusory, but very strange voice drilled into his mind, tearing at his nerves and peeling off his scalp. Ah! Steve suddenly screamed and fell to the ground from midair. The Scarlet Lunar Corona in his hand, as well as the ring with the copper whistle and key hanging from it, were sent flying by him. He struggled on the spot, twisting as his body bulged out one after another. Inside, tiny arms that resembled a baby's grew out, or a foul-smelling pale yellow liquid flowed out. At this moment, a cluster of flames ignited again. Klein, who had already escaped, leaped out and blocked the Scarlet Lunar Corona's trajectory. He didn't attempt to catch the mystical item. Instead, with a light flick, he turned it around and sent it flying towards the weak and limp Sharon. Steve's cries of pain gradually became softer as the Scarlet Lunar Corona accurately landed on Sharon's body. Sharon's figure immediately turned incorporeal, and her blue eyes, which had lost focus, instantly regained their luster. She clenched her right fist tightly, and her left hand held the palm-sized accessory embedded with a ring of dark ruby. Her body floated up. The Scarlet Lunar Corona made the wielder immune to the effects of the full moon. Sharon was no longer weak, and in her spirit body state, she wasn't afraid of biological toxins. At this moment, the zombies and shadows had gathered together again, fighting for the strung Aztec copper whistle and master key. Klein didn't mind. He stretched out his left hand, raised his arm, and pointed. On the sun-bird accessory on his chest, a dark golden luster flashed. A strong, bright, holy light descended from the sky, enveloping the zombies and shadows that were fighting. Under the sunlight, the transparent and strange shadows quickly melted and disappeared. The pale and stinky living corpses first emitted black smoke, and then began to burn like candles. By the time the daylight disappeared, there was almost nothing there. There was only the ancient and exquisite Aztec copper whistle and the ancient master key strung on the blackened ring, lying there quietly. On the other side, Sharon didn't bother with Merrick, whose injuries were gradually worsening under Werewolf Tyre's attacks. Instead, She relied on her strange, jumping ability between mirror-like items to arrive at the thin piece of ice that Steve had previously used. Then she stepped out. She stretched out her clenched right palm towards Steve, who was transforming into a monster. She suddenly opened it and aimed her palm at the enemy. Endless light burst out and quickly intertwined to form a pair of bronze doors covered in mysterious symbols and patterns. Creak! With a jarring sound, the small black bonnet on Sharon's head was blown off by a sudden gust of wind. Her meticulously combed light blonde hair draped messily over her shoulders. Clearly, using that mystical item again was quite taxing on her. Creak! A crack appeared on the mysterious bronze door as shrill laughter, sobs, and shouts echoed. The arms that were either covered in teeth or skinless fought to reach out and grab Steve, whose pustules were splitting open one after another. The strange bluish-black vines and slippery, illusory tentacles that highlighted a baby's face also wrapped around this sequence 5 powerhouse. Ah! Steve cried out again. The pale yellow liquid that flowed out of the pustules covered his entire body, allowing him to barely resist the pull. A bright red crack appeared on his face, and inside it was a dark hole that resembled a tunnel. At this moment, Klein had already raised his revolver and aimed at him. Without any delay or hesitation, Klein, who had disguised his face and was wearing a half-top hat, calmly pulled the trigger. Bang! Bang! With the flash of the sun brooch, 2 bullets filled with holiness accurately hit Steve's head. Although they failed to penetrate his skin and bones, they ignited a resplendent flame, turning Steve into a bright torch. Ah! With another scream, Steve was pulled closer to the illusory and mysterious bronze door. As Klein threw out the revolver cylinder and poured the cartridges to the ground, he took out the metal box that contained the Beyonder bullets. At the same time, he once again injected his spirituality into the sun brooch. 2, 1. A holy and flawless beam of light fell from the sky and hit Steve's body in an instant. Taking advantage of this gap, Klein stuffed the purifying bullets and exorcism bullets into the bullet holes in a ratio of 3. 3, and closed the cylinder. He aimed at Steve's head again, and as the dark gold brooch flashed, he pulled the trigger 6 times in a row. Chapter 353. Bullets that swirled with a pale golden glow or emitted brilliant flames tore through the void one after another, hitting Wraith Steve's head. Thanks to the clown's control over his body and his persistent marksmanship practice, Klein's 6 bullets that were augmented with cleave of purification accurately hit the same area as the previous 2 bullets. They were like fists from a giant of light, pounding Steve's left cheek again and again. Amidst the bangs, Steve, who was entangled by the strange arms and bluish-black vines, was unable to turn incorporeal to dodge. His head kept tilting to the side as his body trembled. His cheekbone rapidly caved in, and his white, sharp bone snapped. Bang! The final bullet completely tore through the area, causing the sequence 5 Beyonders' dark red blood to splatter out. Resplendent or golden flames constantly drilled in, burning out a bluish-black fog. In the holy light, Steve's clothes were ignited, and his body rapidly charred, dripping with grease. However, he wasn't dead yet. Compared to Nimblewright, Master Rosago, a Sequence 5 of the mutant pathway clearly had stronger survivability. However, Steve, who had suffered a heavy blow, was no longer able to resist the strange tugging arms. His legs couldn't help but move forward, as though he was flying towards the bronze door, towards the deep crack that had opened up, and towards the pairs of eyes hidden in the darkness. At this moment, Sharon, whose forehead was covered in sweat, suddenly clenched her right palm. The illusory and subtle light was suddenly cut off, and the indescribably mysterious bronze door lost its source of existence. It swayed, and before Steve entered, it reluctantly pulled back the arms that were either covered in teeth or covered in blood, closing the crack. Creak! The door closed and quickly turned transparent before vanishing. Steve's body, which was leaning forward, stiffened on the spot. His entire body was charred black and shriveled, like a mummy that had been burned for a long time. It was even closer to a carbonized stick that only had embers left. With her right fist clenched and the scarlet lunar corona in hand, Sharon's figure quickly turned incorporeal. She took a step forward and overlapped with Steve. Klein's spirit vision instantly lost track of her, but the charred Steve raised his fists and smashed them at his already heavily injured head. Bang! His head turned into a paste like a rotten tomato. Milky white spots sprayed up and then fell to the ground. Accompanying it was a translucent shadow. It quickly spread out and turned into a huge, jellyfish-like object. There was an unreal liquid swaying inside, and a pair of pale white eyes condensed. Sharon was forced out by this strange thing and reappeared next to him. She suddenly stretched out her left hand and let out a silent whistle. The ground suddenly turned black, as if it had turned into a muddy sea. A twisted, blood-colored vine grew out of it. It was divided into many sections, and each section had 4 sharp fangs and 1 eye. The blood-colored vines crazily grew upwards, fixing the jellyfish-like phantom in place, greedily sucking the unreal liquid inside. The shadow quickly collapsed, and the blood-colored vines retreated back into the muddy abyssal sea. But with that delay, the headless, charred Steve ran across the clearing toward the exit. He was not completely dead, even though he had already lost his head. Steve had only taken a few steps when a crisp sound broke the silence. Pa! Klein, who was wearing a black, double-breasted frock coat and a matching half-top hat, snapped his fingers at him. Boom! The soil beneath Steve's feet was violently lifted as scarlet flames soared. It spread upwards, and when it reached its highest point, it scattered down like a beautiful firework. Amidst such fireworks, Wraith Steve's body was completely torn apart. His charred hands, feet, organs, and flesh splattered all over the ground. Among them, a finger rolled to Klein's feet, and the brown, translucent biological poison bottle landed in another direction. The remnants of Steve's body squirmed a few times before finally calming down. Amidst the blooming flames and such a scene, Klein felt his spirituality become more active. The power in his body that didn't completely belong to him became closer to him to a certain extent. Following this feeling, he switched the gun to his left hand and used his black-gloved right hand to remove the half-top hat from his head. He pressed it to his chest and bowed slightly to Sharon. Sharon looked over with her blue eyes. Her gaze went past Klein and landed on Tyre and Marek, who were still fighting behind him. Sharon's figure disappeared, and her image was immediately reflected in Tyre's eyes. Tyre stood there stiffly, his black hair standing on end. He raised his arms with great difficulty and pressed them against his head. Katja! He twisted it forcefully, and his eyes saw his spine hidden under the tattered clothes. Pa! Tyre twisted and pulled again, pulling out his own head. During the entire process, he didn't let out a scream or say a word. He held his own head and let the blood drip down. The headless corpse was still upright and did not fall down. Sharon didn't immediately leave Tyre's body. She seemed to be trying something. Soon, bits of black-green light seeped out of Tyre's head and body, and with one of the fangs as the core, it quickly condensed together. From the looks of it, Miss Sharon has a way to accelerate the separation of the Beyonder characteristic. The premise is that she possesses the target, kills the other party, and has complete control over the body. In enlightenment, Klein bent down to pick up the bullet casings that had fallen to the ground, and he placed them into the iron box. He was afraid that the subsequent investigators would find the artisan based on the uniqueness of the bullet casings and find the woman who had bought the barbarian and Briber formulas. From there, they would lock onto the gathering of Eye of Wisdom and threaten his own safety. As for the bullet, it had long been sacrificed to the corresponding deity in the holy light and flames, like the material of a charm. After putting away the revolver, Klein was just about to take a step forward when Sharon appeared beside the biological poison bottle at an exaggerated speed. She made it float up and land in her palm. Before Klein could think of anything else, the pale lady flicked her wrist and threw a brown, translucent bottle and a black-green fong at him. To save time, she's helping me pick up the spoils of war? Klein was taken aback. He instinctively pulled out a piece of paper and covered the two items without making direct contact. At that moment, in his line of sight, Sharon's complicated black regal dress had lost its usual tidiness. It gently swayed in the wind, and a few strands of her pale blonde hair stuck to the side of her face, making Sharon look more human. This biological poison bottle comes with a lid. I just don't know what negative effects it has. Klein lowered his head and examined his spoils of war. He resealed the biological poison bottle with a black lid hanging beside him to prevent it from continuing to harm him. As for the black-green fong, it was the Beyonder characteristic left behind by Werewolf Tyre. As Klein placed the two items into a small metal box he had prepared, he used holy night powder to create a wall of spirituality to seal off their influence on the surroundings. He watched from the corner of his eye as Sharon's figure disappeared. Steve's remaining flesh squirmed, producing near-transparent points of light. Similarly, he was still wary of Merrick, in case he suddenly went crazy. While on guard, he discovered that the zombie's healing powers were indeed astonishing. The bone-deep wounds from before had basically closed. Merrick also gave him a deep look, as though he had thought of something and understood something. After finishing what he was doing, Klein took more than 10 steps and first picked up the square metal box that had been dug out by the zombie and Shadow. Then he found Aztec's copper whistle and master key that were surrounded by human-shaped candles. He glanced at them and awkwardly realized that he didn't dare pick them up. The effects of the scarlet lunar corona were still radiating through the empty space. This was the final and most unavoidable preparation he had prepared. For this, he had specially taken the time to go to the hospital morgue to test what the corpses would do and what they wanted to do after snatching Aztec's copper whistle. Thus, he came up with the corresponding process design. Ahem, can you stop the influence of the scarlet lunar corona? Klein turned his head to look at Sharon, who had reappeared. There was a translucent doll in her hand. Sharon didn't say a word as she wore the scarlet lunar corona in her other hand to her chest. The circle of crimson gems quickly dimmed, and the light of the full moon disappeared from the abandoned clearing. Only then did Klein bend down, pinch the ring with his fingertips, and pick up Aztec's copper whistle and master key. Then he placed them into the square metal box with bullet marks and quickly sealed it. At the same time, Merrick circled around and cleaned up the scene. Sharon picked up the small black bonnet, and her figure disappeared before appearing in front of Klein. "The Book of Secrets is in your guest room," Sharon said calmly. "That is to say, regardless of the final outcome, as long as I can return alive, I will be able to receive a portion of the reward. I won't have done all this for nothing." Klein smiled and bowed slightly. "Thank you for your generosity. The official Beyonders might arrive at any time. We should leave." Sharon nodded. "Do you need any help?" "No need." Klein chuckled. "I still have a lot of fireworks that I haven't set off." As soon as he said that, he raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Boom! 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 The remaining bombs exploded one by one, causing flames to rise into the sky. They clustered around the largest and most eye-catching flower in the middle, dreamy and beautiful. Sharon's gaze was instinctively attracted by it for a second. When she looked back, Klein's figure was already gone, leaving only the slowly dissipating flames. Outside the clearing, in a small circle to the northwest, on a path where he wouldn't directly encounter the official Beyonders, matchsticks were lit one after another. Scarlet flames soared into the sky before quickly disappearing. Klein's figure constantly appeared in them as he leaped away from the West Balham dock. Right on the heels of that, he took out a special bottle of extract and smeared it on his face. With a gentle wipe of a piece of paper, he removed all the oil paint. Pah! With a flick of his wrist, the piece of paper was burned to ashes. Then he picked up the cane he had hidden nearby, adjusted his clothes, and walked out onto the street like an ordinary person. Not long after, Klein arrived at a cathedral. Its name was Lever Cathedral. As many of the believers weren't rich, and they might not be able to rest on Sundays, they were even more busy during the day. Therefore, the cathedrals of the various churches would stay open until the wee hours of the morning, giving most of the believers a chance to pray and repent. Klein looked up, tapped the steps with the black cane in his hand, and walked in. He planned to avoid the next wave of inspections of the surrounding crowd. A few minutes later, a machinery hive mind team appeared in an open space surrounded by abandoned warehouses. There were a total of 5 of them, each with a different Beyonder weapon, but they frowned at the plowed scene. After watching for a while, they solemnly immersed themselves in the search for clues. Inside the Lever Cathedral, as it wasn't 11 yet, there were quite a few people here, but no one spoke. The entire prayer hall was so quiet and sacred that no one wanted to break the silence. Klein sat on a chair in the 3rd row by the aisle. He leaned his black cane forward and took off his half-top hat. Chapter 354. After half an hour of undisturbed silence, Klein opened his eyes and slowly got up. He picked up his cane, put on his hat, left the cathedral, and took a rental carriage back to Minsk Street in the dark. At this moment, the security and checks in the surrounding area had inevitably relaxed, becoming a shadow under the light of the gas lamps. Not long after midnight, Klein took out his key, opened the door to his room, and entered the empty guest rooms to search for the Book of Secrets. Without much effort, he found the ancient book bound with thick parchment paper in the wardrobe of the room on the 1st floor. The hard cover of the book was dark black in color, and on it were 2 lines of Hermes written in crimson. Book of Secrets. Klarman. Phew! Klein exhaled and wasn't in a hurry to read it. Instead, he quickly created a wall of spirituality in the room and held a ritual to summon himself and respond to himself. Then he threw the Aztec copper whistle, the master key, the all-black eye, the Beyonder bullets, the biological poison bottle, the werewolf Beyonder characteristic, the Book of Secrets, and other items along with the containers above the gray fog. He planned to wait for the commotion to subside before deciding which items to take with him. After doing all of this, he didn't even study the specific situation of the werewolf Beyonder characteristic and the biological poison bottle. He simply washed up and lay down on the bed. Firstly, it was too much of a waste of time to study items and flip through books. It was easy to bring trouble to his body in the real world on this restless night. Secondly, Klein deeply realized his current shortcoming, and that was that the speed at which his spirituality grew was unable to satisfy the increasing number of Beyonder powers and mystical items. After such an intense battle, his spirituality was already exhausted. His head hurt and he was drowsy. Yes, the one that puts the greatest burden on my spirituality is the paper figurine Substitutes, followed by the holy water of the sun, created by the brooch, but I didn't use it tonight. Next is Holy Light, Summoning, and Flaming Jump. Klein yawned and used cogitation to get rid of the state where he was too tired and tense to sleep. In less than 10 seconds, he entered a dream, and all kinds of fragmented scenes alternated with each other. In the open space surrounded by the abandoned warehouse, the machinery hive mind came and went. The person in charge of this incident had already changed from a team captain to a powerhouse at the deacon level. A Cancer Bernard's brown hair was always unkempt, sticking out stubbornly, and even his hat could not hide it. As a result, many machinery hive mind members secretly joked that this deacon was probably using a bomb to get a haircut. At this moment, a Cancer, whose face was hard and clear, was holding a silver mirror with ancient patterns. On each side of the mirror, there was an eye-like decoration. They were based on black gemstones and looked deep and enchanting. A Cancer looked around and said, "Although the rats in the sewers are experts at interfering with divination and mediumship, and they manage to deal with the scene effectively, this is the mysterious, extraordinary world. There's no guarantee of success. As he spoke, he looked at the silver mirror in his hand and stroked its surface 3 times with his right palm. After pausing for 2 seconds, Acancer took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Honorable Erodes, my question is, who are the participants and what just happened here?" The surrounding darkness suddenly became dense, and the surface of the silver mirror rippled with aqueous light. Soon, a scene appeared in the silver mirror. In the surging flames, there was a figure floating in midair. He was wearing a black, double-breasted frock coat and a half-top hat. His body was distorted, and his face was so blurry that it was difficult to see clearly. Furthermore, he was smeared with oil paint. Beneath his feet, the flames rose up and engulfed him. With a flash of aqueous light, the scene changed, and a middle-aged man in a dark red cloak appeared. His arms were burning with resplendent flames, but his head was hidden in the darkness. As the scenes changed, Acancer and the others saw a woman with a complicated black regal dress and disheveled pale blonde hair. However, her face was completely transparent, as if she didn't exist. Beside the lady were 2 men with black hair all over their bodies. Their backs were being pulled by strange arms. Finally, the changes came to an end, and it was fixed on a scene of flames soaring into the sky, fireworks blooming brilliantly and light illuminating the area. In such a dreamy scene, the man in the black, double-breasted frock coat from before appeared again. His body twisted and contracted horizontally, and he faced forward. He pressed the hand holding the top hat to his chest and bowed slightly. Not only was his face extremely blurry as if it had been disturbed, but it also vaguely revealed the color of oil paint. Acancer was just about to ask his team members for their opinions when a few lines of ancient Faesac words suddenly appeared on the silver mirror. According to the principle of reciprocity, it's my turn to ask a question. If you answer incorrectly or lie, you will be punished. The word punishment was as red as blood, as if it was dripping with liquid. Acancer's expression warped for a moment before becoming abnormally solemn. Then the aqueous light flashed on the silver mirror, and a new line of words appeared. "What's your sexual orientation?" Acancer was stunned, and he felt the gazes of the surrounding team members cast over. At 6 a.m, the sky had just brightened. Klein, who was sleeping soundly, woke up at the punctual chime of the cathedral bell. According to his usual habits, he would turn over and continue sleeping until it was almost 8 o'clock before getting up. But this time he sat up straight away and observed his surroundings. At least the gas meter wasn't searched. He heaved a sigh of relief. Without bothering to wash up, he got off the bed and took 4 steps counterclockwise before going above the gray fog. He wanted to study what he had gained last night. Sitting in the seat of the fool, Klein started with something simple. He picked up the dark green fong, observed it for a few seconds, conjured a pen and paper, and wrote down a divination statement. Its use. This didn't mean that he could use divination to replace experiments. Klein only wanted to see if he could obtain any revelations from Sharon and Merrick, because he had the actual object, and because he had learned a lot about prisoners, lunatics, and werewolves from Sharon and Merrick. He felt that the prerequisites were sufficient. After chanting silently, he quickly entered a dream and witnessed a scene. A hideous wound appeared on Werewolf Tyre's abdomen. His intestines flowed out and dragged to the ground, but he only washed them with water and stuffed them back in. He pinched the 2 sides of the gap with his hands, and in the end, the wound actually healed under the full crimson moon he held at the sky. Black fur grew on the surface of his body, and the fangs in his mouth became distinct. He waved his claws, and with a creak he tore through a steel plate that wasn't too thin. He ran across the wilderness. Shaking off the pack of gray wolves that were chasing him at full speed, he made the expressionless but cold attendants charge at the enemy without any fear of death. He also used all kinds of weapons to kill people, including bombs, and he became stronger when he lost his mind in anger. Opening his eyes, Klein roughly understood the characteristics of a werewolf and grasped the hidden dangers of this beyonder characteristic. Back then, Werewolf Tyre was illuminated by the full moon, and his desires were abnormally indulgent. After his death, he left behind a relatively strong mental imprint. The Beyonder who used this Beyonder characteristic to concoct a potion to advance had to resist this influence in the early stages. Otherwise, there would be signs of losing control. However, the negative effects hadn't reached the level of a sealed artifact. The Beyonder characteristic left behind by a werewolf could still be used as the main ingredient of a potion. Thankfully. Unfortunately, Zombie Jason's Beyonder characteristic was swallowed by that strange door. I wonder where that door leads to, and if there's a way to retrieve it. Klein put down the dark green fangs with a sense of regret and heartache. He picked up the brown, translucent biological poison bottle. He used the method from before to do a dream divination, but this time he didn't have the confidence to obtain a detailed revelation. Therefore, he changed the divination statement to its positive and negative effects. In the dark and gray dream world, Klein once again saw tragic scenes. Some people fell to the ground, scratching themselves, tearing off their skin and flesh, revealing white bones. Some people held their heads as their eyes lost focus, and their auras became weaker and weaker. Some people kept vomiting, and in the end they convulsed and died. Some people suddenly laughed out loud, laughing so hard that they couldn't breathe. Some people suddenly stopped fighting with their opponents and looked at each other. Then they hugged and kissed each other. The scene changed to the end. The translucent brown bottle was placed in a cup of water, and the transparent liquid inside gradually turned amber as it was drunk. The person holding the biological poison bottle was first weak. Then he coughed. Then he touched his forehead and felt that it was scalding hot. His condition was getting worse. The dream quickly ended. Klein tapped the edge of the long table with his fingers as he tried to interpret the revelations with a headache. Combined with Steve's words, the previous revelations mean that after the lid of the biological poison bottle is opened, it will constantly emit poison. As for what kind of poison the opponent will be poisoned with, it's purely random. Even the wielder can't control it. The poison inside is really nasty. The effective range of the poison can't be deciphered from the revelations. Soaking it in water and drinking the amber liquid in advance can prevent poisoning? But how long will it take? Even if the wielder of the biological poison bottle doesn't open the lid, his body will gradually deteriorate, and he'll slowly be infected with the disease, slowly becoming more serious? What's the exact time cutoff? Klein rubbed his temples, planning to confirm it by experimenting above the gray fog when he had the time. However, he didn't know if the biological poison bottle would work here. For example, with his current spirit body state, he wasn't afraid of being poisoned at all. Let's leave it at that for now. I'll study it in detail later. Klein cast his gaze at the goatskin-bound book of secrets in front of him and flipped to the first page. It was a title page with simple patterns without any content. After flipping it again, Klein finally saw the beginning of the Book of Secrets. Chapter 355, another one that only worships the moon and doesn't respect the goddess? Klein couldn't help but reveal a thoughtful expression. He had heard of such matters when he was learning about the life school of thought, but he never expected that a shaman king who had lived his entire life in the southern continent would have a similar point of view. After the Pale Era at the end of the Fourth Epoch, the Berserk Sea became a name worthy of its name. As such, the northern and southern continents were isolated and no longer had any contact. As for the life school of thought, it was formed in the early Fifth Epoch. Clearly, it was impossible for them to develop to the southern continent before Roselle sent people to find a safe sea route. Shaman King Klarman also belonged to the early period. He was active more than 1,000 years before the invasion of the northern continent. In other words, the two Beyonder factions that belonged to the northern and southern continents and were unable to communicate with each other chose to worship the moon itself and ignore the Evernight goddess at about the same time. Such a coincidence made one have no choice but to consider the reason. Could it be that a new deity was born and took away the authority related to the moon? However, as a deity, he shouldn't be so unknown. Or could it be said that although the goddess snatched away the authority of the moon, the believers of the primordial moon god survived, and they were passed down from the fourth epoch to the third epoch. And after the northern and southern continents were separated, there were two branches, one of the shaman kings and the other the life school of thought. Klein made a rough guess, but he was troubled by the lack of corresponding clues to narrow down the scope. He temporarily gave up on thinking and seized the time to quickly browse through the contents of the Book of Secrets. In the preface, Shaman King Klarman directly said that many of the rituals, secret deeds, astrology, and summoning techniques in the book originated from the primordial worship of the moon. He also described the corresponding honorific names in detail. The unique crimson moon, the symbol of life and beauty, the mother of all spiritual powers. There's actually an honorific name. However, it lacks a more common description like Evernight Goddess or Earth Mother. If there really is such a hidden deity, her believers would definitely develop a more concise title that's more suitable for verbal praise, and not replace it with the primordial worship of the moon. Klein sensed something odd and analyzed it with his knowledge of mysticism. Furthermore, using the Lady of Crimson to hold the ritual will obviously point to the goddess. But using a very similar but more detailed honorific name will bypass the goddess and point to the source of their power, the so-called primordial moon. I wonder what kind of strange existence it is. Klein thought curiously and horrified. As he didn't have much time, he quickly browsed through the details and found that, just as Shaman King Klarman had said, many of the secret deeds and rituals pointed to the moon. For Klein, this was not something he needed to care too much. He would not copy those things and provoke the primordial moon that he did not know what it was. What he wanted to learn was the overall structure, design, and details of the secret deeds and rituals. Only by grasping the hidden pattern could he create his own secret deed, ritual, astrology, and summoning spell that pointed to the king of yellow and black. Perhaps in the long future, I'll have my own mysticism. Klein removed the spirit pendulum from his wrist and confirmed the authenticity of the Book of Secrets. After receiving a positive answer, he wasn't in a hurry to use the werewolf's beyonder characteristic to divine the formula. After all, he wasn't going to sell it. By the same logic, he planned on taking it slow before studying the origins of the biological poison bottle. He quickly returned to the real world and pulled open the curtains. What he saw was the sun that failed to illuminate the land. It was hidden behind the clouds and haze, appearing somewhat pale. Achoo! Suddenly, Klein covered his mouth and nose with his hand and sneezed. At this moment, he realized that he had a headache and a fever. He didn't feel energetic, as though he had caught a cold. As a sequence 7 Beyonder, I'm actually sick. Klein pulled out a piece of paper and snorted. He carefully thought about it and quickly understood the reason. The negative effect of the biological poison bottle was to gradually weaken the wielder to the point of falling ill. If he carried it for a little longer, he might even die from the illness. And this wasn't something that could be eliminated by spirituality's shackles. Last night, after the battle, Klein's spirituality was nearly depleted. Despite being weak from the poison, he still carried the biological poison bottle and hid in the Lever Cathedral for half an hour. Coupled with the time he spent returning to Minsk, he had shamefully fallen ill. Thankfully, it's not serious. It won't affect anything. Klein achoo again, tidied himself up, and took a hot bath. After washing up in order to reward himself, he specially fried an egg, causing the aroma to permeate the air. A Shaman King's Book of Secrets, a mystical item that isn't inferior to the Brooch of the Sun, a biological poison bottle, and a Sequence 7 werewolf beyonder characteristic. I earned quite a bit this time. It's just a pity that I didn't get the zombie beyonder characteristic. Klein sat at the dining table and ate as he calculated his harvest. What made his heart ache was that he had used a total of 11 beyonder bullets, each equivalent to nearly 10 pounds. That is to say, I burned 100 pounds. It's no wonder most low and mid-sequence beyonders are so desperate for money. Klein looked down at his breakfast. They only added up to a few pence. After breakfast, Klein leisurely read the newspapers, occasionally sneezing and wiping his mouth and nose with a piece of paper. Just as the 8:00 clock bell stopped ringing, someone rang his doorbell. As expected, Klein saw the reporter from the Daily Observer, Mike Joseph. The reporter, who had beautiful blue eyes, a mustache, and rough skin, took off his hat and greeted him. Then he went straight to the point. Detective Moriarty, are you free to take on my commission? Although I'm a little sick, I won't be suspected if I take on a commission as usual. Klein, who had just done a job, smiled. I'm slightly sick, but it doesn't affect my combat and shooting. Mike immediately smiled. Thank you for your help. Let's set off now. Detective Moriarty, have you had breakfast? I'm treating you. As your employer, I should be responsible for your food today. Treat me to breakfast? Klein was stunned for a moment. I just finished eating, but I suggest you go to the east side for breakfast. You'll be able to see a lot of things that way. Just give me a cup of coffee then. No problem. Mike pointed outside. The carriage I hired is waiting. Klein sized him up and said, That's right. Sir, you'd better dress worse, or I'll be very busy. Mike looked down at his woolen coat and said in enlightenment, That's right. Is this too eye-catching? It's like that in the Eastern District. Klein pointed inside and said, I have some clothes specially prepared for you. Well, our figures are about the same. Mike couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. You are indeed a professional. Professional crime? Klein silently cursed. After changing their clothes and becoming ordinary workers, the two of them got on the carriage and headed to the edge of the Eastern District. Achoo! Klein took out a piece of paper and wiped his mouth and nose, snorting. As there was no trash can nearby, he folded the paper and put it back into his pocket. The food in this cafe is not bad. Of course, this is relative to the residents of the Eastern District. Klein pointed at the slightly greasy cafe at the corner of the street. He had come here for breakfast a few times when he occasionally stayed in a one-bedroom room nearby. It looks like it's already one of the better restaurants here. Mike didn't think it was a cafe. It was already past 9, and there were very few customers in the cafe. The residents of the Eastern District often finished their breakfast at 7 and began working or looking for work. After accompanying Mike and ordering stewed beef with potatoes, bread, coffee, and other food, Klein looked around for a seat by the window. At this moment, he saw a familiar face. It was the middle-aged man whom he had pretended to be a reporter to help. He was the one who brought me here in the first place. Why is he only having breakfast now? Klein's thoughts raced as he said to Mike, You have an interviewee. As he spoke, he walked towards the tramp with a cup of coffee. The man was still wearing the thick jacket from before. His graying hair appeared rather oily, and his beard was rather obvious. However, there was no longer the sleepiness in his eyes, and his face was no longer as pale as before. Good morning, we meet again. Klein sat opposite him and greeted him. He discovered that the man's breakfast was black bread with a large cup of cheap tea that cost a penny. The middle-aged man raised his head, took a closer look, and exclaimed in pleasant surprise. He said in pleasant surprise, Mr. Reporter, it's you. Klein laughed dryly and pointed to Mike beside him. This is my colleague. He wants to do a deeper investigation on my previous interview. Mike was an experienced and knowledgeable reporter. He didn't say anything else when he heard that. All he did was smile and nod in greeting. As for Detective Moriarty pretending to be a reporter, it wasn't like he only learned of it today. He had borrowed a fake reporter's pass from him before. So you really are a reporter? The middle-aged man blurted out in surprise. But that doesn't stop you from being a kind person. Klein smiled and returned with a question. How have you been recently? The middle-aged man drank a mouthful of tea and said, With your help, I finally had a good night's sleep and a full stomach. I'm no longer that weak. I originally wanted to find the original kind of job, which was making shoes, but they didn't want me. They said that my hands were shaky. He lowered his head and chuckled, skipping this part. Later, I went to the docks and found some work. It's tiring, but at least I earn money. I've already rented a bed in someone's house, and I only use 6. 5 pence a week. Of course, I can only sleep at night. Well, working at the docks is like that. I went there very early today and didn't eat anything. I raised my hand and shouted my name and the manager's name, but I still wasn't chosen. All I could do was return here. Thankfully, there's still a chance in the afternoon. Those people in the morning might be busy late and won't compete with us. Chapter 356. Finally, the middle-aged man with white sideburns drank a mouthful of tea and sighed with a smile. Actually, this is already much better than what I had before. It's better than many people here, such as, he pointed at the homeless people huddled in a corner outside the window. Klein and Mike looked over and saw a dirty spot that was sheltered from the wind. There were tramps curled up on the ground. There were men and women, old and young. In this cold late autumn, they might not wake up again. At this moment, Klein noticed an old lady in her 60s standing by the street. Her dress was old and tattered, but she was relatively clean. Her hair was neatly combed. The white-haired old lady had the usual fatigue of a homeless person, but she still insisted on not squeezing with the crowd. Instead, she slowly walked by the side of the road, looking into the coffee shop numbly from time to time. She's also a pitiful person. The former homeless man who had eaten the rest of the black bread also noticed the old lady and sighed. It's said that she had a pretty good life in the past. Her husband was a grain merchant and had a very spirited child. Unfortunately, he went bankrupt, and her husband and child died not long after. She's different from us. Really, you can tell at a glance. Sigh! She probably won't be able to last much longer unless she can enter the workhouse every time. As he listened, Mike's expression turned from calm to gloomy. He slowly exhaled and said, I want to interview her. I want to interview her. Can you invite her for me? She can eat and drink whatever she wants here. The middle-aged man didn't find this request strange. He only looked at Klein and Mike, as though saying that they were indeed colleagues. All right, I'm sure she'll be happy to. He drank a mouthful of tea, got up, and walked out of the greasy coffee shop. Before long, the old lady in an old but neat dress followed him in. Her pale face paled slightly under the warmth of the coffee shop. She kept trembling, as though she wanted to release the coldness in her body bit by bit and absorb the relatively high temperature in the coffee shop. Even though she was sitting on a chair, it took her more than a minute to truly warm up. Order whatever you want. This is the reward for the interview, Klein said on Mike's behalf. After Mike nodded, the old lady ordered toast, inferior cream, and coffee in a reserved manner. Then she smiled. I heard that when you haven't had food for a long time, you can't eat greasy food. Very polite, very self-controlled. Not like a wanderer at all. Klein sighed silently. Before the food was delivered, Mike asked casually, Can you tell me how you became a wanderer? The old lady revealed a look of reminiscence and smiled bitterly. My husband is a grain merchant. He mainly buys all kinds of grain from farmers in the country. Ever since the Grain Act was repealed, we quickly went bankrupt. He wasn't young anymore. After being struck down by this incident, his body quickly collapsed and he died not long after. My boy, he was a fine young man who had been following his father in business. He couldn't take the blow, so he jumped into the Tussock River on a moonless night. His first suicide attempt failed, and he was sent to the magistrate's court. The police and the judge were very impatient, feeling that he was wasting their time. If you want to commit suicide, please do it quietly and successfully. Don't trouble us. Yes, they probably wanted to say that, but they found it too direct. My child was imprisoned. Not long after, he tried to commit suicide a second time, and he succeeded. The old lady spoke very calmly, as though it wasn't something that had happened to her. But for some reason, Klein felt a strong sense of sorrow. There's no greater sorrow than a dead heart. He suddenly recalled a saying he had heard in his previous life. In this world, suicide was not only forbidden by the various churches, but it was also a target of punishment by the law. As for the reason, Klein knew very well what it was. First of all, Suicides often chose to jump into the river. If they weren't discovered in time, there was a certain chance that they would turn into a water ghost. Secondly, suicides were often in a bad mood. In such a state, ending one's life was equivalent to a sacrifice, and it was possible for one to resonate with a strange and terrifying existence. Therefore, their bodies or the items around them would carry a strange curse after they died, harming others. The misfortune cloth puppet behind Tinjin City's Chinese gate might very well have come from this. Therefore, the 7 Orthodox churches forbade their believers from committing suicide based on their own doctrines. The royal family had also pushed for the corresponding legislation. Of course, this sounded a little ridiculous to Klein. Would a suicidal person be afraid of the law or punishment? Mike jotted down notes and was about to say something when the owner of the coffee shop brought the food over. "Fill your stomach first. We'll talk later." Mike pointed at the toast. "All right." The old lady ate her food in small bites, appearing very cultured. She didn't order much, so she quickly finished it. After reluctantly drinking the last mouthful of coffee, she rubbed her temples and pleaded, "Can I sleep for a while before we talk? It's too cold outside." "No problem," Mike answered without hesitation. The old lady thanked him gratefully a few times, sat on a chair, and curled up to sleep. Mike looked at the middle-aged man beside him. "You seem to be very familiar with this place. I would like to hire you as our guide. How about 3 soldi a day?" "Sorry, I forgot to ask for your name." The middle-aged man hurriedly shook his head. No. That's too much. Most of the time, I only earn 1 soldi a day at the dock. Just call me Old Kohler." "Then 2 soldi a day. That's what you deserve." Mike made the final decision. After witnessing this strange bargaining, Klein used a piece of paper to wipe his snot. Just as he was about to refill his cup of coffee, he suddenly sensed that something was amiss. He turned to look at the old lady who was curled up in a chair, sleeping. Her face, which had turned rosy from drinking coffee, turned pale once again. The color of her aura and emotions had disappeared. Klein stood up and subconsciously reached out to check the old lady's breathing. Under Mike and Kohler's surprised gazes, he said heavily, "She's dead." Mike opened his mouth, but nothing came out. Kohler tapped his chest 3 times and smiled bitterly. "I knew she wouldn't last long. This happens every day in East Borough. At least she filled her stomach and died in a warm place. I hope it'll be the same for me in the future." Klein fell silent for a moment. "Kohler, get the police over." "All right." Kohler tapped his chest 3 more times and ran out of the coffee shop. The boss glanced over, but didn't come over, as though it wasn't something he needed to care about. After a while, a policeman in a black and white checkered uniform entered the coffee shop with a baton and a pistol. He looked at the dead old lady and asked Mike and Klein a few questions before waving his hand. "It's fine. You can leave after I get someone to collect the corpse. That's it." Mike exclaimed in surprise. He was clearly unfamiliar with East Borough. The policeman chuckled. "There are many such incidents in East Borough every day." He rolled his eyes and looked at Klein and Mike. "You don't look like you're from here. What's your name? What's your identity?" Mike took out his reporter's pass, and Klein said that he was a private detective who was protecting him. The policeman's expression immediately turned serious as he looked at Klein. "I suspect you of illegal possession of a gun. I want to search your belongings. Please cooperate, or it will be considered resisting arrest." Mike instantly became worried because he knew that private detectives generally possessed guns illegally. Klein spread out his hands expressionlessly. "All right." He allowed the policeman to search him, but he didn't find anything. After the old lady's corpse was sent away and the disappointed policeman left, Mike clenched his fist and pounded the table. A living person died here, but all he wants to do is investigate illegal possession of a gun. At this point, Mike turned to look at Klein and asked in puzzlement, "You didn't bring a gun?" Klein shook his head and pulled out his holster and revolver from under the table. He calmly said, "As a detective, I have a lot of experience in this area." As a magician's, he could place his gun in front of his opponent without them noticing. Furthermore, as he hadn't bought ordinary bullets and had temporarily thrown the Beyonder bullets above the gray fog, his revolver was currently empty. However, this didn't stop him from shooting with a pistol. All he needed to do was to use his mouth to simulate a bang when he pulled the trigger. Seeing this, old Kohler whispered, "Don't worry. So you're a detective?" Klein pointed at Mike and casually explained, "Last time I was also entrusted by this gentleman." Mike sat there and did not refute. After a moment of silence, "Although I've investigated the gangs and seen the miserable lives of some prostitutes, I don't know much about the situation in East Borough. Help me take a look and see if there are any problems with this interview plan." As he spoke, he took out a few pieces of paper from the inside pocket of his shirt and unfolded them on the coffee shop table. Klein glanced at it and said, "Interviews with East Borough residents of different ages? That's too troublesome. I think it can be divided according to the location. A better apartment, an apartment with 5 or 6 people squeezed into a room, a street corner sheltered from the wind, a park bench, a bar or a workhouse. In addition, it can be divided into working hours and resting hours." Mike listened carefully and nodded. "Not a bad idea. What do you think, Kohler?" Old Kohler pinched his nose and said, "I don't know the words, but I think there's nothing wrong with what the detective said." Mike thought for a moment and modified his plan. Chapter 357. At an intersection in Bakelands, East Borough, Mike Joseph saw many children dressed in tattered clothes and had pitiful looks on the street. He wiped his mouth with a handkerchief and planned to give them some pennies. However, his actions were stopped by the former tramp, old Kohler. "Those are thieves." "Thieves? What about their parents? Or is this all controlled by the mafia?" As a senior reporter, although Mike had never been to East Borough, he had vaguely heard that there were a few gangs that controlled street children to steal or beg. Parents? They either don't have parents or their parents were once thieves, or are still doing so. Of course, Mr. Reporter, you're right. Many of them are indeed controlled by gangs. It's said that those gangs will even teach them how to steal. For example, hang a gentleman's coat on the wall, put a handkerchief in the pocket, and hang a pocket watch outside. Through repeated practice, they will be able to steal the handkerchief without the pocket watch shaking. This is what I heard from people in the workhouse when I was a tramp. Old Kohler rambled on. I remember that the youngest thief caught on this street was only 6 years old. Sigh, 6 years old! He seemed to recall the child he had lost to the disease and couldn't help but take out a wrinkled cigarette from his pocket. However, he couldn't bear to smoke it and only sniffed it. 6 years old. Mike was stunned by the number. Klein listened quietly and sighed. This is East Borough. He looked around and adjusted his emotions. This place is closer to the jungle than human society. Our interview has to be treated as an adventure. You have to know how to avoid the territory of dangerous creatures. But you also have to stay away from the small things that don't seem to cause too much harm to you. Yes, I mean the mosquitoes in the jungle. Mike, if you expose the thickness of your wallet in front of those children, even if you protect it well and don't let them steal it, you will still encounter a robbery in the upcoming adventure. If you dare to resist, perhaps there will be an additional corpse floating in the Tussock River tomorrow morning. Mr. Detective, you're absolutely right. There's so many people in East Borough. No one will care if a few go missing every day. Old Kohler agreed. Mike listened with a solemn expression. After a few seconds of silence, he suddenly said, 35 million. Due to the cold, Klein's voice was obviously hoarse. Mike stepped forward. This is the preliminary count of the population of the East District, but I know that there must be a lot more than that. That many? Old Kohler was shocked. Although he had experienced day and night in East Borough and knew that there were a lot of residents here, he didn't expect it to be so many. That's several times the population of Tingen. Klein, subconsciously compared the place he was most familiar with. He glanced at the crossroads a few steps away. Where do we go next? Old Kohler looked up. Don't go straight. That street is controlled by the Zmanger gang. They're vicious and completely unreasonable. If they find any reporters trying to interview us, they will definitely beat us up. The Zmanger gang? Isn't that the gang that Brainless was in that caused me to lose 10,000 pounds? He's also some executioner. I don't even remember his name. Fortunately, that 10,000 pounds was exchanged for the sequence 7, 6, and 5 potion formulas for Seer, the All-Black Eye, and the life of the Intis ambassador. I wonder which faction obtained a manuscript regarding the third-generation difference engine. Klein suddenly recalled what happened at the beginning of last month. The Zmanger gang? That gang that's mainly made up of Highlanders? Mike asked thoughtfully, Mr. Reporter, you've heard of them? Old Kohler asked in surprise. Mike chuckled. They're involved in quite a number of cases, and they're quite famous outside of East Borough. It's said that one of their members was once involved in an Intis espionage case. The person beside you is the person involved, the informant, the victim. Klein silently added, Since you respectable gentlemen know about the Zmanger gang, why don't the police arrest them? Old Kohler asked with the mindset of a commoner. Mike's expression immediately turned ugly as he coughed twice. They can only arrest those who have been involved in the case. There's no evidence for the rest, so they can't be arrested. Besides, East Borough is so big and there are so many people. If anyone really wants to hide, it'll be very difficult to find them. As he spoke, he let out a sigh and said, It's easy to destroy the Zmanger gang, but as long as Highlanders come to Bakeland, as long as they retain their tradition of bravery and ruthlessness, and as long as they don't find any other way to make a living, it's only a matter of time before a new Zmanger gang appears. This is a complicated social problem. Klein pointed to the left and right. Pick one. Old Kohler looked to the street on the right. The ones active there are the Hueli gang. As long as you don't provoke the girls who do that kind of business on the streets and in the bars, you won't be noticed by them. Ha, it's morning now, so there won't be any problems. They're all still sleeping. The word Hueli meant outlaw in Rouen, and the gang that came up with this name could be said to be quite self-aware. Klein and Mike didn't have any objections to this. Under the guide's lead, they entered the neighborhood. The buildings here were relatively good, and the environment on the streets wasn't that dirty. The air was filled with the smell of oyster soup, fried fish, ginger beer, and other food and beverages left behind by the street vendors, as well as the fishy smell of fish and seafood. Walking here, Klein felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. It was as if he had returned to Tingen City, to Iron Cross Street, to the street outside the apartment where he first lived. The only difference was that Bakeland was closer to the sea, so transportation was more developed, and there were quite a lot of fish in the sea. It's one of the better apartments in the vicinity. I've wandered around here several times in the past, and I found that the gentlemen and ladies inside are dressed rather cleaner. Old Kohler pointed to a pale yellow, 3-story building. The three of them approached and found a sign hanging at the entrance of the apartment. On it was a picture of a pocket watch, a wall clock, and a screwdriver, with the words clock repair written on it. There's a watchmaker living here. Klein dug out a similar scene from the memory fragments of the original Klein. Back then, Banson Melissa, and he had gone to a similar place to repair the silver pocket watch left behind by his father. However, the item was repaired a few times, and it quickly broke down. It wasn't until Melissa completely fixed it that it became the most presentable thing on Klein during that period of time. And after Klein passed away, the pocket watch, which had both monetary and emotional value, didn't accompany him to the grave. It should belong to Banson now, right? I wonder if he thinks of me every time he takes out that pocket watch. Klein suddenly blinked and curled the corners of his mouth. Probably. Mike wasn't sure. If there was a problem with his pocket watch, It would usually be sent to the original watch shop, which would assign it to a repairman or entrust it to a craftsman who had been working with him for a long time. As soon as they entered the apartment, they saw a middle-aged man with a stubble. The gentleman had just come out of the bathroom and was about to return to his room when he realized that 3 strangers had entered. He hurriedly asked, "Do you want to repair your watch?" What a coincidence! We ran into that craftsman directly. Klein found it a little strange. Mike took out his pocket watch and smiled. "Yes, my pocket watch has been off the mark recently. Help me take a look." He didn't reveal his identity and planned to conduct the interview in a casual manner. The middle-aged man immediately smiled and led them into a 2-bedroom room with a half-closed door. He pointed at the chair beside the wooden table and said, "Wait a moment. I'll go get the tools." "Your tools aren't at home?" Mike asked in surprise. The watchmaker shook his head and smiled. "How is that possible? A set of tools is very expensive. I can't afford it alone, so we can only pool our money and buy 3 or 4 sets. Whoever has business will use them. Therefore, we move together. Ha ha, it's more convenient this way. If it's too far away, we'll have to spend extra time and public carriage fees to borrow tools." As he spoke, he walked out the door and walked to the side. So it wasn't a coincidence that we ran into a watchmaker. Many of the residents here are watchmakers. Klein came to a realization. Old Kohler examined the room and said enviously, "Before I got sick, I also lived in a place like this. Before I fell ill, I also lived in a place like this. My wife would help people sew clothes at home. 2 children, 2 children." Mike sighed and lowered his voice. "I thought watchmakers were all very rich." "Me too." Klein pinched his nose. After having a cordial conversation with several residents in the apartment, Klein and company once again embarked on an adventurous journey. They walked for about 100 meters when they suddenly heard someone arguing on the street. The 2 ladies were shouting at the top of their lungs, using all sorts of vulgar language to greet each other, allowing Klein to learn many words he had never heard before. The reason for their argument was that the woman on the left was accusing the woman on the right of making the apartment dirty and noisy. The woman on the right was scolding the woman on the left, believing that it was her own problem. No one asked her to solicit customers at night and sleep during the day. "That's a laundry girl." Mike frowned slightly and asked after listening to the end, "Yes, I know her. She's a widow, and she's washing clothes with her 2 daughters. Old Kohler gave an affirmative answer. Mike thought for a few seconds. "Take me to see her house." Old Kohler nodded and led the 2 of them around the scene of the argument. They entered a dilapidated house that was clearly inferior to the previous apartment. As soon as they arrived outside the laundry maid's room, Klein immediately felt the dampness. Inside, there were dresses that had yet to dry. A 17 or 18-year-old girl was squatting in front of a large basin, washing the foaming items. A girl, slightly younger than her, was holding a hot iron wrapped in wet linen, carefully handling the items that had been washed and dried. Her movements were careful, as if she had been scalded by the steam many times. This was both their workplace and the place where they slept at night. The moist steam filled the room and soaked into their bodies. In addition, the stench of all sorts of smells was very obvious. "Don't you feel uncomfortable?" Mike pinched his nose. Klein replied in a muffled voice, "I've caught a cold." There wasn't a hint of a smile in his words. Mike released his fingers, walked into the room, and said to the 2 surprised girls, "I'm a reporter." "I'm a reporter. I'd like to interview the laundry lady." The girl who was rubbing the clothes numbly shook her head. "We have a lot of things to do. We can't delay." Mike's request for an interview was rejected just like that. He came out with a heavy expression and silently walked back to the street. After looking around, he pursed his lips and said, "Let's continue." In the city of Silver, Derek Berg, who was suffering from auditory and visual hallucinations, was brought to the bottom of the spire after a detailed examination. This place housed residents who showed signs of losing control, and various methods were used to try and save them. Walking down the dark, gloomy corridor, he suddenly felt an inexplicable chill. Help! A blood-curdling scream suddenly rang out from a sealed room. Help! Chapter 358. In that strange silence, the first thought that flashed through Derek Berg's mind when he came back to his senses was to save people. However, the two guards sandwiched between him did not react at all, as if everything that had just happened was just an illusion. "Someone is calling for help," Derek reminded the two Dawn Knights. Walking on his left, the tall knight in full silver armor replied calmly, "That's right. Don't be fooled. That's just a normal reaction from some extraordinaires who are on the verge of losing control." Really? Perhaps he's just unwilling to give up and lose control and become a monster, so he's screaming for help. Derek thought sorrowfully. As his emotions changed, the illusory buzzing in his ears grew louder. After taking a few more steps in silence, the Dawn Paladin pointed to a door on the left. "You can stay here for the time being. We will send you food and medicine on time." As he spoke, he took out a small iron-black bottle. This bottle was woven from the leftover straws of the City of Silver's staple, black-faced grass. When it came into contact with liquid, it would produce a thin film, thus achieving the effect of being waterproof and sealed. Derek took the bottle of potion and gulped it down. He felt a cooling sensation slide through his esophagus and into his stomach. He quickly calmed down. The shaking scene in front of him returned to normal, and the auditory hallucinations in his ears gradually weakened. Clang! With the sound of the iron door closing and locking, Derek entered the room that belonged to him. The first thing he saw was a candle flickering with a dim yellow light, and then he made out the low bed, the chair, and the square table. Other than that, there was nothing else. However, the surrounding walls, including the door, were engraved with complicated and mysterious symbols and labels. They seemed to form a complete seal. Derek's emotions were also suppressed by the potion. Without any curiosity, he sat down and lay on the bed. After an unknown period of time, he suddenly heard a violent knocking sound, but it did not come from outside his room, but from next door. Derek sat up and listened carefully. Amidst the crashing sounds, he heard thin, shrill sobs. His hair stood on end, and he stood up abruptly, assuming an extremely defensive posture. Right at this moment, the thumping sound spread to the metal walls that separated the two rooms, forming protrusions that were slowly deflating one after another. Just as Derek was about to pray for the holy light, his eyes suddenly lit up. The space he was in seemed to have been moved to the outside world, and lightning flashed. The sound of someone smashing the wall next door disappeared, and the bottom of the round tower became quiet again. This was not absolute silence. Rather, it was a silence where the sound of light footsteps could travel a long distance and echo for a long time. Just as he was guessing what had happened to the Beyonder next door, someone knocked on the metal wall on the other side. Tuck, tuck, tuck. It was as if someone had bent a finger and was gently tapping on it. "Who is it?" Derek raised his voice and asked with slight fear. The knocking immediately stopped. After a few seconds, a deep but rather old voice could be vaguely heard. "So it's a young fellow. You are." Seeing that the other party could communicate rationally, Derek leaned against the wall and pressed his ear against the cold metal. The old voice chuckled and said, "That's right. The one next to you almost lost control a few times. In the end, I couldn't save her today." Had he completely lost control? Derek asked through the metal wall, "Is he a monster now?" "No, it's not a monster, it's a corpse. He's already been dealt with by the item that's sealed here." The old voice sighed. "I've been here for 42 years. According to what the guards told me, I've seen too many similar things." Derek asked in surprise, "What's the matter?" "You've been here for 42 years? Normally speaking, losing control could be divided into 3 stages. The first stage was the appearance of signs, such as auditory and visual hallucinations. The second stage was when one's body and mind were already somewhat out of control. From time to time, they would display a terrifying or strange state. The third stage was a complete breakdown and degeneration into a terrifying monster. Going from the second stage to the third stage was rather fast. Perhaps just as one discovered it, one would witness a seemingly ordinary beyonder turn into a monster from the depths of the darkness. In other words, after a beyonder at the second stage was sent to the bottom of the spire, they would either slowly stabilize themselves through medicine, rituals, and other methods before leaving within a year and a half. Otherwise, they would quickly enter a state of losing control and be purged. It was impossible for anyone to be imprisoned here for 42 years. As for beyonders at the first stage, they might only need a few days or more to eliminate the signs and leave after being healed. The old voice immediately chuckled and said, "That's right. I didn't expect to stay here for 42 years either. I don't have any signs of losing control, but they believe that I'm rather dangerous and that I might turn into a monster at any moment." Derek frowned slightly and asked curiously, "What happened 42 years ago?" He asked curiously, "What happened 42 years ago?" Back then, his parents weren't even born yet. The old voice fell silent for a moment before saying, "I was once the captain of an exploration team." The old voice fell silent for a moment before saying, "I was once the captain of an exploration team. We discovered a destroyed city half a month away from the City of Silver. That was calculated based on our speed. That city was similar to our City of Silver. There were obvious signs of giants ruling it, and they believed in the Lord that created everything, the omnipotent and omniscient God. Unfortunately, they were destroyed. They were destroyed countless years ago." Derek wasn't unfamiliar with such matters, so he immediately guessed. "You encountered something strange there, so you were believed to be able to lose control at any moment." "More or less." The old voice chuckled. "After we explored the core area, we found that the city was trying to change the faith of the people and created some gods that they imagined could save them. However, it was useless. Even the statues of those gods were destroyed and scattered all over the ground." At this point, his tone suddenly became solemn. But we met someone there. This is the first living person our City of Silver has encountered in more than 2,000 years that doesn't belong to our city. Outside the City of Silver, in the depths of the endless darkness, there really are people alive." Derek subconsciously asked, "You brought him back to the City of Silver?" The old voice paused for 2 seconds before saying, "Don't you feel the vibration? Our City of Silver has worked hard to explore our surroundings to find humans like us. We finally found one 42 years ago. This is indeed shocking news. But I often see Miss Justice, Mr. the Hanging Man, and the others. I often hear about the Kingdom of Ruan and the 7 Orthodox gods. Isn't it obvious that there are people outside the City of Silver, as well as cities and countries?" Derek scratched his head and pretended to be shocked, as though he didn't have much experience. "I didn't notice that just now. It's indeed unbelievable. Apart from the residents of the City of Silver, there are actually other people." The old voice fell silent for a while before saying, "Has the education of the City of Silver become so bad?" Without waiting for Derek to speak, he sighed and said, "We invited that person to the City of Silver as a guest." We cautiously invited that person to the City of Silver as a guest. After some consideration, he agreed. We monitored and escorted him back, but when we were about to reach the City of Silver, he suddenly disappeared. We searched the surroundings, but we couldn't find him. After returning to the City of Silver, my team members went crazy one after another and lost control. All of them. The 6-member council suspected that we had been contaminated by something. They suspected that the person wasn't human at all, but an evil spirit, a monster. Therefore, they locked me up here. Every once in a while, they would come to confirm my condition, but they never told me what the problem was, nor did they let me out." Derek heaved a heavy sigh. Do you still remember what that person looked like? He looked very ordinary. He didn't have any special characteristics, and his clothes were similar to ours. Apart from remembering that he was male, I can't remember what he looked like at all. However, the elders should be able to use beyonder means to directly see him from my blurry memories, the old voice said in pain after recalling for dozens of seconds. Derek casually asked, did he say what his name was? Did he communicate with you about his origins? Did he talk to you about his background? He told us that his name was, he paused and said, Amon. Sunday morning, the factory district. Over the past 2 days, Klein and Mike had visited many places in East Borough under old Kohler's guidance. As a result, Mike had seen 5 or 6 people squeezed into a room, and that wasn't even the worst-case scenario. In the poorest places in East Borough, an ordinary bedroom could even sleep 10 people. The precise division of ownership, such as sleeping on the floor, day use and night use, left the reporter amazed. Furthermore, poverty didn't discriminate between men and women. In those places, people of different genders inevitably squeezed together, and certain matters that could go to court were common, be it men or women. They were constantly facing the threat of violence. Dirty, crowded, and smelly. That's the most intuitive impression. I suspect that all of them have serious parasites in their bodies. In the most run-down neighborhood, because the houses were built a long time ago, there's no special connection to the sewers. Feces, urine, vomit, and other things are everywhere. There's only one public bathroom in each house or one public toilet in each street. They're extremely busy every day, but they can barely fill their stomachs without any savings. As long as they lose their jobs for a few days, they'll fall into an abyss that they can't save. I believe that as long as they're given a little hope, they won't even be afraid of death. Mike wrote in his investigation manuscript. In addition, the vagrants who wandered the streets like zombies after being chased away in the middle of the night, the girls who stood numbly by the streets or in the bars, and the drinkers who indulged in alcohol, weren't stingy with violence and didn't even think about their future. All of these left a deep impression on the reporter. Chapter 359. Cough, cough. Mike Joseph took out a handkerchief, covered his mouth, and coughed a few times. The fog in the factory area was thicker than in other places. The air was gray with a yellowish hue, as if there was dust floating in it. Occasionally, it would emit a pungent smell, making it unbearable for the reporter, who was already used to Bakeland's air. He turned his head to Klein, who was also coughing softly. I've always supported the government's establishment of the kingdom's Atmospheric Pollution Council and the establishment of the Alkali Industry Prosecutor, but I only realized today that the problem is so serious. If we don't take effective measures, it might lead to a tragedy in the future. Klein tried his best to clear his clogged nose. Perhaps all of Bakeland will be shrouded in fog with a visual range of no more than 5 meters, and an evil god might very well descend or be born in such a scene, he silently added. Old Kohler didn't quite understand their conversation. He cleared his throat, which was filled with phlegm, and led the reporter and the detective to bypass the guards and sneak into a lead-white factory. The factory was dominated by female workers. They were busy working without any protection, and the factory was filled with obvious dust. Looking at the tiny particles floating in the air, Klein seemed to see poisonous gas. The young women who weren't wearing masks were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. At that moment, it was as if he had returned to Tingen, to the time when he helped Sir Deweyville deal with his resentment. He seemed to have witnessed the future of the female workers here. Some of them had a throbbing headache, some had a blurry vision, some became hysterical, and some had blue lines appearing on their gums. In the end, they either became blind or quickly died. This is like a large-scale bloody sacrificial ritual, except that the target is the flashing money symbol. If the Aurora Order, Rose School, and other cults can make good use of such things, just like what Lenivus has done, then there will be a huge problem. Klein covered his mouth and nose as he quietly watched. Mike Joseph whispered in shock and anger. How can this be? How can they do this? Some time ago, all kinds of newspapers and magazines focused on the matter of lead poisoning, but they didn't take any precautions. They can't even bear to part with a mask. These factory owners are committing murder. What a righteous reporter. Although he wasn't young, his style was stingy and his acting was excellent. He still retained his original heart. But how did he know so much about lead poisoning? By the way, I forgot. I got Sir Deweyville to publicize the dangers of lead poisoning in all the newspapers and magazines. It seems like he did a good job. But to some people, what's the big deal if one or two lowly untouchables die? There are plenty of people waiting for job opportunities. Klein thought with a heavy heart. As a senior reporter, Mike did not lose his mind. He quietly observed and asked a few workers who were changing shifts before leaving the lead-white factory. After that, they entered one factory after another. They were in no mood to discuss the dirty environment and the high-intensity labor of the people inside. When it was close to noon, Klein suddenly noticed that a lot of people had gathered outside a factory in front of him. They were mainly women. They were shouting excitedly and trying to rush inside. What happened? Mike asked Old Kohler in puzzlement. Old Kohler was also puzzled. I'll go over and ask. He jogged outside the factory and blended into the crowd. After a few minutes, he returned to Klein and Mike's side. They want to smash those new machines. Old Kohler caught his breath and got to the point first. Why? Mike had never been in charge of such news before, so he didn't know much about it. However, Klein could vaguely guess the reason. Old Kohler pointed at the factory and said, "This is a textile factory. They want to switch to the latest textile machines, and the number of people in charge of operating them will also decrease. It seems like they're going to fire a third of the workers. Those women want to smash the machines and get their jobs back. Otherwise, they might not be able to survive, or they might end up as street girls." Mike opened his mouth. From the shape of his mouth, it was clear that he wanted to say foolish, but in the end he didn't say anything. He only looked over in silence and didn't even approach. After a long time, Mike sighed and said, "Let's go back. I'm almost done with my investigations and interviews." The three of them immediately turned around and walked out of the factory area. No one spoke along the way. Just as they were about to part ways, Mike glanced at Klein and said in a low voice, "Tell me, if the unprotected lead factories are shut down or their bosses are sent to court, will those women be able to find something else to do?" Klein thought seriously and said, "If it's just a few, it won't be a big problem. If it's just a few rooms, it's not a big problem. But some female workers might endure hunger and cold in the process of looking for other jobs, gradually losing their labor force because they have no savings at all. If too many of them are shut down in a short period of time, coupled with the people who will lose their jobs after using the new textile machines, it will be a disaster. Just the Bakeland factory area alone might have thousands or even tens of thousands of unemployed workers. They would be without food or clothing, wandering the streets like zombies or lowering their salary requirements to fight for the jobs of other workers. It's unknown how many people in Eastborough will die as a result or lead a more difficult life. It will be a hellish scene. Even if this world doesn't have beyonder powers, it will still bring about a great disaster. And now, the various evil gods are secretly watching and waiting." Klein swallowed the words he wanted to say. Mike fell silent again. After paying the £10 and 6 soldi, he took a carriage and left the smoke-filled factory area. Klein watched the carriage leave and didn't speak for a long time. When he was a Nighthawk, he had understood and come into contact with the lives of the poor, but it wasn't as deep of an impression as this time. The omnidirectional, three-dimensional observation presented a complete abyss in front of him. Eastborough is really full of hidden dangers and kindling. If I'm not careful, I might be ignited by some evil cult. Klein pondered for a few seconds and said, "Kohler, I would like to ask you to help me keep an eye on the situation in Eastborough." "Kohler, I'd like you to help me keep an eye on the situation in Eastborough." "Yes, when you're not working. I'll pay you so that you have the money to build a relationship with the other workers." Every week, we'll set a time to meet at the coffee shop from before. Old Kohler's eyes lit up. No problem. He didn't mention a price, fully trusting the kind detective. Klein deliberated and said, "Every time we meet, I'll give you 15 soli plus remuneration. Every time we meet, I'll give you 15 soli plus remuneration. If I am satisfied with the information you provide, I'll give you an additional 5 soli as a reward." £1? Old Kohler blurted out in shock. Even during the warmest and happiest years of his life, his weekly salary was only 21 soli, which was £1 and 1 soli. Yes, Klein nodded and said, "You have to pay attention to your words and actions. Don't be too eager to gather information. Maintain a state of asking less and listening more. Otherwise, you'll be in danger. In theory, this kind of informant fee can be reimbursed. However, I'm now a 5-pence man who brings his own rations." Klein let out a self-deprecating laugh. In Empress Borough, in the Earl Hall's luxurious villa in Miss Audrey's study, the blonde, blue-eyed girl was listening to her psychology teacher, Miss Escalante's lecture. From time to time, she would stroke the large dog, Susie, who was sitting beside her. Escalante Osleka, who had waist-length black hair, noticed that the dog seemed to be listening very seriously. She couldn't help but smile and pause for 2 seconds. Then she continued her introduction. At present, there's no absolute orthodox theory in the field of psychology. There are several schools of thought, such as the school of psychoanalysis, the school of personality analysis, and the school of behavioral psychology. Of course, the study of the mind and spirit is not only done by psychologists and psychiatrists. Many professionals in the field of mysticism are also doing similar work. Among them, the most famous is... Sorry, I deviated from the textbook. Let's return to the topic from before and talk about the school of psychoanalysis first. Audrey could tell that he was trying to seduce her. She pretended to be ignorant and curious. And asked, "Teacher, I'm more interested in the research on psychology in the field of mysticism." She pretended to be ignorant and curious and asked, "I'm very interested in this area." Escalante pursed her lips, frowned slightly, and said awkwardly, "But this involves some oath of confidentiality." I'm saying that these theories and research results belong to the secrets of certain mysticism circles. They are only spread internally. "I see. Then can I join?" Audrey asked in anticipation. "They shouldn't be involved in evil matters, right?" How is that possible?" "That's just a seminar organized by enthusiasts." After Escalante mentioned it, she took the initiative to change the topic. "Let's talk about this later. Let's continue with the class, knowing when to stop and taking things one step at a time. If this is the general quality of psychological alchemy members, then I don't have to worry too much about them being filled with lunatics and perverts like Mr. A." Audrey deliberately revealed an expression of reluctance to leave the topic, but she still listened to the theoretical foundations of psychoanalysis in a well-mannered manner. After the class ended and Escalante left, she returned to the study, carefully closed the heavy wooden door, and said to the large golden retriever, "Susie, what do you think of her? She's not sincere." Susie replied bluntly. Then it tilted its head and said, "However, what she talks about is very interesting." "However, the things she talks about are very interesting. I think they're more interesting than meat and snacks." Chapter 360. After returning to Minsk Street from the factory district, Klein had a simple lunch and fell asleep. He slept until the sky turned dark and evening came before he woke up naturally. But even so, he still felt exhausted from the bottom of his heart. After falling into a daze for a while, Klein went down to the first floor, lit the gas lamp, and prepared to sit on the sofa to read the day's newspaper. However, when he swept his gaze, he saw an invitation on the coffee table. He was first taken aback before he snapped to his senses. It was a dinner invitation that Mrs. Stellan Sammer had sent a maidservant to make up for a few days ago. I almost forgot about this. A matchmaking party in disguise. Klein put down the invitation and walked to the bathroom on the first floor. He washed his face with cold water to make himself look more energetic. Compared to when he first arrived in Bakeland, he had a relatively thick black mustache around his lips and chin. Although it didn't completely eliminate his scholarly aura, it made him appear much more mature and boorish. If I'm not someone I know, I won't be able to recognize me in person. Klein exhaled silently, wiped his face clean, and placed his gold-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose. He took a short break, changed into a shirt with a straight collar, and matched it with a black tuxedo. Then he very formally put on a half-top hat, took his cane and invitation, and turned next door. Amidst the jingling of the doorbell, he saw the maidservant, Julian, who opened the door. He saw Stellan with her blonde hair coiled up high and silver earrings on her earlobes. Klein took off his hat, bowed, and praised politely. "Mrs. Sammer, you look very beautiful today." Although his words were very perfunctory, Stellan was indeed much more beautiful than usual today. In the field of meticulously grooming herself, her abilities seemed to have undergone a breakthrough. From the looks of it, the matter of catching her in adultery had made her and Mary truly best friends. And she's a tycoon with a net worth of tens of thousands of pounds. She's now part of the kingdom's National Atmospheric Pollution Council and has gotten to know quite a number of dignitaries. She must be knowledgeable when it comes to makeup, clothing, accessories, and other aspects. Klein nodded inwardly in enlightenment. The corners of Stellan's mouth curled up uncontrollably. "These are my new earrings. They cost 8 soldi. Madam, your style still hasn't changed." Klein smiled as he handed his hat, cane, and coat to the maid. The fireplace and pipes in the house brought warmth as if it was early summer. Many young ladies and ladies' dresses were relatively loose. Some revealed half of their fair and tender arms, while others revealed their smooth breasts. "Luke is discussing business with some friends and asked me to apologize to you on his behalf. Have your meal first. I'll introduce you to a few ladies with good upbringing later. Actually, there's no need for that. Just let me eat in peace." Klein smiled. "I can already smell the food." Because there were more than 20 guests, the banquet was a buffet. Klein took the tray and walked around. He found that the food this time was more sumptuous than before. Cold salmon, chicken pie, lamb stew with peas, marinated brisket, curry, roast beef, cooked turkey, beef tongue pie, ham, salad, and cream cake. The wine was still champagne and red wine. This was very much in line with the appetite of a carnivore. Klein picked up a large plate and didn't chat with anyone. He shrank into a corner and slowly savored it. "It's not as good as the chefs at the Quelague Club," he commented inwardly from time to time. Just as he was about to take the second round, he was finally discovered by Stellan Sammer. At the same time, he saw an acquaintance beside the lady, the serious-looking lawyer Jürgen. That's right, Jürgen is also a bachelor. Klein smiled as he leaned over and took the initiative to greet him. "How's Mrs. Doris's recovery?" Jürgen tugged at his bow tie uncomfortably. "She'll be discharged next week." "That's great," Klein said with a sincere sigh. At that moment, Stellan had already led a few ladies over and introduced them. "This is Mr. Jürgen Cooper, a senior solicitor. He earns at least £3 a week, and he often receives a commission from his cases. His annual income must be more than £200, and he's young and promising. He's likely to become a barrister in the future. This is Mr. Sherlock Moriarty, a famous detective. His income isn't stable, but every sum is very generous, such as £10 or £50. Isn't this introduction a little too direct?" Klein couldn't help but silently criticize. Jürgen, who was beside him, clearly frowned. Stellan didn't find anything wrong with her introduction. Miss Sarah Taylor, her parents are teachers at the grammar school. Angelina Watson, her father, is a civilian at the Bakelin Police Department. Klein smiled numbly and greeted the ladies. After Stellan finished speaking, Jürgen said in a deep voice, "Mrs. Sammer, it's not polite to mention someone's income in front of them." Stellan wasn't angry as she replied very seriously, "No, it's very important. If you can like each other and build a family, income is an essential foundation. Think about it. There's always meat, vegetables, fruits, milk, white bread, cream, butter, and other food every day, right? You'll have to spend at least £1 and 5 soldi a week on this, and that's not including alcohol. In addition, you'll have to rent a better house, which will cost you nearly £1 a week. Well, you'll also have to buy water, gas, charcoal, soap, and other necessities. You'll also have to consider the cost of traveling. All of that adds up to about 10 soldi. This is the most basic expenditure. Don't you take your wife to concerts and plays? Don't you buy some new clothes every year? Ladies, I believe that a family has to spend at least £30 a year on this to be considered decent. In addition, there's the salary of a maid, the cost of a child's education, medical expenses, and some necessary decorations. Only with an annual income of more than £200 can these needs be met and a happy family can be had. So, in order not to waste your time and cause any misunderstandings, I think it's necessary to introduce it in advance. As a lawyer, Jürgen was momentarily unable to find the words to retort. Thankfully, he only had a serious expression to begin with. How magnanimous. However, basic etiquette is to inform both parties of such information in private. Of course, I understand the reason why Mrs. Sammer is introducing it in person. Klein forced a smile and said, "Yes, income is very important." "That's right, income is very important. Only with an annual income of more than £400 can one hold a banquet of this level. Only then can one allow one's wife to have beautiful dresses and exquisite earrings." Stellan immediately raised her chin slightly and tried hard to suppress her smile. £430. What I mean is to have some savings every year in case of accidents or to invest in stocks and bonds. This was her husband's approximate annual income. After helping the two strangers find a topic to talk about, she left and greeted the other guests. And Klein clearly sensed that Sarah, Angelina, and the other ladies were more interested in lawyer Jürgen. After all, he was quite good-looking, and his job and income were very stable. As for a private detective who could enter the police station at any time, he wasn't a priority for middle-class women. Furthermore, with Klein's beard and slightly rugged appearance, it was inevitable that the girls would be a little afraid of him. After chatting with him for a while, he found an excuse to leave and hid in a corner. As he ate, he enjoyed Jürgen's awkward and helpless expression. At times like this, it was unknown where his eloquence as a lawyer had gone. A few minutes later, the two Sammer children ran past Klein while playing. Noticing the gentleman in the corner, they came to a halt, and with large, curious eyes inquired. They widened their eyes and asked curiously, "Mr. Moriarty, I heard you're a detective?" "Yes," Klein replied with a smile. The little girl said innocently, "Can you tell us about the cases you've solved?" Her twin brother nodded repeatedly. "The cases I solved? It doesn't involve wraiths, marionettes, devil dogs, or finding a cat to catch an adulterer. There's really nothing suitable for children." Klein thought for a few seconds and chuckled. "All right, this is a story about treasure. An officer who retired from East Balham was suddenly murdered. He had actually forgotten most of the detective novels he had read in his previous life. He could only make them up based on his vague memories. As for the two children, they didn't care if the plot was reasonable or not. They listened very seriously and even learned to ask, 'What happens next?' Unknowingly, Klein relaxed quite a bit. When the banquet came to an end, he was about to bid farewell when he saw the joy on Stellan's face. Did something worth celebrating happen? Klein asked casually. Stellan raised her head slightly and smiled reservedly. Mary was invited by the Chief Secretary of the National Atmospheric Pollution Council, Mr. Hibbert Hall. She will be attending a luncheon at his house on Monday. This gentleman is the eldest son of Earl Hall, a true noble. He invited all the members of the council and allowed them to bring 2 or 3 friends. Stellan paused. Mary just invited Luke and me. Monday afternoon. Dressed to the nines, Stellan Sammer, accompanied by her husband, Luke Sammer, followed Lady Mary to Empress Borough and saw a building that occupied a large area. Marble statues, pools, fountains, gardens, lawns, and other things were reflected in her eyes, making her feel nervous before she even entered the villa. "Luke, does this necklace of mine not match my dress?" She turned her head and asked her husband. Luke shook his head and smiled. "Darling, you're too nervous. You don't have to worry at all. Nobles only live a little bigger than us and eat a little better. We're not lacking in anything." Stellan nodded repeatedly as she listened, as though she had regained her former confidence. Upon entering the villa, they saw a gorgeous crystal chandelier, a hall that could accommodate many people to dance in, and plates of delicacies: foie gras, pan-fried dragon-bone fish, baked lobster, Ormer red wine, misty champagne. It's just as described in the magazine. Stellan looked at the food curiously, feeling that if she were to scrimp a little, she could have such a meal during festivals or the New Year. Apart from Ormer red wine and misty champagne, she finally added inwardly. At that moment, her gaze suddenly froze as she saw a girl in a beige, regal dress slowly walk over. The girl had blonde hair and blue eyes. She was abnormally beautiful, wearing a pair of white silk gloves and a pair of small and beautiful emerald earrings. She had a pure and elegant bearing. "She really looks like an angel." Even though she had always been proud of her looks, Stellan couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. She felt an inexplicable sense of inferiority. "Hello," she clumsily greeted with the etiquette she had just learned. "Hello," the girl gracefully returned the greeting. After the 2 of them brushed past each other, Stellan accompanied her husband and Mary to get to know the distinguished guests, including the noble Mr. Hibbert Hall. After a while, she walked to the balcony alone, intending to calm herself down. However, she was surprised to see the angelic girl from before. She was looking out at the scenery, and beside her shoes with ribbons and roses was a large golden retriever obediently squatting there. "It's really cute." Stellan searched for a topic. The girl replied with a faint smile. "I thank you for your praise on behalf of Susie." Looking at the combination of the beautiful girl and the large golden retriever, Stellan suddenly felt that she should have a similar pet. Only then could she show the Sammers dignity. She deliberated and asked, "I heard that nobles will domesticate many hounds. Is it one of them?" "Yes." The girl, whose green eyes were more charming than the earrings, nodded lightly. "I wonder how much it costs to buy one?" Stellan asked with a smile. The pure and elegant girl looked down at the large golden retriever and replied with a smile, not minding it. "For £150. Chapter 361. In the luxurious carriage that left Earl of Hall's house, Luke was chatting with Ma and Mary about the distinguished guests, such as the chairman of the National Atmospheric Pollution Council, the director of the National Weather Service, Sir Des Shaw, the member of the National Atmospheric Pollution Council, the president of the Royal Meteorological Society, the member of Parliament, Mr. Cave, and the health director of Mid-Seashire, the famous doctor, Mr. Hawksley. They were all figures with extensive influence in the government, the royal family, or the House of Commons. The final report of this committee would become the most important basis for the Anti-Pollution Act and the Smoke Reduction Act. The Coim Company, which mainly focused on anthracite and charcoal, wanted to promote and speed up this development, preventing the old but large competitors from transforming in time. They definitely won't be stingy with their gold pounds. They will definitely lobby those heavyweight members of Parliament to interfere with our investigations. We need to have a clear response plan. Just like what Mr. Hibberhall said, we need to control public opinion and let the newspapers and magazines repeatedly publicize the horrors of smoke pollution. Luke was a senior manager of the coin company, an important assistant to the major shareholder, Mary. He was also rather capable. While chatting, Luke suddenly noticed that his wife was sitting beside him without saying a word, as though she had lost her soul. "Stellan, did something happen?" Luke asked with concern. Stellan snapped to her senses and squeezed out a smile. "Nothing. I'm just a little tired." "That's right. After meeting so many important figures, your mind must have been highly tense. Now that you can finally relax, it's normal to be tired." "Actually, I'm the same," Luke said with a smile. Stellan didn't respond to him. Instead, she stared out the window and at the park with the lake. Her ears were still echoing with that noble girl's careless words. "That's right, for £150. A well-trained hunting hound costs between £450 and £700, Roland said. City of Silver, at the bottom of the spire. Derek Berg had been trapped in a small room the entire time. He ate and took his medicine regularly, and his mental state rapidly improved. He no longer had auditory and visual hallucinations. "I should be able to get out in a day or two. It's really suffocating to stay in such an environment all the time. The former captain of the exploration team next door has been locked up for 42 years, but he's still very clear-headed and rational. If it were me, I'd definitely have gone crazy. However, the exploration stories and strange monsters he talked about are very attractive and even a little scary." Derek sat on the edge of the bed and looked at the candle that had burned to the end. Until the next batch of food and medicine arrived, he would be in true darkness. At that moment, a gray fog suddenly filled his vision as the fool's deep voice sounded in his ears. "Get ready for the party." This change was fleeting. Derek retracted his attention and subconsciously counted his heartbeats. However, he soon discovered that it was unnecessary because he was currently alone and did not need to avoid others. Derek, who was no longer counting his heartbeats, quickly thought of a question. "I'm currently within the range of the mystical items seal at the bottom of the spire. Will Mr. Fool's subsequent actions of pulling people above the gray fog be discovered and detected? This is one of the 2 mystical items that prevented the City of Silver from being completely destroyed in the past few crises." Amidst his unease, Derek, who had yet to make a decision, saw a boundless crimson light surge out of the void. He saw it engulf him with just a single rush. There was silence in the small, enclosed room. Even the sound of breathing was extremely weak. Suddenly, the metal wall that separated Derek and the former captain of the exploration team emitted a light tap sound. This was the signal for the 2 of them to chat with each other. Tap! The other party bent his finger and tapped again. After that, the 3rd tap that should have quickly followed didn't appear for a long time. After a while, the due sound hesitantly rang out again. Then, the 2 rooms returned to silence, and there was no more movement. After the lunch meeting, Audrey practiced the piano for a while before returning to her bedroom. When she passed by her father, Earl of Hall's study, she saw that the door was ajar and there was a thick stack of documents on the table. There wasn't this before. Audrey's curiosity was piqued. She slowed down and gave the golden retriever, Susie, a signal with her eyes. As a spectator, Susie often only needed a tiny hint to understand what her owner wanted her to do. Of course, she would occasionally pretend that she didn't understand and just lay there motionlessly. After receiving the signal, Susie silently trotted into the study. Then, she stretched out her 2 front legs and propped them on the edge of the table before standing up. She quickly glanced at the first page of the stack of documents and returned to Audrey's side. She lowered her voice and said, "A survey of the living conditions of all classes in East Borough, the dock area, and the factory district." "Audrey, what's the meaning of this?" "A survey of the living conditions of all classes in East Borough, the dock area, and the factory district?" Why did Dad suddenly do the survey? I don't remember mentioning anything like this to him. Audrey was puzzled and didn't have time to answer Susie's question. She looked around and saw that the servants were all in their positions and didn't pay any special attention to her. So, she raised her head slightly and calmly turned around to enter Earl of Hull's study. Coming to the desk, Audrey looked down at the survey report and found that the title was indeed the same as what Susie had described. Well, it was a typewritten document. The investigator was a reporter named Mike Joseph, and there was the holy emblem of the goddess at the bottom. This was commissioned by the Church of the Goddess. But why did they give Dad a copy? Well, Dad is a believer of the goddess, and the church wants him to give some support in this matter. This is a good thing. Audrey made a preliminary judgment. She originally had the idea of hiring someone to do a similar survey, but she felt that it wasn't in line with her intention of secretly guiding people. It was easy to make her presence known and no longer be ignored by the other nobles, so she had been hesitant to try it. Audrey flipped through the documents and found that Mike Joseph wasn't the only one with reports regarding East Borough, the dock area, and the factory district. There were also many people who had conducted field investigations from different angles. A few of them even mentioned the spread of cults and the collusion between some Beyonders and gangs. Phew! Audrey looked at the clock in the study and saw that it was almost 3 o'clock. She gave up on reading carefully and restored the documents to their original state. Before leaving, she casually pulled out a book and disguised it as the reason she came in. At 3 o'clock sharp, the striking of the wall clock was still reverberating. Audrey had already appeared in the majestic palace in the dark, red, illusory light, appearing to the side of the long, ancient table. She smiled, stood up, and bowed to the seat of honor. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool." After receiving a slight nod in response, she greeted the hanging man, the world, magicians, and the others. She acutely noticed that Sun seemed a little uneasy. "What are you worried about?" Audrey asked. This made Klein, who could also tell that little Sun wasn't in a good state, no longer need to speak. He, who had entered this mysterious space ahead of time, tidied up the items on the table. He threw the Aztec copper whistle, the biological poison bottle, the charismatic order copper whistle, and other items into a corner, and covered them with a thick gray fog. Now, there was only a dark emperor card on the table in front of him. This was an item that matched the identity of the fool. Sun didn't hide anything. He immediately recounted how he had successfully feigned illness and how he had been sent to the bottom of the spire for isolation treatment. In the end, he asked, "Honorable Mr. Fool, will that mystical item discover that I'm participating in the tarot? How would I know? I don't even know what it is. However, for the time being, there aren't any strange or powerful forces attempting to invade. Yes, even the eternal blazing sun and the true creator haven't been able to find this place." Klein tapped the edge of the long bronze table with his fingers and replied in a relaxed manner. "Normally, it wouldn't be able to discover me, but some mystical items have special effects." Seeing Mr. Fool give an affirmative answer, Derek immediately felt a lot more at ease. He tersely acknowledged and said, "I don't know what special effects it has either. This is one of the top secrets of the City of Silver." Having said that, he suddenly recalled what the former captain of the exploratory team had said. He blurted out, "Have you heard of a person named Amon?" "Amon?" Klein thought for a moment and recalled the source of the sense of familiarity. However, he wasn't in a hurry to answer. Instead, he cast his gaze at the hanging man. He knew very well that this middle-ranking member of the Church of the Storm also knew of Amon, and he might even know more than him. Similarly, Audrey also looked at the hanging man. The last time she had heard of this name was from him. Magicians, Furs listened with a blank look. She had a nagging feeling that what was being discussed was beyond her knowledge. The hanging man Alger frowned and asked in puzzlement, "When your City of Silver was exploring the surrounding areas, you encountered a person who called himself Amon." "When your City of Silver was exploring the surrounding area, you encountered a person who called himself Amon, or did you discover similar records?" Sun nodded seriously and said yes. "Yes. 42 years ago, an expedition team encountered a person who called himself Amon in the depths of the darkness. After returning to the City of Silver, they lost control one after another. Only one of them was left, and he was locked at the bottom of the spire. It's right next to me. Maybe he's crazy too. That's just his imagination. Magician's Furs made a guess with her rich experience in writing novels. The hanging man Alger glanced at Mr. Fool, who was seated at the very top. Seeing that he was calm and indifferent, he didn't say anything. He mustered his courage and said, "Imagination is one possibility," but he wouldn't come up with the name Aman without a reason. He turned his head to look at Sunday. In the fourth epoch, 1,500 years ago in our country, or even longer, there was a family that possessed strange powers. They belonged to the Tudor dynasty, and their surname was Aman. Even in that era with many high-sequence beyonders, this family's surname was a taboo. Chapter 362. Why? It was Audrey who asked the question on behalf of Sunday. The hanging man Alger didn't answer directly as he continued. Abraham, Antigonus, Aman, Jacob, and Tamara. Abraham, Antigonus, Aman, Jacob, and Tamara are the 5 great families that supported the establishment of the Tudor dynasty. They are second only to the Blood Emperor. Among them, the Aman family is the most mysterious. They left behind the least history, as if they have been distorted and covered up by some power. There's news from the king of the 5 seas, Nast. The Aman family is a family of blasphemers. They hold the secret to stealing the power of deities. Also, the Aman family claims to be descendants of the ancient sun god. Derek Berg was confused. In his knowledge of mythology, there was no mention of the ancient sun god. Giant King Ormer, Dragon of Imagination Inkwelt, Mutant King Kvaster, Elf King Siniathrim, Annihilation Demonic Wolf Flegria, Vampire Ancestor Lilith, Phoenix Ancestor Gregrace, and Devil Monarch Farbody. None of these 8 ancient gods wield the authority of the sun. Derek seriously considered this problem. If I really have to make a connection, the Lord that created everything, the omnipotent and omniscient God, has displayed the divine powers of the sun domain. Could it be that the Aman family is a descendant of him? Seeing that Sun didn't say a word, the hanging man Alger stroked his stubble and said, "The Aman family is an ancient family from 1 to 2,000 years ago." The Aman family is an ancient family from 1 to 2,000 years ago. It's almost equivalent to history. I'm very curious. Why did the gentleman you met appear around the City of Silver? What's his goal? That's right. The Aman family has Mr. the Hanging Man, Miss Justice, and that world. Why did he appear around our City of Silver? Why did he not fulfill his promise after agreeing to be a guest, and leave strangely, causing the entire team to lose control? Yes, other than the captain. What does he want to do? What is he searching for? If he's really a descendant of the Lord, perhaps his goal is the same as mine, to find the reason for the cataclysm in ancient times and figure out the truth of the curse. Sun's thoughts ran wild as he shook his head. Mr. the Hanging Man, I can't answer your question. This is also something I want to figure out. Alger replied in disappointment, That's right. Then you should communicate more with the former captain next door and see if you can dig out any new information. At this point, he thought for a while and gave a reminder. However, you must be careful and cautious. I think that person is very dangerous. Very dangerous? You think so too? Sun asked in surprise. The elders of the 6-member council also thought so. The hanging man looked up at the towering dome and silently drew a breath. Those who don't think so are the ones with a screw loose. Seeing that Sun was still a little puzzled, he shook his head. He's the only one alive in the entire expedition team. Just this matter alone is enough to indicate that there's a huge problem with him. He's been in a dungeon for rampagers for 42 years, but he's still very clear-headed and rational. This shows just how strange he is. Together with that mysterious Aman, the danger is obvious. These were all bits and pieces that Derek usually thought about but hadn't connected together. Now that he heard it, he immediately said sincerely, I'm not sure. He immediately said sincerely, I understand. Thank you, Mr. the Hanging Man. Audrey, who was listening and observing with relish, resisted the urge to cover her face with her hands. She felt that Sun was even more innocent than her. Seeing that everyone's curiosity had been satisfied, and that even the gloomy Mr. World had slightly adjusted his sitting posture, and that Sun didn't seem to have anything else he needed help with, she turned her head to look at the end of the long bronze table and smiled. "Mr. Fool, I would like to request a private exchange." Again, Klein was amused as he nodded slightly. "Sure." He immediately blocked off the senses of the hanging man and company instead of isolating himself from Miss Justice. This was mainly because he was worried that the others would be bored and casually communicate, thus exposing the truth that the world was only a repeater. After receiving the notification, Audrey smiled and said, "Honorable Mr. Fool, I have 3 new pages of Roselle's diary." After the card of blasphemy was stolen by the fool's kin, she didn't stop going to the Royal Museum out of guilt. Instead, as though nothing had happened, she openly begged her father to give her another chance to read the notebook the week after the exhibition ended. Audrey thought that this would make her appear magnanimous and the best way to avoid suspicion. If he always looked guilty and did not do what he should have done logically, even if the Church of Steam did not suspect anything before, they would feel that something was wrong later. Based on her own experience, she believed that the first few pages of a diary often revealed more information, so she mainly memorized the first 3 pages. Without waiting for the fool to speak, she hurriedly added, "I understand that this isn't something that requires a private exchange, but I hope that I can hide it from Miss Magicians for another week or 2. This way, even if she knows that you need Roselle's diary in the future, she won't suspect that I'm Justice." She had met Furs and Zio once in the middle of the week. By leading the conversation, she naturally mentioned that her collection of Roselle's diary had been bitten by her beloved dog, Susie, and that it was difficult to restore it. Normally speaking, she didn't need to hide the fact that Mr. Fool needed Roselle's diary, but she used her telepathist powers to simulate Furs's thoughts and felt that she would have such thoughts. "What? That's a diary? That's the diary in which Roselle records his secrets? Even Mr. Fool thinks highly of it. I remember that Miss Audrey has some. Wait, her diary was just bitten to pieces by a dog a few days ago. Isn't that too much of a coincidence?" In order to prevent her from having such thoughts, Audrey hoped to hide it for at least another week. After becoming a telepathist, not only could she directly see the target's aura and emotional color, but she could also read their thoughts at a superficial level. She could also simulate the thoughts of others. Therefore, she understood one thing. In the process of guiding others, she had to try her best not to make any abrupt, illogical, or reasonable actions. Only when all the details were gentle and reasonable enough, preventing the target from realizing that they were being guided or arranged, would she be considered a qualified telepathist. Gentle and reasonable. These are the 2 most important words. Audrey concluded in her heart. She flipped through Roselle's diary once again to avoid any irrationality. As expected of a telepathist, he has long recognized that Miss Magicians is one of the 2 people I recommended. Klein smiled noncommittally. "What do you wish to exchange those 3 diary pages for?" He asked this question with considerable confidence. After obtaining the Book of Secrets, his greatest shortcoming in the field of mysticism had been made up for. As for the mysteries of the other deities and the knowledge of sequences, he had grasped quite a bit. Any one of them was enough to deal with Miss Justice. Even if I don't mention the psychiatrist formula, we're still good friends. Klein lampooned in his heart. Audrey had long thought of this question. After a second of being reserved, she said, "Mr. Fool, I would like to ask you a question." "Mr. Fool, I would like to ask you a question. Why do you say that the cards of blasphemy hide the secrets of a deity?" "Good question." Klein chuckled inwardly, with a look that said, "I'm giving you a look and you'll figure it out yourself," he said in a low and calm voice. "Sequence 0, Dark Emperor. Sequence 0. There's even a sequence 0. Above sequence 1 is sequence 0. This is the sequence that represents the deities. The Dark Emperor is a deity? A series of questions suddenly emerged in Audrey's mind. This surprised and delighted her, as well as satisfying and shocking her, restraining the agitation and unconcealable excitement in her heart. She took a deep breath and conjured the 3 pages of Roselle's diary. Klein held it in his hand and quickly glanced at it, confirming that it wasn't one of the ones he had seen before. February 23rd, 1143. I've been transmigrating to this world for more than a week. I have to write something and talk about certain things. Otherwise, I feel like I'll go crazy. Hee hee, I'm sure no one will be able to decipher it if I write it in simplified Chinese. This world is filled with alphabets. I'm now Roselle Gustave, but I'll never forget my real name. Huang Tao. I'm not sure how I transmigrated either. I thought about it seriously for a long time before I remembered that a few days before I transmigrated, I bought a very mysterious silver token. It was engraved with some strange symbols and patterns. It was very interesting. However, after transmigrating here, it didn't appear again. It's not my cheat. Yes, this is a world similar to ancient Europe. After the Renaissance, cannons and guns have appeared, but they're all rather crude and primitive. And I, Huang Tao Roselle Gustave, as an online novel enthusiast, used to be very fond of transmigration technology. I've learned a lot of useful things and specially read up on the corresponding knowledge. This is the stage for me to show off my abilities. But I realize that my memory is King bad. I've almost forgotten everything. The heavens allowed me to transmigrate, but they didn't give me an excellent memory, a system, or a two-way door. How am I supposed to survive then? All right, I'll start with some details first. When I have money, I'll hire a bunch of craftsmen, inventors, and scientists to help. I'll only be responsible for providing ideas. It's been a long time since I've felt this kind of anticipation for the future. However, I still miss my old man and mom a little. Moreover, the entertainment in this world is too monotonous. The maids aren't very good-looking, and they smell like the countryside from head to toe. It makes my expectations of going to school at night go bankrupt. I haven't finished chasing after Lingeo's 500 trash, and I still have a lot of TikTok girls waiting to be refreshed. My glory and PUBG are waiting for me. Just thinking about it makes me feel a little melancholic. As Klein read, he almost frowned. He had originally deduced that Roselle had transmigrated 3 to 5 years earlier than him from the Pirate King, and for Horsemen of the Apocalypse. But now he realized that the gap between their transmigrations was less than a year. But why was there a gap of nearly 200 years here? Chapter 363. Klein thought about it seriously for a while and made all sorts of conjectures in his heart. However, due to the lack of sufficient conditions, he could only temporarily attribute the matter to the difference in the flow of time between this world and Earth. My transmigration with Roselle was less than a year apart, but here it has been stretched to nearly 200 years. That is to say, even if I spend 200 years to find a way back, I won't miss my parents. At most, I'll be missing for a year. Klein made a reverse inference, and his mood improved a lot. He suddenly felt a little smug. Of course, he knew very well that this inference was not rigorous, because there was only one initial condition, and it could not be determined at the moment. What if Roselle transmigrated after me? That might involve the so-called space-time turbulence. When that time comes, there's no guarantee that I can return to the appropriate node. Klein poured a bucket of cold water on his suddenly inflated emotions. Roselle's first diary entry was the product of a long time, and it took up more than 2 pages. Klein flipped to the end and read the remaining 2 entries. February 25th. What a boring world. There aren't even newspapers, and there are pitifully few novels. I feel that I need to do something about helping the poor in the cultural aspect, but the prerequisite for this is that I have to get some money, and I have to recall the improved papermaking and printing techniques. As a transmigrator, I can only rely on the pocket money given by my cheap father and mother to make a living. I can only occasionally see 1 or 2 shiny falcon coins. What a sad story. However, hunting is quite interesting. February 28th. This world might be a little different from what I know. Today, I got lost in the forest because I was hunting, and I ended up witnessing an unimaginable battle. Among them, the man who was surrounded had extra eyes on his face, a total of 4, and they emitted a dark green light from within. This is F** king illogical. Is this a humanoid monster? This is actually a fantasy world, right? The monster's opponent was even more powerful. He summoned a pillar of light burning with golden flames. Yes, it should be summoned. Fortunately, they didn't discover me. After killing that monster, they left with its corpse. I, Huang Tao, am indeed the main character. I've only transmigrated for a few days, and I've already discovered the truth about this world. Maybe they can recognize the mysterious symbols and patterns on the silver plate. Of course, I won't ask them. I want to become like them and decipher it myself. There's another reason why I said that. I don't F** king remember what the rune-like pattern looked like. I can only vaguely remember it. Was he really the main character? Great Emperor, did you pour your Chinibu soul into the diary? Klein couldn't help but complain. He was very interested in the silver plate that seemed to be the reason for Roselle's transmigration. He really wanted to know what the symbols and patterns on it looked like. If I can really rely on this world's mysticism knowledge to decipher it, then transmigration might not be a coincidence. Klein put down the diary and rapped the desk, removing the shielding measures that the hanging man and the magicians enjoyed. You guys can trade among yourselves. Klein leaned back in his chair and said with a smile. Furs quietly took a deep breath and said, "That's right. I would like to purchase a Spirit Eater's stomach pouch and 20 milliliters of deep-sea marlin's blood. I will pay in gold pounds. I have 430 pounds left. I can afford one." She encouraged herself silently. As for where the money for the remaining item would come from, she had no idea for the time being. This is one of the main reasons that prevents many Beyonders from advancing. Humans really shouldn't attempt to spend beyond their means. If it wasn't for the sake of completely escaping the influence of the full moon's ravings and becoming a trickmaster, I wouldn't even consider advancing after obtaining a relatively rich set of Beyonder means. I wouldn't even come into contact with this circle. I'll write books, save up money, drink tea, and go shopping with Zio. After she's done with that matter, I'll travel to different places in the northern and southern continents. I won't be afraid of danger or accidents, and I'll enjoy life. Furz's thoughts suddenly wandered. Just as she thought that no one would respond, the hanging man Alger said in a deep voice, "I saw the blood of deep-sea marlin at the pirate gathering. I saw the blood of a deep-sea marlin at the gathering of the great pirates, but unfortunately you've already missed it. You should have told me earlier. No, I was wrong. You hadn't joined the Tarot Club back then. Then what's the point of saying this? Are you flaunting your seniority?" Furs secretly curled her lips and asked in all seriousness, "Mr. the Hanging Man, please help me keep an eye out." "Mr. Hanged Man, please help me keep an eye out. Prices ranging from 300 to 400 pounds are acceptable." Alger scoffed. The sea is wider than the land. Pirates might not even meet each other once in half a year. Even in the various archipelago capitals where they dispose of their loot, there won't be any Beyonder ingredients gathering. Only large cities like Bakeland, Trier, St. Millum, and Fainapotter can attract a large number of ingredients. From your accent, you should be from Bakeland. Or should I say that you've been residing in Bakeland for many years? Do you mean that I still have to rely on myself? Furs almost looked up at the towering dome. At this moment, son Derek said, "I know the approximate range of activity of a few Spirit Eaters, but I don't need the gold pounds you're talking about. I know the approximate range of activity of a few Spirit Eaters." Magicians, Furs faked a smile. "Then what do you want?" "The formula for the High Priest-Sun potion," Audrey answered inwardly. Derek thought seriously for a moment and said, "That's right. The formula for the High Priest-Sun potion. This is a sequence 7 formula, right? I've heard of it, but the formula for this sequence costs at least £750. If you meet someone in a hurry, it can even be sold for more than £1,000. As for the stomach pouch of a spirit eater and the blood of a deep sea marlin, each of them doesn't exceed £400. Most of the time, it's only worth £300. Do you understand what I mean? Furs tried to make Sun understand that this was not an equivalent transaction. Derek answered without hesitation, "That's right. I can give you 2 or 3 spirit eater stomach pouches." As for the additional deep sea marlin, he did not even consider it. He had never even seen the sea before. What can I do with so many spirit eater stomachs? Grill or fry? If I were to sell them, I don't know when I'll be able to sell them. Most importantly, I can't afford the High Priest Sun formula now. Furs squeezed out a smile. I'll try to gather them. She recalled the masked believer of the eternal blazing sun who was good at purification at Mr. A's gathering. She recalled the ring of light and believed that she could obtain clues to the High Priest Sun potion formula there. But I don't have enough money. Magicians, Furs thought for a moment, touched her face, looked around, and asked with abnormal sincerity, "Everyone, do you have any good ways to earn money?" Just as she finished her sentence, she realized that everyone had fallen silent. The silence was the silent palace and the silent gray fog. From the looks of it, everyone is troubled by this problem, and Mr. Fool doesn't need money. Furs wisely shut her mouth. Isn't the best way to earn money to own pastures, mines, fields, factories, shares, and so on? You can also go to the kingdom's bounty posters and complete them according to the price and what you can afford. Audrey knew that she had no real experience in making money, so she could only respond jokingly in her mind. Learn more about the bicycle project. Klein resisted the urge to control the world to speak. This would expose his real identity. After waiting for a few seconds, he maintained his unfathomable posture and made the world say in a deep and hoarse voice, "Help me pay attention to the mutated pituitary gland and blood of the thousand-faced hunter, as well as the characteristics of the human-skinned shadow and the hair of the deep-sea naga." Although Klein only had £589 left, he had the werewolf beyonder characteristic and the biological poison bottle. Furthermore, he was considering finding an opportunity to make the former into a mystical item and sell one of them. This way, the cost of a sequence 6 beyonder ingredient was more than enough. Therefore, he planned on getting the tarot members to keep an eye out in advance to avoid missing it. All right. Sun was the first to answer, but he didn't make any promises. Compared to spirit eaters, the human-skinned shadow and thousand-faced hunter weren't monsters that were easy to encounter. Thousand-faced hunter? I think I've seen its fossil, Audrey replied in thought. Oh, I'll confirm it when I get back. That fossil is in the Duke of Negan's vault. If it's already a fossil, perhaps the beyonder characteristic has long been taken away. Klein controlled the world and nodded in a non-committal manner. After a moment of silence, the hanging man Alger said, "Help me keep an eye out for someone. He's related to the disappearance of the colonial slaves that was previously mentioned. He calls himself Baron, and his skin is brownish red. He has obvious southern continent characteristics, but someone has occasionally heard him speak with a Bakeland accent. His third tooth on the left is missing, but it's very likely that it's been replaced. In addition, there's nothing special about his looks, and his height is rather ordinary. If you can find traces of him, the reward won't be a problem. At least £100, or an item of equivalent value. Just based on such a description, it's impossible to complete a divination, much less find someone." The fool Klein looked around and said, "Let's talk freely. Let's talk freely." After the tarot gathering ended, Sun returned to the real world and found himself in the dark and narrow room again. He sat cautiously for a few seconds, and when he didn't discover any abnormal changes, he finally heaved a sigh of relief. Recalling that Mr. the Hanging Man had asked him to get more information from the former exploration team captain, Derek came to the corresponding metal wall, bent his finger and knocked on it. Knock, knock. He completed the secret signal, but there was no response from the other side for a long time. Has he fallen asleep? Or has he been taken to the 6-member council? Derek looked at the dull metal wall and thought in puzzlement. At this moment, an old and ethereal voice suddenly sounded from the bed behind him. Chapter 364. Are you looking for me? The moment the voice entered his ears, Derek froze. His skin tightened as his hair stood on end. Why is he behind me? Why is he in my room? Where's the seal? What about the mystical item's effects? Derek's forehead broke out in a cold sweat as he subconsciously turned his head to look. However, his instincts prevented him from doing so. This was fueled by the teachings of the City of Silver's general knowledge of monsters class and the strange scenes he had experienced after joining the patrol team. When someone is talking behind you, don't be in a hurry to turn around. Derek raised his hands and clenched them into fists in front of his chest. Then, while on high alert, he slowly turned his body bit by bit. The room was dark, making it impossible to see anything. However, in Derek's eyes, a golden glow expanded, turning into 2 miniature suns. With the help of the light suppliant's powers, he saw a black shadow sitting quietly on the edge of his bed. The black shadow quickly became clear, revealing a head that had been split vertically. In the middle of the head, 2 grayish-white brains squirmed as if they were alive. They wanted to approach each other, but they were powerless to do so. On the surface of the brain, sticky liquid drooped down into thin threads, but they were shrinking upwards like maggots. The eyes on each side were very far apart, and the bridge of the nose was split in the middle. The color of blood was bright. The left half of the mouth was open, but the right half was tightly shut. This terrifying monster was naked, and there were dark red wounds all over its body. The innumerable wounds split open, revealing rows of white teeth. They said the same sentence at the same time. Are you looking for me? It paused, and the corners of its mouth and the edges of its wounds curled up. Look! Don't I look very normal? Derek's pupils constricted. Without any thought, he raised his hands that were clenched into fists in front of his chest and placed them under his chin, as if he was praying. The narrow room suddenly became bright. A pure beam of light that was wrapped in flames fell from the roof and hit the monster's body. This beam of light wasn't as dazzling as when Derek used it outside the spire. Due to the seal here, the mystical item here isolated the inside from the outside. But at this moment, Derek was surprised to see the holy beam of light he had prayed for suddenly thicken. It was so bright that he couldn't help but close his eyes. Vaguely, something even purer and thicker separated from the magnificent beam of light. It was like a man of light without any facial features or clothes. The man of light suddenly flickered and pounced on the monster. All the monster's mouths immediately opened, as if it was letting out a shrill scream. However, Derek didn't hear anything. The monster trembled violently and quickly disintegrated under the burning and illumination of the figure of light, melting and disappearing. It was a man with black hair, black eyes, a wide forehead, a thin face, and a crystal monocle. The shadow had black hair, black eyes, a wide forehead, and a thin face. It wore a crystal monocle. Just as he appeared, the man of light exploded. Derek's eyes were filled with white light. By the time he regained his vision, he realized that he was outside the room at some point in time. He was in the corridor that was inlaid with metal lamps, illuminated by the dim yellow light. He turned his head in a daze and looked into the room. He saw the back of a tall and muscular figure wearing dark-colored trousers and a brown coat. In front of the figure, on Derek's bed, spots of light that resembled the first rays of dawn quickly condensed onto a white leg bone, turning it into a sharp, pure white sword. Next to the sword, there was a translucent little worm lying quietly. It was only the length of a thumb, and it was as slender as a child's pinky. The rings that were completely transparent separated it into many segments. Derek glanced at it and didn't count the rings in detail. He only vaguely felt that there were about 10. The tall figure with its back facing him, reached out to pick up the strange, translucent worm. As it turned around, it sighed. Almost. At this moment, Derek finally saw the tall figure's front. His hair was white, and it looked rather messy due to lack of care. His wrinkles were rather deep, but there were no wrinkles at the corners of his eyes or on his forehead. There were old scars that were either deep or twisted on his cheeks. He wore a linen-colored shirt inside, and there was a belt around his waist that was divided into many compartments. His light blue eyes were deep and filled with the vicissitudes of life. His entire person was like a book filled with stories. Derek was first taken aback before he exclaimed in pleasant surprise, as though he had just escaped from danger. "Your Excellency!" Standing in front of him was the chief of the City of Silver's 6-member council, the powerful demon hunter Colin Iliad, who was more than 100 years old. Colin nodded slightly. "We always knew that there was something wrong with him. But in order to figure out the goal of that person named Amon and what was so strange about him, we deliberately didn't eliminate him directly. Instead, we locked him at the bottom of the spire and sealed him under the influence of a mystical item. We also often let Beyonders who only showed signs of losing control live next door to him and talk to him to see if they could induce some abnormal changes in him, so as to obtain what we want to know. Unfortunately, up until today he was very normal, but too normal. Why do you think he suddenly mutated and suddenly attempted to penetrate the seal? How do you feel different from the others? So it was deliberately arranged for me to live next to the former captain of the exploratory team." Derek fell silent for a few seconds in enlightenment. "Perhaps it's because my Beyonder pathway is different from others. Sequence 9 barred, sequence 8 light suppliant. In other words, the sun pathway. If Mr. the Hanging Man is right, and the Amon family is a descendant of the ancient sun god, then it's very normal for me to cause him to mutate." Derek felt that he had grasped a certain truth. Colin's expression didn't change after he finished listening. He sized up Derek for a few seconds and said, "We were monitoring him. The members of the 6-member council took turns to be in charge, but we never expected him to suddenly mutate without any warning. Furthermore, his actions were very decisive and resolute. What did you do in the room just now?" Derek was thinking about the relationship between the sun pathway and the ancient sun god's descendants, so he was momentarily at a loss as to what the chief was asking. By the time he understood, his mind was still a little numb as he seriously recalled what he had just done. "I didn't do anything. All I did was knock on the partition wall in an attempt to communicate with him. Before this, I was participating in a tarot gathering." A tarot gathering. Derek was suddenly taken aback. He felt that things probably weren't as simple as he had imagined. He knew that he definitely couldn't tell the chief what he was thinking, but he didn't know what expression he should make. All he could do was maintain his usual lonely and reserved silence. After some thought, he said, "I knocked on that wall 3 times. Before that, the candles in my room were extinguished, and it was completely dark. I attempted to practice some of my Beyonder powers." Colin quietly looked into Derek's eyes and said after more than 10 seconds, "Unfortunately, what Amon left in his soul wasn't his main body. It's a pity that what Amon left in his soul wasn't his real body, and things happened too suddenly, so we didn't get the result we wanted the most before he mutated. Did you notice anything unusual?" "No." Derek shook his head with certainty. "Too complex." Dark green symbols suddenly appeared in Colin's eyes, and Derek's figure was reflected in between them. After nearly 10 seconds of silence, the City of Silver's chief closed his eyes and said, "Your condition has stabilized. There's no need for further treatment. You can return." Derek was taken aback. "All right." He watched demon hunter Colin Iliad turn around and enter the room. He picked up the sharp, pure white sword and turned it over and over again to examine it. He quietly took a deep breath, walked along the corridor, and walked towards the exit. On the way, he met the keepers who were rushing over. He slowly walked home and closed the door. After carefully observing his surroundings, he sat on the edge of the bed and chanted softly, "The fool that doesn't belong to this era." The fool that doesn't belong to this era. You are the mysterious ruler above the gray fog, the king of yellow and black who wields good luck. I've just experienced something terrifying. Derek recounted everything that had happened and mentioned his 2 guesses. After doing all of this, he felt a lot more at ease. As the tension receded, he felt a strong sense of exhaustion. So he lay down and quickly fell asleep. In the quiet and dim room, bolts of lightning illuminated everything from time to time, and from time to time it would disappear into the night. The sleeping Derek's right index finger suddenly flicked on its own as it leisurely tapped the bed. Once, twice, thrice, after the tarot gathering ended. Due to the large expenditure of his spirituality, Klein didn't divine the werewolf beyonder characteristic and the biological poison bottle. He directly returned to the real world and took an afternoon nap. He woke up 20 minutes later and opened the curtains, allowing the light that penetrated the mist to bring a certain amount of light to the room. Sitting on the chair in front of the desk, Klein calmed himself down and thought about what he needed to do in the near future. The most important thing is to continue summarizing the Magician's code of conduct and make adjustments according to the subtle feedback from my spirituality. Although there aren't any problems with the code of conduct such as don't perform unprepared, need a stage to perform, and be good at using a method to divert the attention of others to complete a performance. As long as I perform again and again and adjust myself bit by bit, I'll sooner or later digest the potion to the point where I can advance. However, this kind of acting isn't sufficient. I still lack some important rules. It will slow down the digestion process and make it incomplete. It might take a year or even 2 or 3 years to advance. As for Insanguil, he won't stay where he is and wait for me. Only by becoming a high-sequence beyonder as soon as possible will I have the right to seek revenge. Therefore, figuring out the other Magician's code of conduct is the most important thing in the future. I'll first verify if the audience's applause will stir my spirituality, allowing me to better digest the potion. Chapter 365. A Male Voice, Mr. the Hanging Man, or Little Sun. Klein looked at the gloomy sky outside the window, got up, and entered the bathroom next door. He locked the door, took 4 steps counterclockwise, and arrived above the gray fog. In that mysterious space, a majestic and ancient palace stood quietly. The illusory male voice stacked on top of each other and reverberated continuously. Klein glanced at it and confirmed that the prayer was from Little Sunday. As he sat in the fool's seat, he stretched out his right hand, emanated his spirituality, and touched the corresponding crimson star. Suddenly, the prayer became clear and distinct. Klein quickly understood what Sun was talking about. The former captain of the exploratory team next door, who had seen him on, had suddenly lost control and had strangely passed through the seal to come to his room. Thankfully, the City of Silver had taken this matter seriously and had always been on guard. Otherwise, it would have resulted in a tragedy. Sun believed that the other party's loss of control wasn't without reason. He guessed 2 possibilities. First, his beyonder pathway matched the needs of the ancient Sun's descendants. Second, the other party might have sensed the tarot gathering and sensed that Mr. Fool was secretly roping in people. If it was the former, he wouldn't have waited until today to lose control at the end of the tarot gathering. It's most likely the latter reason. Man, this is the first time I've met someone who can sense the gray fog. That Amon is very terrifying. It's no wonder their family was known as blasphemers in the 4th epoch. Even their surname itself is taboo. Klein subconsciously looked at the corresponding prayer scene conjured by the crimson star. He carefully observed the blurry image of Little Sun to see if there was anything abnormal about him. Klein believed that Amon wouldn't be eliminated so easily. Even if it was, as the City of Silver's chief had said, that he wasn't the main body, it was impossible. Unless he didn't expect the powerhouses of the City of Silver to be monitoring him with the help of a mystical item. But is that possible? When he decided to let the former captain of the exploratory team lose control and secretly pass through the seal, He must have already had a plan amidst his thoughts. Klein's gaze froze as he looked at the prayer scene. There was a transparent, illusory figure wrapped around the blurry sun. He had hands and feet, but like a python, he twisted around Sun and propped his head behind Sun. In the hazy image, he was wearing a black classic robe, a pointy hat of the same color, and a crystal monocle on his face. Sun was completely unaware of all this. Klein almost sucked in a breath of cold air. He was frightened by his opponent's strange methods. He vaguely understood the other party's goal. By residing in Sun's spirit body and waiting for the next tarot gathering, he would sneak above the gray fog without anyone noticing, just like a virus or a Trojan horse. When that happens, my control over this mysterious space might be taken away. What a blasphemer! Thankfully, little Sun is rather simple and direct. He immediately reported the matter to me, and through the corresponding crimson star, with the help of the power above the gray fog, I was able to discover his strange state. Klein took a deep breath and tried hard to calm himself down. At this moment, he had to respond. Either he quickly thought of a way to remove Amon from Sun's body, or he could temporarily exclude Sun from the tarot gathering. Examining himself, from the beyonder powers of magicians, clown, and seer to Aztec's copper whistle, the Dark Emperor card, the all-black eye, the brooch of the sun, the biological poison bottle, and other items, Klein couldn't find a way to deal with Amon. The other party's sequence is definitely above 4, and his means are sufficiently strange. To be able to hide from the mystical items and powerful demon hunters that are the foundation of the City of Silver's existence, it's definitely not something ordinary items or powers can remove. After thinking for a moment and looking around, Klein realized that only the gray fog and this mysterious space had a chance of dealing with Amon. I have to think of a way to pry open its power. The previous sacrificial and bestowment ritual is a good example. With this train of thought, Klein cast his gaze at the Book of Secrets. This mysticism book originated from the ancient shaman king, Klarman. It recorded many mysterious rituals to seek help from the primordial moon. And Klein, who had previously browsed through it, vaguely remembered that a few of them were suitable for such a scenario. Of course, after changing the direction to the Fool, it's unknown what other changes I need to make and whether it will be effective. I can only try it as a last resort. Klein flipped through the book, and his gaze stopped on a ritual. Blood Moon Sacrifice. This ritualistic magic was clearly different from the simple ones that Klein had learned in the past. It used the elements of a secret deed. The process was to first use a material rich in spirituality, preferably the blood of a beyonder, to write the honorific name of the secret deed's target on an animal's leather. The corresponding symbols and magic labels would also be drawn. If necessary, specific times, locations, and environments also needed to be considered. After completing this step, the ritual host would set up the altar, pick up the leather, and constantly chant the honorific name. He would then let his spirituality spread into the leather and gradually spread it out, allowing the corresponding great existence's secret existence to form a connection and obtain the corresponding spiritual experience or a certain amount of help. The final outcome of this ritual was unknown. It all depended on what the great existence's secret existence gave. Or rather, depending on the person's characteristics, the knowledge and power that could be obtained through the secret connection would also be different. This relatively vague and subjective ritual gave Klein the space to manipulate it. If he were to assume the stance of forcefully eliminating Amon from the beginning, the other party would definitely resist and create a dangerous accident. If the secret deed's target is something like the true creator or the hidden sage, it's normal for them to go mad after the ritual ends. Klein muttered as he conjured a pen and paper and began to modify the Blood Moon Sacrifice to turn it into a secret deed ritual that belonged to the Fool. First, he had to replace the honorific name with the 3 sentences of the King of Yellow and Black. Second, he had to change the symbol to the one behind the Fool's seat, a unique symbol formed from the pupil-less eye, which symbolized secrecy, and the contorted lines, which symbolized change. Third, he had to design the corresponding magic label based on the symbol and mysticism knowledge. This was the most difficult step. If he made a mistake, the entire ritual would undergo unpredictable changes. Finally, he had to modify the altar's layout to make it closer to the Fool and the King of Yellow and Black. After busying himself for a while, Klein had a new, secret deed ritual, one that he didn't know if it would produce any effects. He carefully checked it several times, and after confirming that there were no mistakes, he spread his spirituality and replied, "Little son," in a deep voice, "I got it. I have something for you to do. Test if this ritual works." Derek suddenly woke up from his dreamless slumber. In front of him was a boundless gray fog, and in front of him was the lofty Fool. His ears were reverberating with illusory and lofty words. He knew that Mr. Fool would occasionally let the members of the tarot gathering do some small experiments, as if to verify something. He didn't find it strange, so he set up with great motivation and found the monster leather, strange herbs, and other items. As for the materials that were rich in spirituality described in the ritual, Derek didn't waste time going to the steeple or the underground market to buy them. He directly picked up the axe of Hurricane and cut a wound on his arm. He silently used his own blood as ink to write the honorific name of the Fool and the corresponding symbols and magic labels on the bumpy monster leather. After a while, he put down the blood-stained quill and saw many mysterious symbols on the leather. The color was bright red, and it had an indescribable demonic aura. After treating the wound on his arm, Derek, whose face had turned pale, quickly set up a simple altar. He picked up the leather with the blood-red words and all sorts of shocking symbols and held it tightly in his palm. He looked at the flickering candle flame in front of him, closed his eyes, lowered his head, and constantly chanted the honorific name of the ritual's target. The Fool that doesn't belong to this era, the mysterious ruler above the gray fog, the King of Yellow and Black who wields good luck. Derek's spirituality slowly flowed out and entered the leather. The Jotun words and magic labels on it quickly lit up, turning a frightening bright red. At this moment, he who had already entered a state of cogitation felt his spirit scatter bit by bit as he floated to an infinite height, making contact with the grayish-white fog and the great hidden existence. Above the gray fog, in the towering palace that looked like a giant's residence, Klein, who discovered that Sun hadn't delayed and had directly prepared for the ritual, was waiting here. Suddenly, he felt the entire mysterious space tremble gently. The still, grayish-white fog began to flow clearly. The crimson star corresponding to Sun shone brightly, emitting an illusory light that resembled a tidal wave. The countless rays of light condensed into a blurry figure of Sunday. He was in a praying posture with his eyes closed and his head lowered. He was waiting for a tiny bit of agreement with the great existence to obtain a wonderful spiritual experience. On his body, the transparent figure was still tightly wrapped around him like a python, but his head had already been raised and was looking up. The crystal monocle was flashing slightly. He's searching for a subtle and hidden connection. He should be able to recognize that this is a secret deed ritual, but he didn't do anything to stop it. Is he trying to find a connection? This realization suddenly flashed through Klein's mind as he felt the grayish-white fog and the mysterious space above it ripple with power. However, Klein was temporarily unable to combine these powers with his own spirituality to form a beyonder effect that could expel evil spirits, unless there was another corresponding ritual. Obviously, this was impossible. He couldn't split his attention between two rituals, a ritual that was being held at the same time. Chapter 366. Perhaps I can use it as a bridge. Just as this thought flashed through Klein's mind, his right hand had already grabbed the dark gold brooch in the shape of a sunbird. At the same time, he used his spirituality as a vortex, sucking in the power that had been stirred in the mysterious space and directing it towards the sun brooch like a tidal wave. The tremors above the gray fog became obvious. Specks of pure light crisscrossed and swept towards Klein, fusing with his spirituality. The dark gold brooch of the sun bird immediately emitted a dazzling glow. It grew brighter and thicker, instantly condensing droplets of translucent golden liquid. The liquid quickly fused together, turning into a figure that was as tall as Klein. It was a golden figure, a holy figure. It's possible. A higher level of power allows the created holy sun water to be closer to a divine bestowment. Klein was delighted as he cast his gaze back at the crimson star that symbolized sun, at the figure that was waiting to fuse with the great existence. As for the golden, holy sun water condensing into a holy figure, it wasn't a result of the mutation of the sun brooch, but a subconscious thought that came to Klein. At this stage, he could already make the golden figure step forward and, through the illusory crimson star, merge with the tiny sun in the secret deed ritual, expel the evil spirit hidden in his body, and give him a certain amount of knowledge and a wonderful spiritual experience. However, at this moment, Klein didn't have much confidence. The power stirred in the mysterious space above the gray fog was clearly of a higher level than his spirituality, making it impossible for him to control it smoothly. The power of the golden figure that was formed was mixed, chaotic, and uncoordinated. If he were to use it in such a manner, the effects would at most be 10% of what he expected. As for Amon, who was suspected to be a descendant of the ancient sun god, born in a family of blasphemers in the Fourth Epic's Tudor Empire, even if it wasn't his true body, he had successfully fooled the high-sequence demon hunters and the powerful mystical items that maintain the existence of the City of Silver. Klein really didn't have the confidence to rely on just 10% of the effects. His initial plan was only to give it a try. If it really didn't work, he would temporarily block Little Sun and wait until he found a better solution before reconnecting. However, at this point, Klein naturally wanted to do his best and strive for success. After pretending to be the fool who's close to a deity for so long, I'm still a little proud and want some face. He gave a self-deprecating remark and prepared to find a way to increase the golden figure's exorcism effects at the last moment. Of course, he could only waste a few seconds. Otherwise, the ceremony would be over. Klein's eyes swept over the items on the long bronze table again. He only thought of words like high level and high status. Based on the spiritual intuition of a seer, his gaze stopped on an item. Card of Blasphemy, Dark Emperor card. Of all the items in Klein's possession, it was the only one that matched the words high level and high class. As for Aztec's copper whistle, Klein clearly remembered that it had been completely suppressed back when he faced the evil god Spawn at the Blackthorn Security Company. However, the Dark Emperor card's high level and high class are the knowledge contained within. That's not right. After the holder advances to a high-sequence Beyonder, it can also produce a subtle reaction with the Beyonder ingredients it needs. Furthermore, it also has anti-divination and anti-prophecy characteristics. In other words, its level isn't low. I don't need to use it in battle. As long as I can use its high class to suppress the power of the mysterious space above the gray fog, I can reduce the golden figure's chaotic and unnatural state to the minimum. Klein quickly had an idea as he reached out to grab the Dark Emperor card, whose back was facing up. At this moment, he saw a scene from the corner of his eye that alarmed him. Inside the figure of Sun, outlined by the illusory light of the crimson star, a palm that was so shriveled that it was only left with skin and bones suddenly reached forward. It slowly but firmly grabbed at the border of the crimson star, giving off the feeling that it was penetrating reality and entering a spiritual domain. That Amon was attempting to use the connection to open up the boundary and reach his hand above the gray fog. Whoosh! For the first time, the boundless grayish-white fog showed signs of chaos. The flow from before seemed to converge into waves and a strong wind. Klein's pupils constricted. Without any hesitation, he picked up the Dark Emperor card. The moment this item entered his hand, he immediately felt his spirituality no longer succumb to the power of the mysterious space that was being pried open. Suddenly, the golden figure became abnormally tall, and pairs of pitch-black wings sprouted from its back. There were a total of 12 pairs. and on each pair of wings were feathers that were engraved with many mysterious symbols. The gold and black formed a sharp contrast. Under Klein's control, the gigantic figure spread its wings and covered the vast dome of the towering palace. Without a sound, the holy and depraved, bright and dark figure flashed out, overlapping with the tiny sun formed by the crimson star. Light and shadow intertwined as strong winds blew in all directions. The palm that was shriveled to the point of being devoid of flesh and blood, with only skin and bones left, couldn't help but shrink backward. But it was determined not to retreat. It was like a person who had fallen off a cliff, reaching out to grab onto a protrusion that could save him. It refused to let go even in death. Whoosh! Amidst the illusory and chaotic sound, light and darkness completely erupted. The shriveled palm finally lost its support and fell backward, constantly disintegrating and disappearing. After a few seconds, the grayish-white fog and the mysterious space above it completely regained its calm, as though no one had set foot in it for thousands of years. Klein focused his gaze again. Little Sun's blurry figure was no longer entangled by the distorted, illusory figure. Phew! He couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. Then he conjured a comparison scene and threw it at Little Sun's figure that was outlined by the crimson light, allowing him to comprehend it himself. City of Silver, Berg household. Derek felt that he was both awake and in a trance at the same time. He seemed to see figures of indescribable shapes, different colors of light that contained infinite knowledge, and a majestic and tall golden figure that looked down on everything. This figure stood beside Mr. Fool in the thick gray fog, with 12 pairs of huge, mysterious, pitch-black wings on his back. Unknowingly, Derek felt that he had come into contact with a figure that contrasted gold and black. Not only did his body and mind become warm and pure, but he also seemed to understand what sunlight was. Furthermore, he had directly figured out how to create holy water and how to expel evil spirits. There were also some scenes that he could not understand, such as the towering, hidden, pyramid-shaped mausoleum. That magical spiritual experience intoxicated him. It was as if he had returned to his most carefree childhood and entered the land where the sun shone in his imagination. He only came back to his senses when everything disappeared and the simple furniture in the room came into view. Is this the secret deed ritual mentioned in the textbooks? For more than 2,000 years, no one in the City of Silver has succeeded. No one has come into contact with a great existence. At that moment, Derek's gloominess and loneliness lessened significantly. A sincere smile appeared on his face. Mr. Fool's so-called experiment is to confirm if our City of Silver's environment can complete the secret deed ritual? That much knowledge and wonderful feeling is the reward he gave me? Derek lowered his head once again and said with abnormal respect, "I'm not sure." "Thank you, Mr. Fool." At that moment, a grayish-white fog suddenly emanated in front of him. In the middle of the fog was a high chair, and it was the Fool who was sitting leisurely. Right on the heels of that, Derek saw himself, who was covered by a transparent, illusory figure. The figure was wearing a black classic robe and a pointy hat of the same color. A crystal monocle hung on his face, and it was wrapped around his body like a python. That Amon didn't die. He escaped the attention of the mystical item and the chief, and he parasitized into my spirit body. Derek's eyes suddenly widened as he saw his present self, the one who was no longer being wrapped around by Amon. Mr. Fool discovered me and finished me off? Son Derek's heart returned to its original position. His forehead was covered in cold sweat from the lingering fear, and his face instinctively revealed a look of reverence. He subconsciously said, according to the words described in his mythology class, "Praise be to you, great Mr. Fool." In the deep darkness of an unknown location, a bolt of lightning streaked across the sky, illuminating the surroundings. It was a plain filled with ravines, and a greenish-black cyclops was wandering around aimlessly. His eyes were lifeless, and there were signs of rotting pus all over his face. His body emanated a grayish-yellow gas that interweaved into clouds in midair, and beneath his feet, in the deepest ravine of the plain, a figure was standing at the edge, looking down. With the help of the lightning, a thick and wide grayish-white building could be vaguely seen at the bottom of the ravine. The figure was wearing a black classic robe and a pointy hat of the same color. He had black curly hair, black eyes, a wide forehead, and thin cheeks. He was identical to the phantom Derek Berg had seen before. He raised his hand to pinch the crystal monocle, turned his head to the left, and looked into the distance. As expected, he suddenly whispered in ancient Fey-sac. After a pause, the figure's lips curled into a smile as he said a word, "The fool." Before he finished his sentence, he had already jumped into the ravine in front of him. At that moment, the lightning subsided for a second, and darkness completely enveloped the world. After resolving the fatal danger, Klein returned to the real world, and he once again felt the urgency to advance his sequence. The Aman that I eliminated wasn't his true body. If he's really interested in the mysterious space above the gray fog, it won't take long for him to return to the City of Silver. When that happens, I wonder if the 2 legendary mystical items and the 3 demon hunters will be able to stop him. His avatar is already so strange and terrifying, so it's obvious what his true body is like. Therefore, I have to quickly summarize the other magicians' principles and better grasp the mysterious space above the gray fog through digestion and advancement. Perhaps I can make use of the Shepherd Elder in the City of Silver, if she's really corrupted by the true Creator. Chapter 367. How should I summarize the rest of the magician's code of conduct? As Klein casually flipped through the newspapers he had long read, he pondered over a problem that was of utmost importance to him. He had previously considered one point, and that was the difference between having or not having the audience's cheers. But just this alone didn't seem to be enough. With this thought in mind, Klein's thoughts quickly wandered, and for some baffling reason he thought of something. When I was still at the seer stage, being recognized by others and being praised as a true fortune-teller made me feel like the potion was digested faster. After concluding the seer's code of conduct, I began to believe that there was no direct connection. The opinions and feedback of others were only a performance and not a substance. If I acted well enough, I would naturally be recognized, and it would naturally speed up my digestion. That is to say, I had always believed that the 2 were different manifestations of the same gain and not a causal relationship. But now, there's the option of having the audience's cheers. If it can really help me digest the potion, does it mean that some acting really requires feedback? The opinions of others can also subtly affect the speed at which I digest the potion? Well, by extension, could it be that the 7 orthodox deities established the churches, spread their faith, and nurtured believers also have such a factor? What a blasphemous thought. I'm indeed not a person who worships deities from the bottom of my heart. I will praise them, but I won't blindly believe them. Klein quickly adjusted his train of thought and found another entry point. He repeatedly compared the subtle differences between seer, clown, and magicians, and gradually came up with an idea. In comparison, does the magicians who need to perform have the meaning of taking the initiative? Taking the initiative to find an opportunity to perform and not being passive like the seer and clown? From the perspective of fate, this is quite in line. From the seer's reverence of fate to the clown's need to maintain a smile despite being teased by fate, to the magician's taking the initiative to challenge fate, even if it's to obtain a false outcome and obtain the audience's cheers by deceiving them, Klein nodded indiscernibly. He planned on attempting to take the initiative to perform. Where should I start? It has to be something that's relatively less dangerous. I can consider the matter of the vampire named Emlyn White being imprisoned by Father Yutravsky. However, the premise is that I have to confirm that these non-humans are always law-abiding. At most, they're a little thieving. Where do Emlyn's companions live south of the bridge? I can't really remember. I'll have to do some divination later. I can also confirm the level of danger. Thinking of this, Klein put down the newspaper got up and went upstairs. It had to be said that it wasn't his personality to take the initiative to get involved in something that had almost nothing to do with him, without any other motive. But in order to act, he could only force himself. My situation was relatively simple. What would an iron-willed straight man do if he were to play the role of a witch or a witch of pleasure? It's no wonder the City of Silver emphasizes that you're only acting. Klein suddenly understood the warning. In a dark room at the top of the spire in the City of Silver, the chief of the 6-member council, Colin Iliad, was standing in front of the window, staring at the City of Silver that was shrouded in darkness and lightning. The beams of light shone on his disheveled, white hair, on the old scars on his face, on the deep wrinkles on his face, and on his eyes, which were full of worry. After an unknown period of time, Colin turned around and looked into a dark corner. He asked in a deep voice, "Did you discover anything?" In the corner, a shadow stood up, casting a pitch-black shadow on the wall as it twisted and whirled. Its voice had the sound of metal rubbing against each other, making it rather ear-piercing. After Derek Berg returned to his home, he showed some abnormalities, but there was nothing that required immediate treatment. Colin nodded slightly. What did he do? With the help of the mystical item at the bottom of the spire, he had transformed into a figure of light and finished off the rampager and the mysterious man who wasn't his true body. He had always suspected that the matter hadn't been completely resolved. The former exploration team captain suddenly lost control, and the mysterious man who had endured for a full 42 years recklessly took action without considering the traps and consequences. All of this made Colin, who had hunted many monsters, instinctively feel that something was amiss. Therefore, he believed that this was a deliberate choice made by the mysterious man. Although the other party's true motives were temporarily unknown, there was bound to be a corresponding follow-up. It wouldn't be so simple to eliminate him. After using his demon hunter powers to discover nothing abnormal, he deliberately pretended to be deceived and sent the youth named Derek Berg home. However, he secretly sent people to monitor him closely. This was completely different from the previous method of detention and inspection. It was a change that Colin had no choice but to make. The black shadow, which was constantly swaying slightly, replied. After he entered the room, he sat on the edge of the bed and whispered to himself for a while. Because I was worried that the mysterious man would discover him, I didn't get too close, so I didn't hear what he said clearly. However, I can confirm that it was an abnormal behavior. After muttering to himself, Derek seemed to become very tired and quickly fell asleep. But not long after, he suddenly woke up and held a ritual. I suspect that he wasn't conscious at that time and was in a state of being controlled by the mysterious man. By the way, that ritual had the element of a secret deed. Colin pondered for a moment with a solemn expression. Indeed, perhaps he's using this method to communicate with his main body. What's his goal? Why would he spend 42 years peacefully at the bottom of the spire? The black shadow naturally couldn't answer this question. It continued. After the ritual, Derek didn't show any abnormal behavior. Does this matter need to be dealt with immediately? If the mysterious man's main body is lured over, we might not be able to deal with him. Chief Colin of the 6-member council fell silent for a few seconds. Continue observing. That mysterious man hasn't shown any substantial malice for the time being, so we can't react too intensely. Sai, do you still remember that prophecy? It's almost time for disaster to descend. We're exploring further and further, finding more and more strange ruins, and the things we obtain are getting more and more dangerous. By your will, your excellency. The black shadow slowly shrank back into the ground and disappeared. At that moment in the Berg household, Derek suddenly coughed violently, so much so that his heart felt like it was about to split open. Cough, cough, cough. He crouched down and kept coughing until his throat itched, and he coughed out something. Pa! A translucent object slid down his throat and fell to the ground. It was a bug the size and thickness of a finger. Some parts of its body were completely transparent, forming circular rings. Derek had seen something similar at the bottom of the spire before, so he was completely certain that he had escaped Amon's influence. He bent down to pick up the translucent bug and finally counted the 12 rings on its body. What's its use? What can it be used for? It seems to be dead. Derek fell into deep thought. In the Winter County, in the north of the Kingdom of Rouen, a black Gothic cathedral with a pointed roof stood in the snow-covered mountains, occupying an extremely large area. In front of it was a cliff, and it was surrounded by a vast expanse of whiteness. There was no sound at all. This was the headquarters of the Church of the Evernight Goddess, the Cathedral of Serenity, commonly known as the Holy Cathedral. The dark-haired, green-eyed Leonard Mitchell put on a black trench coat and red gloves before walking out of his room. Having successfully advanced and stabilized himself, he still hadn't gotten the chance to participate in the operation. He still had some practice and so-called mysticism lessons. Rounding the corner, Leonard saw a staircase that led downwards. He saw Captain Dunn Smith, who was dressed in a black trench coat and had a pair of dark gray eyes, and Clyne Moretti, who had a scholarly air about him, standing there, smiling as they waited. He raised his head slightly and sighed silently. My memory has also become worse. I've forgotten that all of you are no longer around. Leonard retracted his gaze and walked down the staircase to the first floor of the cathedral. He knocked on the door and entered a small room. There were chairs in the room, and a few night hawks wearing red gloves were sitting there. Leonard casually found a seat and sat down. He smiled and chatted with his friends he knew. After a while, High Deacon Crestet Casimir, whose collar was pulled up high to cover his chin and lips, walked in. He sat at the front and said to everyone, "In today's lesson, I'll tell you some things to take note of. As Red Gloves, you will travel the world, and there is a certain chance that you will encounter dangerous, high-sequence beyonders. If they have obvious ill intentions and want to kill you, the only thing you can do is to secretly leave behind traces, allowing subsequent investigators to obtain the corresponding clues. The specific methods are, but most of the time those high-sequence beyonders might not take action directly. They will use you for various reasons. You have to be sufficiently vigilant and not be deceived. Here are a few scenarios that we have concluded." Sitting at the back, Leonard listened with a smile. He was very focused. His target of revenge was a high-sequence beyonder. The high-ranking deacon, Casimir, paused for 2 seconds and continued. "In the first scenario, some high-sequence beyonders will disguise themselves as hidden existences, using promises and hopes to deceive you into reciting their corresponding descriptions. In the second scenario, some high-sequence beyonders might be imprisoned or sealed. They will disguise themselves as mystical items that can grant wishes, luring you to help them escape. For example, a magic lamp that can grant 3 wishes, or a wishing pool. In the third scenario, a high-sequence potion is called a parasite. They often claim that they have lost their bodies and can only coexist with your spirit body. They can only rely on you and are unable to harm you. Then they will give you knowledge, formulas, and all sorts of benefits, hoping that you will become stronger and help them reconstruct their bodies or seek revenge. And in fact, the Beyonders that are parasitized will only become their nutrients to continue their lives and state." Chapter 368. The Cathedral of Serenity was especially beautiful under the night sky. It complemented the crimson moon that hung high in the sky, coldly illuminating the land. Leonard entered his single room, took off his 2 red gloves, and threw them on the wooden table. With a sullen expression, he sat in front of the patterned glass window, his back facing the outside as he bathed in the moonlight. After more than 10 seconds of silence, he suddenly said in a very soft voice, almost as though he was gnashing his teeth, "So you're a parasite." Leonard's voice echoed weakly in his ears, suppressing the obvious anger, tension, confusion, and fear. In an instant, a slightly aged voice sounded in his mind. "You can say that. What exactly do you want to do? Parasitize my body and suck my life away? Or wait for me to become stronger, and then directly devour my Beyonder characteristic, just like nurturing a humanoid potion? Leonard's voice was suppressed, but he didn't speak slowly. The slightly aged voice in his mind laughed and said, "I'm your fortuitous encounter. I'm your adventure. Haven't you always thought so? You think that you're unique, one of the protagonists of this great era. Actually, you're not as arrogant and arrogant as you usually appear. You've always been wary of me. After I taught you the acting method, you didn't put in the effort to figure it out. All you did was try it on the surface, and it took you a long time to digest it. Furthermore, you deliberately hid it and didn't pursue the nightmare potion. When you met the true creator's son and suffered a blow, you were willing to advance to sequence 7. You were so regretful that you nearly hallucinated. Leonard, think about it carefully. Do you think I don't understand the Church of the Evernight Goddess? When I interacted with them, the so-called Cheneys wasn't even born yet. Do you think I don't know that the Church of the Evernight Goddess has a certain understanding of parasites? Do you think I wouldn't have thought that the Red Gloves would know some secrets to prevent the infiltration of high-sequence Beyonders? But did I stop you from joining the Red Gloves? After a brief change in expression, Leonard finally fell silent and didn't say a word. The voice in his head chuckled again. Do you feel older than your actual age? I don't think so. I can live for at least another 100 years. I'm not in a hurry to take over the host's life. As for your Beyonder characteristic, we aren't even from a similar pathway that can be swapped. Devouring it is equivalent to drinking poison. I'll become half crazy and increase the chances of losing control. Do you think I'll do that? Evernight is in the same category as Giant and Death. As for the Beyonder pathway I'm in, my target is an apprentice, a seer. Leonard looked at his figure illuminated by the crimson moonlight and pondered for a while. What exactly do you want to do? What is your purpose? The slightly aged voice in his mind sighed. Haven't I already told you? I've suffered serious injuries and need a host to slowly recover. Furthermore, I have to hide from a terrifying enemy. The Nighthawks and the Church of the Evernight Goddess are good choices. Leonard raised his head and looked at the ceiling for a few seconds before saying in a deep voice, "That's right. Will you be discovered by an archbishop, a high-ranking deacon, or some sealed artifact?" The slightly aged voice replied leisurely, "If a parasite could be discovered so easily, the high-ranking deacon named Sesamir wouldn't have just given a reminder and not brought you to be inspected. Of course, there are also traces of parasites. The Church of the Evernight Goddess has the means to confirm this, but it's rather complicated and troublesome. It will result in a certain amount of damage and quite a bit of danger. It might even affect their goddess. Therefore, before you become a high-ranking deacon and have the qualifications to participate in the meetings of the church's top echelons, there's no need to worry about this before you come into contact with certain grade 0 sealed artifacts. By that time, I should have recovered and embarked on my own journey." Leonard listened with a solemn expression. After a while, he said, "That's right. You have a terrifying enemy? Who is he?" The slightly aged voice chuckled and said, "I don't know his name, but I know his surname. What is it?" Leonard asked. The slightly aged voice suddenly became deep. "Amon. South of the bridge, 46 River Bay Avenue." The hosts who were enjoying their dinner heard the tinkling of the doorbell. The only maid came to the door. Through the peephole above the lock, she saw a policeman in a black and white checkered uniform outside. She opened the door and asked fearfully, "Sir, how can I help you?" This policeman was none other than the disguised Klein. In an attempt to take the initiative to perform, he was confirming if vampire Emlyn White's companions, the people who lived at 48 River Bay Avenue, the ones who had entrusted Stewart with the mission, were law-abiding monsters. Yes, a law-abiding monster. Although this sounds a little wrong and a little funny, it's a reaction of my true thoughts. Klein emphasized in his heart. The police uniform he was wearing was not a custom-made fake. It was a product of ordinary clothes with an illusion effect. A magician had to do what a magician was supposed to do. Klein didn't monitor 48 River Bay Avenue, because he believed that Emlyn White's companions had long moved away. As a monster and a non-human race, moving was the most basic thing to do when a companion had been missing for several days. They had to be wary that Emlyn White had been captured by the Nighthawks, mandated punishers, or other official Beyonder organizations. They had to assume that he could confess at any time. Therefore, what Klein wanted to do was a questionnaire. He maintained the arrogance of a low-ranking policeman facing ordinary citizens. Without taking off his hat, he raised his chin slightly. "I have something to ask your master." The maid entered the room in a panic and soon returned with a man in his 30s wearing a thick shirt. "Officer, what would you like to ask?" the male host asked nervously. Klein stood at the door and looked inside. "Do you know the occupants of Unit 48? "Yes." The male host was taken aback. "What happened to them?" "They're involved in a case." "You have to tell me everything you know honestly," Klein said with a straight face. His face was also disguised to a certain extent, and he had added some illusion effects to distinguish him from the great detective, Sherlock Moriarty. The male host was immediately enlightened. "It's no wonder they moved away in a hurry more than a month ago. Most of the residents on River Bay Avenue and the surrounding streets know the Whites and their son. He's a handsome young man with a somewhat eccentric personality. Mr. White is an excellent physician, and he's good at using all kinds of medicine and bloodletting therapy." Klein asked in return. "Yes. Although this is considered by many newspapers and magazines to be an ancient medical technique that doesn't have much effect, those who have received Mr. White's treatment have basically recovered. However, Mr. White also said that apart from him, the other doctors' bloodletting treatments are all fraudulent." The male host gave his opinion. "Bloodletting treatments are to accumulate food for themselves, right? The only thing that's really useful is the medicine. This vampire family relies on bloodletting to treat people while receiving food as payment. If there aren't many patients, or if the blood is extremely unhealthy, would they consider going to a distant hospital to steal blood from a blood bottle to drink? Compared to their identities as monsters, they're really law-abiding." Klein nodded in enlightenment. The emotional changes he observed with his spirit vision told him that the other party wasn't lying. Seeing that the officer didn't refute him, the male owner continued, "Mr. White and his wife are both very good and kind people. Although they can't cure those who are really seriously ill, there are already very good doctors for us who live nearby." Zhang Lixing said, "Mr. White and his wife are very kind people. Is it because their child, Emlyn, is involved in the case? This young man is too quiet and seems to look down on us. He's always hiding at home, and I have no idea what he's doing. Officer, are you feeling hot? It's so cold outside." "Perhaps it's just because he hides during the day and comes out at night." Klein wiped his sweat and said, "I've been walking around the area for a long time for this case." Following that, according to the questionnaire he had designed, he learned about the Whites and their son from all aspects. He knocked on the door one after another and asked. After summarizing all the answers, he came to the conclusion that the Whites were indeed kind, amiable, and law-abiding. This doesn't seem like a description of vampires. Klein looked up at the crimson moon that pierced through the clouds, intending to make a final confirmation. He dispelled the illusory effects on him and began his divination. After confirming that there was no danger, he circled to the side and climbed into the house at 48 River Bay Avenue. As others didn't know who had captured Emlyn White, they would always be afraid that an official Beyonder would come to visit, but Klein knew what was going on, so he wasn't worried at all that there was a trap. After entering the second floor, he used the moonlight to see that the various rooms were in a mess. Many of the things hadn't been taken away. Through this, it was enough to imagine how hurried the owners had been when they left. In the study, he even found some precious books on herbs. Among them, there was no lack of folk recipes popular in the countryside. As he walked and read, Klein entered bedroom, and a black shadow entered his eyes. He jumped in fright, thinking that he had been ambushed. He nearly snapped his fingers and lit the matchstick he had thrown outside. Fortunately, there was no attack. The crimson moonlight passed through the window and filled the entire room. Klein finally saw what the black shadows were. They didn't have any spiritual luster, and they were dolls of various sizes. The largest one was only slightly shorter than Klein. It was a girl in a gorgeous dress with lace and ribbons on her sleeves and collar. This female doll was clearly closer to a wax figure. Her facial features were lifelike, and she had blonde hair and red eyes. The smallest one was only the size of a normal person's palm. It was a woman wearing silver full-body armor. She looked valiant and beautiful. As his gaze swept across the dolls, Klein suddenly thought of something. Under Roselle's influence, there were two trends in the development of doll art. One was cute and could change clothes, and the other was more realistic. Klein looked around and couldn't help but click his tongue. These dolls aren't cheap. Chapter 369. After a thorough inspection, Klein confirmed that there was nothing strange about the White family. Furthermore, the couple didn't leave behind a single strand of hair. It was obvious that they were guarding against someone using divination to track them down. He returned to the bedroom filled with puppets, took 4 steps counterclockwise, and went above the gray fog. He planned on using divination to make a final confirmation. But before he got down to business, he conjured the female puppet that was almost as tall as him with great interest. Just like how he had divined the mutated sun's sacred emblem in Tingen City in the past, he picked up a dark red fountain pen and wrote a sentence on the yellowish-brown goatskin. Its origins. Putting down the fountain pen and holding the piece of paper, Klein leaned back in his chair and recited softly as he slowly adjusted his mind to enter a cogitation state. After a total of 7 times, his eyes darkened as he lowered his eyelids and fell into a deep sleep. In that gray and fragmented world, he saw the puppeteer being abnormally focused on his work. He saw the red-eyed girl being placed in the dollhouse, and he saw Emlyn White take out his wallet without moving his eyes away. Finally, the scene was fixed on the bedroom where Klein was. With his hair combed back diagonally, the handsome but slightly delicate and arrogant vampire, Emlyn White, was sitting by the bed, gazing lovingly at the puppet, as well as the other puppets of different sizes. He's indeed a fan of puppets. Klein opened his eyes and covered his face with his hand. Then he waved his hand and made the puppets disappear above the gray fog. After doing all of this, he picked up the fountain pen again and wrote a new divination sentence. 48 River Bay Avenue, the scene of people dying in the past 10 years. According to the statements of the residents nearby, the White family hadn't moved here for more than 10 years. Therefore, Klein was able to lock onto a specific area. Furthermore, he believed that if the White family was just a good monster on the surface and had been creating missing persons cases all this time so that they could suck warm and delicious blood, then it was impossible for them to prevent the matter from happening at home. In the long 10 years, there were bound to be a few accidents, as long as they didn't stop. After carefully checking the divination statement, Klein repeated the recitation and cogitation before quickly falling into a dream. In the dusky world, his vision was sometimes pitch black, sometimes snowflakes turned into dots, and sometimes shattered, but nothing appeared. This was the result of the divination. There was nothing. No one had died at 48 River Bay Avenue in the past 10 years. Putting everything together, I can preliminarily determine that the White family is law-abiding vampires who are at most petty thieves. Klein looked at the long, mottled bronze table in front of him, enveloped himself with spirituality, and fell into the gray fog. After returning to the real world, he carefully cleaned up the traces he left behind and left 48 River Bay Avenue the way he came. He didn't make a final decision. Instead, he took a detour to the Riverbend police station. While the thieves and drunkards were led inside and handcuffed to the pipes, he easily snuck into the archives and boldly lit the gas lamp inside. Then, Klein found the missing persons records for the past 10 years and flipped through them noisily. From time to time, police officers on duty would pass by outside the door, but there was no light leaking out from the archives. There's nothing suspicious. After an unknown period of time, The black-gloved Klein placed the dossier back in its original spot. Then he turned off the gas lamp, took off his hat in the deep darkness, pressed his hand to his chest, and bowed towards the station's lobby. On the way back to Minsk Street, Klein took a shower, changed his clothes, sat in front of his desk, and spread out the map of Bakeland that he had first bought on the steam locomotive. He first found Rose Street, south of the bridge, where the Harvest Church was located. Father Utravsky was the bishop of this church, and he had imprisoned Emlyn White in the basement. Following that, Klein moved his gaze and figured out the names and layout of the surrounding streets. I can't be too impatient or anxious for success in a performance. I have to slowly make the audience immerse themselves. Klein whispered, unfolded the letter, and put down his pen. Dear Detective Stewart, I wonder if you found that Emlyn White? I've been keeping an eye out for you recently. One of my informants told me today that he had seen this person on Tativa Street, south of the bridge. Of course, he only said that he looked very similar to the person in the portrait. Putting down his pen, Klein folded the letter neatly and stuffed it into an envelope. He then affixed a black stamp with a penny on it, on the vast Sonia Sea with undulating waves. The Blue Avenger moved forward steadily without the slightest sway. The hanging man, Alger Wilson, sat in the captain's cabin, holding a brass sextant in his hand, but his eyes were closed. Without a sound, a smile suddenly appeared on his face. I've finally digested it. Alger opened his eyes and raised his hands, causing blue spots to appear around him. The blue spots converged and turned into a huge wave that swept forward. Alger pressed down with his hands, and the huge wave immediately collapsed, turning into countless raindrops that landed on the deck. After nearly 4 months, his seafarer potion was finally digested. During this period of time, not only did he spend a lot of time at sea to complete the various missions assigned to him by the church, but he also consciously explored new sea routes and searched for islands that had yet to be discovered. After several setbacks, he finally gained something. This spurred on the digestion of the potion, allowing him to basically grasp the principles of a seafarer that belonged to him. The core was to be close to the sea, to be familiar with the information of sea routes and weather, to explore and discover. The usually reserved Alger couldn't help but leave his seat. He paced back and forth in the captain's cabin and thought of the future he desired. Once I obtain the formula for the wind-blessed potion and find the corresponding Beyonder ingredients, I'll advance to sequence 6 without the church's knowledge. Then I'll repeat the same process and strive to become a sequence 5 ocean songster within 3 years. During this process, I have to remain the captain of the Blue Avenger and not enter the complicated interpersonal relationships of the mandated punishers to prevent my secret from being exposed. Once I advance to sequence 5 and gain enough strength, I'll be able to return there in secret. Alger, subconsciously, looked to his right. His gaze seemed to penetrate the heavy planks of the ship and the vast sea, landing on an ancient and hidden island. Alger wasn't worried about his future advancement within the church. Once he fulfilled his wish, he could go all out to seek an advancement in his position. When the time came, the sequence 5 him would continue to disguise himself as a sequence 7 and drink another wind-blessed potion. This would increase his Beyonder characteristics, increase his strength, and slow down his digestion, but it wouldn't endanger his safety. By the same logic, after completely digesting sequence 5, he could have another ocean songster potion and repeat the normal process. This would only push him closer to losing control, and there was a solution. That was to find a woman to marry and transfer the excess Beyonder characteristics to his children. After doing this, I'll be able to reach the level of a cardinal and approach a high-sequence Beyonder. Such a great era is my opportunity. In Alger's mind, he had already outlined himself wearing a cardinal robe, sitting in the upper echelons of the church, and controlling many mandated punishers. After a moment of reveling in it, he retracted his gaze and regained his rationality. The later steps will be more difficult. Thankfully, I have the tarot gathering and Mr. Fool. although there are dangers lurking in this as well. Any path to improve myself has risks. I have to quickly gather some Roselle diary entries in exchange for a chance to ask questions. I have to figure out what the card in Mr. Fool's hand that only shows its back is. It wasn't there before. Card. Roselle diary. It can't be the item I'm thinking of, right? Alger's eyes narrowed as his pupils shrank. 15 Minsk Street. Klein yawned, switched off the gas lamp, and slipped into bed. He originally had another plan, which was to use divination to roughly grasp the source of the biological poison bottle and obtain the potion formulas for the first 3 sequences of the mutant pathway from the werewolf Beyonder characteristic. However, after being busy with Emlyn White's matter all night, he felt a little exhausted. He planned on making another attempt above the gray fog the next day. Just as he lay down and closed his eyes, Klein suddenly felt that something was amiss. This is the instinctive spiritual intuition of a seer. It's been a few days since I obtained the werewolf Beyonder characteristic and the biological poison bottle. It's not like I haven't been in a good mental state, but I've been procrastinating and haven't divined it. This is very abnormal. Klein sat up, thought carefully, and found a similar matter. The first time he met Magos, he had wanted to use his spirit vision to observe her mental state, but he had naturally missed the opportunity because of his momentary daze. Only in the end did he realize that it was because she had an evil god spawn in her belly. His instinctive spiritual intuition as a seer had stopped him without a trace, preventing him from losing control and collapsing on the spot. It's very similar, and it's even more obvious this time. I remember Miss Sharon saying that Rose School's control over its members far exceeds my imagination. Everyone's body and soul seem to be bound by something. This is also the reason why the mutant pathway sequence information isn't leaked. They believe in the chain god. So, when I use the werewolf Beyonder characteristic to divine the corresponding potion formula, it will directly implicate this evil god, bringing about consequences that I'm not willing to bear. Klein thought about it seriously and felt that there was something suspicious about it. Back when I divined the mutated sun's sacred emblem and the ear left behind by the listener, my spiritual intuition didn't stop me. Could it be that the chained god is stronger than the eternal blazing sun and the true creator? Or could it be that his characteristic allows him to restrain the gray fog, allowing him to effectively penetrate it? Of course, the danger could also come from the source of the biological poison bottle.